is impossible. Well, that's like a fish saying that there's outside of this aquarium that I'm swimming in. It's ridiculous to think that there's air out there because everything is water. Everything is composed of water. The entire universe is just a big ocean of water.
I think
so. That's what you're doing when you claim that whatever logic that you perceive to exist right now is the only thing that is, and therefore God has to operate based on your limited understanding of logic. It's kind of like an ant. It's kind of like an ant on an anthill. Can an ant on an anthill perceive with his limited mind equals MC squared? Of course not.
The only problem
so in other words, our minds are limited. And therefore, we cannot use our limited minds to put God in a box.
The only problem is that math is a language that we created. So is standard logic. And if
that's a false claim.
And all of your concepts of God are going to be embedded in your language.
I mean, if everybody died tomorrow, there would be no standard logic. It would just be existence. So
it is the consensus in philosophy that logic is a language.
Let's see if you'll back that up. So you're saying that logic would not exist except for mankind?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Ice Cube, is that what you said?
Right.
Okay, so so then you're saying logic is just a conceptualization of the mind?
Actually, a recognition of the first thought.
Catholic, just go away.
I'm waiting for an answer. Ice Cube is logic simply a conceptual? Is it your position that logic is just a conceptualization of the mind?
I don't think conceptualization works unless you accept that the mind is conceptual.
Okay, I'm putting this walker on mute. I'm not speaking to this walker. I'm speaking to Ice Cube. Are you going to answer my question, Ice Cube?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll just answer without really knowing where this is going, but I'll say yeah.
Okay. Now, do you assume that there's reality outside of your mind, or do you believe that you're in some sort of dream state and really there's like you're in a video game and you could just go chop people's heads off and really, there's really nobody outside of your mind.
There's the self and there's
nothing outside of your mind.
I don't know for sure.
Well, I didn't ask you if you know for sure. I'm asking you, do you assume that you're actually speaking to me right now in Discord?
You're speaking to a philosophical zombie at the very most.
So you've admitted that logic is nothing more. This is what you know, that logic is a conceptualization of the mind. But you assume that there's a reality outside of your mind. So with regards to that reality that you assume to exist, that reality operates on certain logical laws, logical principles. So
we project cause and effect.
So since you claim that logic is nothing more than a conceptualization of the mind, then you're admitting that God exists. Because
everything is a conceptualization. That's the point.
It works based on certain logical principles and logical laws.
You can't say that govern the universe with
regards to the planets, the stars, gravity, our biological system, even down to the quantum realm and so forth.
It's all sense data.
That would mean that it takes a mind to conceptualize and actualize and sustain that which you assume to exist. That which you are perceiving.
Because they fit into the language that we've created.
Yeah. No, like it was like a paragraph ago where I can't remember what exactly you said, but reality operates within itself. The logic is a language we just use to describe.
Yeah,
well, you don't know there's any
blizzard of information.
We're only talking about you right now because you assume there's a reality outside of yourself.
Right.
No, you know that
you said that you don't know. I'm going to put this person on mute if he keeps cutting in. I'm speaking to Ice Cube right now. Okay, so Ice Cube. So with regards to what you assume to exist, there is no we because you don't know there's any we. You've already admitted all you know is that logic is conceptualized in the mind, but that you assume that there's a reality outside of your mind, but you admit it, you don't know that there is. And so with that which you assume to exist, is governed by certain logical laws and logical principles. And you've admitted, if you go by what you've already admitted,
reality
which is that
assumptions.
Logic is a conceptualization of the mind, then again, that means a mind is responsible for the very laws that govern this universe, the very principles and logical laws that govern this universe. There's no way to get around it. You box yourself into a corner.
When you say I conceptualize logic in my mind, it's you're bringing the particulars that we describe into that.
No. Stop using we. Again, you keep using we. You yourself said you don't know that there is any.
That's right.
Other
I give you
other
that.
than yourself. So stop saying that over and over again.
Fine. I mean, just
what is this guy's autism?
Right. So with regards to you, if we go by the only thing that you know, which you've already admitted, and that's that logic is conceptualized by a mind, then the very thing you assume to exist outside of your mind is governed and actualized and sustained by a mind because it itself works on logical laws and logical principles. There's no way to get around it. I mean, you box yourself into a corner. You can't.
It's not even a problem.
Does a squared circle exist without? If we were to drop a nuclear bomb on Earth and everybody dies, does a square circle exist after that?
Well, a square circle could exist before that as well. It again depends on God. It depends on God. So you want me to answer your question? So again, it depends on God because again, we don't know all logic that exists. Only God would know all logic.
You don't
exists.
even know
so if there is
logic
exists,
that's
which
the point. You're just
is capable of Him creating and sustaining a round square.
Offering an idea that has no explanatory power is of no benefit to anyone.
Well,
offering up a random ideal means nothing.
One question I have in mind is, can God create a round square?
So anyway,
I've just answered that question. If you were listening to me,
there's more logic in the ether. It's more language that no minds would be able to speak on how it's part of reality.
Can you please repeat the answer to can God create a round square?
Yeah, I said if he's capable of doing it with regards to logic that does exist that we are not privy to, that we do not know of, then he would be capable of doing that.
So if you move the goalposts wide enough, God can do it.
Yeah, if he has these crazy superpowers, he can do it. Yes.
Just move them goalposts so wide that it makes sense that God can pull off a contradiction.
So I have a question for all of you. With regards to intelligibility, where does it ultimately come from?
Well, we are impacted every day by just a blizzard of incomprehensible sense data. And so we make that intelligible by bringing that sense data under concepts like cause and effect.
There's lots of sense data. Yeah, there's a lot of sense data that's incomprehensible. But with regards to that which you are able to comprehend, how is it that it has intelligibility?
Because we bring it under a concept to make it make sense. And we call that knowledge.
I say
sure. I agree with that. We bring it into concepts so that it makes sense, but it's still with regards to the information itself, it has to have an aboutness to it so that we can make sense of it. Because you just admitted there's information that we cannot make sense of. It's incomprehensible. So with regards to that information that we are able to make sense of, how is it that that information has intelligibility whereby we can make sense of it?
Because we create a concept and bring that under that concept.
And we keep creating new languages to describe what we need.
I've already agreed with you that we create a concept whereby we're able to go ahead and make sense of it. But it doesn't answer my question about the intelligibility of the object itself.
Define intelligibility.
Oh my goodness! Oh boy, we're gonna play this game where atheists. We're gonna play this game again where, and I can't stand this when you atheists do this.
You have them on the
list. I think we're talking about the same thing. You seem to be changing the definition.
If it's too hard for you, just fucking don't do it then.
Yeah, listen.
He can whine like a bitch, or he can give you the answer.
If you don't want to answer my question, that's fine. Okay.
No, I'm
If you
trying to
wanna
answer your
dodge,
question.
Because I do notice that a lot of atheists.
No,
Well,
I'm
if
trying to
you don't-
answer your
That
question.
you,
I've
yeah,
answered
you
your
guys
question
don't believe
twice.
to avoid the curb stop.
Intelligibility is that which is learned facts. It's something whereby you can make sense of something.
Okay, and we do that with concepts.
For example, a tree in front of your yard. If you have a tree in front of your yard, what is it about the tree itself, the aboutness of the tree, whereby you can make sense of it?
You're just imposing this extra concept of aboutness without justification.
Exactly. I'm waiting for an answer to my question.
I'm about to answer it. We make sense, and it's the same answer because we make sense of the tree by experiencing the phenomenon of that tree, the sense data that gives to us, and everything physical about that, and we bring that under the concept tree, and then we can say that this is a tree, and the tree has these qualities.
Great, and I agree with everything you just said, but it still doesn't answer my question because
How does that not answer your question?
You just said sense data. You just said sense data. So why is it that this sense data, why is it that that data itself gives forth to us the ability whereby we can conceptualize that sense data into a tree? Why is it giving off that sense data?
It's not.
Why is it that? What is it about that tree that's giving off that sense data?
That is purely our perception.
How is it that it's doing that?
It's the interaction of our physical perception systems.
That we're doing, right?
See, you atheists can't answer that question.
It's the interaction of our visual and auditory systems, etc., with the world around us and how our brains interpret that.
And so far, I agree with everything you're saying, but you're still not answering my question.
How not? How am I not answering your question? It seems like I've answered it every time.
Hey dude, the fact of the matter is, you atheists can't answer my questions because unless you're not
you use his presupposition,
you just
he's asking a question
of bad will. But anyway,
he's asking a question based off of his presupposition that there is such a thing, and so because you can't explain where his made-up concept comes from,
the concept of aboutness.
Well, that's how sub works, is that they believe in this third realm of abstraction rather than reality and concept.
So when he goes down that route, you guys got to mirror. You have to mirror him because it's going to piss him off. You should have said something like Zeus. Zeus is the primary of all facts, right? Just go down that path the next time. See what happens. It's hilarious. He's a turd. I mean, he sat there and waited for TJump to leave to avoid the curb stomp.
But the thing is, he doesn't want anyone to point out the fact that he's shifting goalposts, that he's making fallacies. He's just going to claim you didn't understand the question and repeat it. Because unless you accept his presup of this God and abstractions and this third realm, that God explains everything, you know?
Yeah.
Well, the aboutness is the same thing. That's an abstraction. This is the idea.
Specific. Just to be specific, I mean.
Well, it's fine, but it doesn't change that if you start with cogito ergo sum, you have consciousness and you have reality, because the cogito is recognizing a thought process it's making a delineation in the sense data field. And so you've got A and not A going on there. You've got self and not self of this sense data. That's where logic has come from. It's the first language we invent to describe ourselves, to describe our own consciousnesses. And he's trying to propose that no, logic is this thing that's gifted down from the abstraction of God. You know, this intelligibility comes from this third realm, this abstraction. And so he's proposing that there's this special quality that you need to account for because he made it up.
Yeah, and the next spot I was going with, if we were going to not go down that last rabbit hole we were on, you notice he tried to start taking over the conversation when, the whole squared circle thing came up, but he did not want to tussle with the fact that, I was going to end up going down the mathematics is also our language route, and that, from what we can tell, there's an infinite amount of math problems that can be generated, especially by God. But he he would throw that stupid thing like, well, there's some other logic that you just don't understand that's out there, and fine,
That's him
whatever.
moving the goalposts. If he's asking a question predicated on the acceptance of what you'd call like the 3 standard laws or whatever, okay? Let's just say that's what we're using right now. Those 3 standard laws. A
She
equals
uses
A.
too.
Yeah. And so if you ask a question within that frame of reference and he says, well, if God moves, out into these other logical forms, then maybe it's possible. But we're not asking that. We're asking the question within the confine of the set of logic laws that we are actually using. Not the hypothetical theoretical ones. We're asking about the ones we're using now. And
Then
it's so dishonest.
Right, and the next move is to say anything that you say, utter, do, think about that uses those 3 standard laws of logic is now gobbledygook, right? I mean, if you're telling me that my use of it in my lights isn't working out, then it shouldn't be for your case.
No, he's a professional dodger, and he ran away when it didn't work.
And now he's probably in Reformation with his W on his shirt, right?
He's a pre-supper. It doesn't really matter. He's probably he's probably a Thomas pre-supper.
Did Dawkins come in here?
I've never seen him in here, but I haven't been in here for very long.
A Catholic clone came in here. I think Dawkins came in here once.
Yeah, he was a clone mouthpiece. Yeah, that guy was for sure.
Catholic traditionalist.
Mm-hmm.
Just Catholic presuppositionalism is all it is.
Quick question. Can you guys invite me to some Christian servers so I can debate them?
Are you in
Does their God interact with reality? Yes or no? If he interacts with reality, request the evidence of that interaction. End of debate.
But have you guys ever thought about like paganism or anything?
Does their gods interact with reality?
Well, I'm not sure about the pagan gods.
Then it doesn't matter. The second that you ask a question about any god, any pantheon, any religion, the next question is, how does this affect reality? Ask a question about any god, any pantheon, any religion, the next question is, how does this affect reality?
I know some pagans will say they do specific rituals, and then that ritual has a specific effect on their reality.
Did you just repeat what he said? Stuff like that makes me think I have schizophrenia, to be honest.
Who was asking for the Christian server link?
Me, atheism is unstoppable.
All right, here you go.
I mean, you didn't repeat it. I think it was a delay.
Everyone, all of us have been turned off by Christianity, but have you ever thought about like paganism? You guys have ever thought about paganism?
Does paganism interact with reality?
I have no fucking clue, to be honest with you.
If it doesn't interact with reality, I don't care. It's as useless as a deist argument.
I'm banned from both the Chance. I'm banned from that server, and then IC. I'm banned from that server too. But
thank you for doing the hard work. That's great. It's funny.
Oh, I didn't have to do anything.
So Cockhead literally left the fucking server completely. Jesus Christ.
Well, he does have an unpingable name, so.
No, I know. I even went into to the font and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just not popping up, even if I. Here, watch this.
Yeah, he. That was a waiting around for TJump to leave type of thing.
He waited. Oh no, he's in the server. He's still here.
How do you think he would respond to a question like, can God make me look at the side of a square, the complete side of the square, white and black at the same time? Like, how would, so something ridiculous, like something like, either you look at, whether it's the shade in the shade, whatever. But the point is, like, how would God make me look at a side of a square in this color and that color? Let's bring 7 colors. In all the 7 colors, the whole surface at the same time, Something like that, which is just not possible. And how would you think he would respond to that?
Well, it all boils down to whether or not their concept of God contains a contradiction. That's what all of these questions are asking. And if it does, then it's irrational. And that's what you're trying to point out with those examples.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one angle he took I hadn't seen before. I was hoping that he would go maximally omniscient, and then I could just say,
you're being generous. You're being too generous in calling it an angle. That was a dodge. He moved the goalpost so that he didn't have to answer the question.
Yeah.
That was just mental gymnastics.
Reading, like, seeing patterns as if it's some sort of like process when it feels like it's just something that's inherent.
By the way, I recorded the whole thing, so
nice. Yeah, he had his PowerPoint out, right?
Had the script out.
Well, he keeps saying, like,
His
how do you
dark
know
bingo board
between the trees and the ground, and he's trying to go into that kind of shit when it's just like, that's not a process, dog. That is literally just something our brain does automatically. We notice patterns. We don't have to use induction to notice patterns.
Yeah. We are noticing ourself, and we are noticing that delineation of self from not self. And I mean, he wants to try to appeal to that third realm to explain it, but it's perfectly explained by Cogito.
Yeah, he really got hung up on the we, and I did not give a fuck. I was like, I know I'm talking about me, but he was like really, really soggy.
Regarding,
and then where the ones being semantic.
Regarding Cogito, like I have a question. I mean, there is a phrase that is used a lot in relation with Cogito. It's knowledge without certainty. I mean, I kind of get an idea, but if someone can explain like the whole thing, like how that phrase is used in that sense.
Fallibilism.
Yeah, fallibilism. You can be certain your mind exists, but that's it. That's about it. And well, you can be certain your mind exists and the not mind exists, which is reality.
Yeah. But what is the knowledge part inside it? Like what this phrase is used a lot. So what is the knowledge part that they're talking about? Like what knowledge can we have without certain? Like, can you give me an example in relation to Cogito thing and something outside the Cogito thing where we can have knowledge?
Yeah. If you're using the standard justified true belief definition for knowledge, then whenever someone says that they believe something, what they're saying is that the map within Cogito, within their own mind, is maps or is in accord with reality. So you've got the map of reality in the mind and reality in itself, and you're doing this constant comparison between your mind and reality. And this map comparison is what we call true. Or at least it's what you call a belief, is that you believe that what the concept you're holding is what maps to reality. And whether or not it actually does map to reality is what we call true. And so truth is that which is in accord with reality. And so if you can justify why you're holding the belief with you've got like good warrant and you think can prove that it is actually true in reality, then you have what you would call knowledge. But because you can never be absolutely sure even of what reality is, you can get close, you can get to the 99%, but you can't get to 100. You can only be 100 about yourself, about the existence of yourself. So you can never be absolutely certain of reality.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But my question is like what they say is like that the problem of solipsism is solved because we can have knowledge without certainty, and that is something that I'm not able to understand. Like, I mean, that zombie may behave.
That's a bad formulation of the. That's a bad formulation of the question, because solipsism is the statement that the self is all that you can know absolutely.
Yeah, that's all you care about. Yeah, the thinking is the existing, and then that's it. After that, you don't care if you're a matrix and a brain in the vat, right?
Exactly. It doesn't matter. Nothing changes. You're still subject to reality.
Okay. So the statement is not that the hard solipsism is solved. It's that it doesn't matter as far as like knowledge is concerned, and that's more close.
Exactly.
Okay.
Fallibilism picks up where the Cogito leaves off. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Until someone can defeat the problem of hard solipsism, then it's technically not even logical to assert any other minds exists, including a god's. It's simply not logical from the get-go until solipsism is defeated.
Right.
The theists think they can defeat it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They can claim to defeat it all they want, but they would have to actually prove an external mind exists, absolutely, objectively, without doubt, so that it could be the ground of everything. You can't just assert that, well, if God exists, he would serve as a grounding. That doesn't matter because we know we exist, so we can serve as a grounding. There's nothing wrong with that. But
yeah, and that's the thing is like, it's kind of like what Tom took the route with Chris on, is like where he goes, how do you know your revelation wasn't placed by like aliens or like some sort of
evil demon?
Yeah, exactly. It's like how do you know your revelation? Because your brain's not fallible or infallible, dog.
And the Bible specifically states that there will be demons that portray themselves as angels of light and mislead many. So, like, there is theological basis for the concept that how do you know that it's a demon not appearing to be an angel of light or God itself, or the devil pretending to be God itself and confusing it?
Yeah.
There's yeah.
Yeah, every time I get a kick out of any time somebody says God revealed himself. I'm like, oh, he showed you his balls? Okay.
I'm still like, the question that I'd asked, like, I don't know what you people think, if it's so the question that I'd earlier asked was in terms of whether the answer is yes or no or invalid. That John question, like, John is a poet who posthumously becomes his work becomes famous and all. I mean, I still am confused, like, why that question is not invalid. I mean, I suppose it is invalid because so I'm curious what you people think about it, because it seems to me that John in that question is only in your imagination. It's not there in the reality any longer. So whenever I have to ask a question like, oh, is John feeling well? Like, I have to ask, like, who is this John that someone is referring to? But I guess if the John is dead, then the John exists only in your imagination, right? So I still couldn't understand why the answer to that question, let's say what Tom gave, was no and not invalid. Like,
a dead person is no longer in a state to benefit from things, if I understand your question correctly. So if he's dead, then the answer is just no, he doesn't benefit because he's dead.
Yeah,
but my question is that that dead person is an oxymoronic statement. Like, I mean,
well, he's still the subject. He's still the subject of the statement.
Yes, but the subject doesn't exist anymore, like, in any way except in your imagination.
You're just using the proper noun. You're just
still following the rules of our language.
That's not true, because things exist either in reality or as concepts. So you didn't just all you did was change him from something that exists in reality to something that exists as a concept.
And we still follow the rules of our language.
Yeah, you're just using the proper noun John to describe the corpse at this point.
Yeah.
So no, the corpse does not benefit, but we still call it John, so there's no need for the shift.
And one more thing, when you say you people, what do you mean? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, I was just referring to those who want to. Yeah, you're kidding.
I'm messing around you.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I'm really, like, struggling with like how the language kind of so yeah, even the corpse is dissolved, but you would say that, well, yeah, the molecules somehow are somewhere, I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, I've got a moral question for you. Let's say Dick and Jane are walking down the street from opposite ends, and there's a homeless person in between them. And as they walk by, they each deposit $1 into the homeless person's hat. So Dick does it because he wants Jane to notice him, but Jane does it because she thinks that it's the right thing to do. Are their actions equally morally praiseworthy?
I did not catch most of that.
So you're basically looking at intentionality.
Yeah. Is it can you do the right thing for the wrong reason and it still be morally praiseworthy?
Well, I guess you should start with the question if the homeless man wanted $2 put in his pocket first, right? I mean, maybe that's not your question, but something to think about.
Well, if you're trying to make a choice of whether or not something is morally praiseworthy and you don't even know that you've done something at all, then how is that even an issue? It's like an amoral topic until you actually know that you've done something.
Yeah, I would say that Dick was acting amorally, but that Jane was acting morally.
Yeah, until you know that you've actually done something that someone considered moral, or what is like, how would you possibly know?
Same.
Well, the consequences
are the same.
Consequences are determined by reality, as far as I can tell.
Well, for the purposes of the example, you're assuming that the consequences are the same for them giving the homeless person $1.
Yeah, I mean, in your moral context, I see like you put like a little bit of a negative connotation on the "notice me senpai" aspect of it, right? Like,
well, it's a fundamentally selfish reason, right? Or rather than being done out of a sense of duty to the moral rule or whatever.
Well, that implies that it can't be morally superior to be selfish, because altruistic egoism is based off the idea that if you are truly educated on what is in your best interest, like all the things that would be best for you, if you actually knew them, you, as a member of a social species, you could never rule out the fact that a strong community is in your best interest. So you make decisions that strengthen others because you ultimately are stronger with a rising tide lifts all boats, is how they say it. So you
but my best interest isn't necessarily what's moral, because I could make a moral sacrifice.
If you make that decision of what morality is, like if I say morality is essentially what you and I both agree is moral. Like you can have an ethic, I can have an ethic, but then we sit down and we discuss what our ethics, and we come up with a moral between the two of us. It's the interaction between us, our agency. And that's what makes it a moral system.
Yeah, and it could also be observers too. Like, I mean, honestly, we all have different opinions on what that could actually be. So, I mean, really, the only real...
But can we agree that a properly moral action is a moral action that's the right thing, done for the right reason?
Only if you are accepting what everyone's definition of moral is. From my position, it doesn't even make sense to ask this question, because you've already determined with someone else what morality is. So, of course, by definition, you're doing something that's right, because you know what the right thing is. You've talked about it. It's established. It's a thought and process. So,
but let's say that your motivation is fundamentally selfish.
As long as you're using something like altruistic egoism, where I'm actually making an educated, selfish choice.
But we can't have both statements be true, that a selfish motivation is and both isn't moral, right?
Why not? A selfish motivation.
Secondary, maybe it's the primary if it causes somebody so much grief an observer that says, wow, that person's super selfish, and they're like, they lose all faith in humanity and kill themselves. Well, that's pretty bad too.
I mean, just to take a bigger picture, because morality, as at least for those who think it's objective, it has to be, independent of. It's not subjective. So, like, it would apply equally to animals as well, who don't have a language, who can not explicitly agree, or even if asked, like, they cannot. Don't have the linguistic tool. So all, like, I mean, we can try to assess, okay, from the behavior. So how would you establish the idea of agreement between animals, interaction, the relations? Is it like just your mind and imagination that is thinking that, oh, they are in agreement as far as something is moral or not is concerned, or is it like something else that you're putting to use when you say agreement? Like, is it like a linguistic agreement, or is it something more than that? Is it like and if it is more than that, how are you assessing it? I mean, I'm sure,
don't
like,
stack too many questions. If you get to a question mark, stop.
So I would say, animals kind of have their own judgment on what would be moral or immoral, but they can't process it because they do have their own languages down to, a bird moving a feather a specific way. Or just a dog sniffing the air a different way. They all create their own wills, and then if another animal is imposing on it, it becomes immoral.
Well, just like I'll shorten the question. Just pertaining to what Walker said about agreement. So, how would you assess the agreement part between animal interaction, like whether they are agreeing on something implicitly?
Probably by reciprocity. I mean, if they seem to be working towards a common goal, then from my definition of what all those words mean, they would be agreeing, in their conduct. But that's still from my definition of those terms. I have no idea what definitions they themselves have, or even if that's a concept they can hold. But from my language, it would be whether or not they're working in unison and common cause.
Yeah, through the symbiotic relationships and stuff like that,
The ethos of reciprocity, it's found even in the animal world, but it's a description we give to creatures that work to each other's mutual benefit.
Do you have some like case study in mind, or where you start from the scratch, especially to establish the morality that they hold, let's say? I mean, do you have something in mind of that sort, where like they begin from scratch by observing the behavior and conclude that, wow, like these are the moral laws I think they agree to and uphold, or something?
Well, for animals, like, evolution occurs by population, right? Through groups. So groups that have ended up being social were clearly superior than the ones that weren't, because it's such an important quality in so many animal characteristics that there's such an advantage to them working together. And it's even in game theory, the idea of the expenditure of my efforts on my own. If I can be Paleo Man out in the bush and survive on my own, I'm fine, but I won't thrive to the same level as being able to go down the street and buy a cheeseburger instead of having to grow one from scratch for $15,000, that sort of thing. There's an advantage to civilization, and that's why I'm here. So
like the objectivity of the moral law. I mean, will it be fair to ask, like, is the objectivity of the moral law dependent on the survivability of the species or the individual? I mean, it
would depend
on
what.
Make sense?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're dealing with morality being a case of agreement between moral agents, then yeah, we would both have to agree that what's being done is for the best.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So also, animals aren't moral agents. Like, they can't reason. And I believe that morality is fundamentally founded in reason. And animals can't reason, so they aren't making moral decisions. They're outside of the scope of moral agency. But we have a duty to. But we have a duty to.
Can reason.
Well, they can reason to an extent, but they can't reason about right and wrong.
Oh, that's false though. There's been studies showing elephants and primates can do that.
Well, the question I think
the idea
they reason
of
about right and
injustice,
wrong.
Yeah, they have
injustice, inequality. They can recognize when someone is not getting their fair share. They do that.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but how do
how
we
they
know that
define
that's
right and
them
wrong.
reasoning about like crows? Crows won't give out any more to someone who takes more than their fair share. Like, yeah, I recognize that, but how do we know that that's them reasoning about morality?
What else would you call it? The person
Instinct.
is
Evolved instinct.
Yeah, okay. Evolved instinct would still have started off as something that was first reasoned out. Even if it's
instinct isn't reasonable necessarily.
No, it would have started out that way. Even if it's in the very beginning, basic awareness of this cell aware that it can't go here or it's going to get electrocuted on the petri dish. And so it just grows and stays in that one area. And all of the cells on the outside of that circle of safety grow tougher skins so that they can survive the periodic shocks with the electricity.
Yeah, to give an example, dogs, you know how they walk around in circles? They walk around in circles.
You cut out, dude.
Yeah, you cut out.
Nope, you're not back yet.
I'm having a bit of a trouble, like understanding why reason would be important. The reason being that if we agree that it's the goodness of the species, like survivability and all these things, and on which morality is, depending on like the more moral, the more survivability, then and these are evolved patterns, no matter how they came about. Like maybe it was just the survival of the fittest kind of a thing, and like why would reason matter? Like let's say they are just based on pure instincts, and just like that species then became more prominent. Even if they don't have reason, if we are saying that morality is dependent on the survivability, why would reason even matter?
Because they're doing the right thing, but not for any kind of reason. Remember what I was talking about in the beginning?
No.
That we're
What I
doing
mean
the
is-
right thing for the right reasons.
Yeah, but that's like you are taking the case of humans where you ask that question, like whether intention and the consequences. But here I'm saying that for the morality itself, like when we are studying and defining morality itself as something that enhances the survivability of the species, like in that case, like why would you judge the species to be moral or less moral depending on whether they have reason or no reason? Is what I'm asking.
Well, I don't take on that framework fundamentally that the good equals survivability of the species. I can make a good choice, a moral decision that involves personal sacrifice.
Yeah, but like personal sacrifice could enhance the survivability of the species.
Yeah, but you're not the last one in the survival of the species, though. You know what I mean? Or you're not limited in numbers. So self-sacrifice doesn't mean anything.
Well, why is the species equal the good? Why is survivability of the species equal the good?
Assuming you're intelligent enough to recognize that your survival was predicated on its existence in the first place.
I agree that it's good, but I'm asking why should we accept it as morally, as like the moral good, the moral goal?
Because you don't accept it as we unless we agrees. You can recognize it as a good ethic, and someone else can recognize it as a good ethic, but it doesn't qualify as moral until you both agree.
Well, that's not true, because if Nazi Germany won World War II, Nazi ethics wouldn't be true.
If everyone agreed that wouldn't be ethics. It would then be moral. And you'd be dealing in a system where apparently everyone agreed that the Nazis were moral.
If everybody agreed that Nazis were moral, would that make Nazis moral?
Yes. By definition, everything that...
I disagree. I don't think that Nazi ethics can be reasonable. They're self-contradictory.
But that's because you're not accepting their morality. You're not even accepting.
I reject it because it's unreasonable, because it's self-contradictory.
Then why offer it as your option? It's only contradictory to your moral system.
It's contradictory to reason.
No, it's not. If you and I both agree that eating bacon is immoral, okay, then it's immoral.
Yeah, it's immoral, but not because we agree.
It is only immoral because you and I both agree that eating bacon is immoral.
No, we can determine if something is moral or not by whether or not it contradicts itself when applied as like a universal motive.
So if everyone viewed eating bacon as immoral, where's the problem?
Well, I'm not really sure how I feel about the veganism debate, but to take a different option, like if everyone viewed murdering one person to save the lives of 5 people as the moral option, I would say that would always be an immoral thing, even if everybody agreed. Like spontaneous organ harvesting.
Then it wouldn't be everybody agreeing because you'd be the odd man out.
Okay, but if the most people agreed that
it doesn't matter.
That spontaneous organ harvesting was moral, that would not make it moral. It would continue to use people as solely means to an end.
You're changing the terms you're using because you started by saying maximal universal, and now you're stepping it back to most people.
No. I was talking about the universalizability of the motive of action,
which was a criteria you were using to determine whether or not something was moral. So you can stick with either
because a moral law has to be universal. Like a moral law is something that we can determine a priori and is therefore universal because it is a metaphysic, it's a first principle.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. So
it has to be universalizable.
You're talking about a completely different moral system than 2 people agreeing on something.
Yeah, I'm saying that 2 people, just because 2 people agree on something doesn't make it moral. The Nazis,
by definition,
unifying
it makes
everyone
it
in their thought doesn't make if the Nazis unified everybody under their system of beliefs about right and wrong, that wouldn't make what they believe right.
By definition, if you're talking about what's good or bad, you're talking about what you and I are agreeing is good or bad.
No, we're talking about what reason demands us to accept as good or bad.
That is irrelevant. In the end, my reason and your reason could be separate, but we still have to sit down and talk. And that's where the morality gets established, is in that communication.
Exactly, but when we sit down and talk about what's moral, one person can be right and one person can be wrong, but 2 people cannot both be right about 2 contradictory moral claims.
Well, then that wouldn't happen. If both people who are present agree, there's no contradiction. Where's the contradiction from 2 people agreeing with each other?
Because they could both be wrong.
They're both agreeing with each other. How are they wrong?
If 2 people agree that 2 + 2 = 5, then they're wrong because 2 + 2 = 4.
According to you.
Hold on. You're adding in an extra thing, like you're acting in like an extra person, like judging this.
You basically changed
the extra person is
wait. Basically change what you said to include, from our understanding of that 2 + 2 = 4, if 2 + 2 = 5 is something that 2 people agreed to, they're wrong. You're just skipping the fact that you're adding on that original assumption.
No, we are assuming the rigorous definition of 2 and 4 for the purposes of that assessment.
That is not what I said. I said if
maybe I missed your point.
Yes, if you and I right here, right now, are agreeing that this 2 + 2 = 4 is what is correct, and then we come across 2 other people who, between the 2 of them, have agreed that 2 + 2 = 5 is correct, You and I are correct to each other. They are correct to each other. We aren't going to agree. Our two groups are not going to agree. And that's the problem here.
No, I'm saying that there's a fact of the matter about what is or isn't moral.
According to your perception. I'm
saying according to the fact.
You are assuming it. But that's the thing.
No, I'm not assuming it. I'm deducing it logically. I'm deducing it theoretically.
Hold on. Well, math is already a bad example because math is completely made up language.
Yeah,
that adds a different.
But it is rigorously defined.
Use an uneaten candy bar still in its wrapper, throwing it away needlessly. Just it's a lot easier.
Yeah, it's just like trying to. You're trying to get a concept with concepts. You know, I'm just like, what the heck?
Well, when you're making a moral judgment, there are two inputs. There's the empirical input, like the act of stealing, and then there's the concept of rightness or wrongness that we apply to that action. And those concepts of right and wrong are intrinsically motivating.
Well, under the law, stealing there are conditions when you can steal, for example, like in the need to protect your life in a disaster. You can take food from any store, any supplies you need. It's in the law code because we recognize that life matters more than stuff.
Yeah, and I've already said that what matters is both the action and the motivation for that action.
Can I chime in and try to kind of make some sense of what's going on here? I think what he's trying to say basically is like, I'm talking about what Bacon's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is when you were comparing like 2 + 2 = 4 and 2 + 2 = 5, those two people can come to an agreement on those things, but there's still another level of truth factor to it. And I think that's what he's trying to get at, that there's different level of truth factors to things. I don't know if that makes.
No, I completely understood what he was talking about, but it's a comparison between you and I having the discussion about whether or not 0.999 = 1 or not. And one side saying, yes, it equals 1, and the other side saying, no, it doesn't equal 1. And according to whatever rules of math you're adopting at the time is what determines whether or not you're right. And that's the only thing. You and I have a certain set that we've agreed to. That doesn't mean that the other two do. They're using their own set, their own understanding between the two of them.
But do you believe that reason is universal?
I think universal isn't universal.
I'm not sure what that means. Like, do you think that reason is universal, like laws of reason apply universally?
The only exposure to reason is your own. So you are only ever capable of stating anything to do with reason about yourself. And the first thoughts that you have, I think we talked about this before, the first thoughts you ever have is this delineation of self and not self in the sense data of your consciousness. That's it. So the first thought you have is one of logic, period.
Plus, the other thing that makes reason sort of not universal is that you can basically have two different frameworks that arrive at the same hopeful state, I guess you could call, for lack of a better term, and have two totally different frameworks of getting there. I guess if you wanted to frame it in the math terms, it would be like a 2 + 2 or 2 × 2 type of thing. I think it was coined as addition versus quaddition.
So I'm sorry, I kind of was away for a little bit. I had my mic muted. So I'm trying to get an idea of what model of moral system like each of you are arguing for.
Well, I'm probably going with the Lockean pragmatic system, but because I don't tend to go with Tom's ideal form.
Okay.
I mean, I'm actually been wanting to talk with him more about how much they overlap, because I think they overlap far more than I think he realizes.
Yeah, I think a lot of where people might slide off of Tom's view on morality is when you get into like the pragmatic sense, like you're saying, sliding off into a real world, I guess, application as opposed to a ideal world.
Yeah, well, that's always been the argument between Plato and Aristotle, is whether or not it was better to appeal to ideals for your understanding of things, or whether you should view it as a form in and of itself, an Aristotelian form. And which way do you start? Do you start from the ground up, or do you start from the top down? From the you presuppose the existence of abstractions of a Platonic realm, and you glean information from it, or you start from the ground up and work up. You're going to have two vastly different worldviews constructed if you do that. And that's essentially what happens, I think, in a lot of religious debate. You have these two fundamentally constructed different worldviews. And I don't think there's an agreement. It's like each one wants to prove that their worldview is right, but both of them work if you both agree that they work. If you both agree, for example, that the ethos of reciprocity is valid from a ground-up system and is valid from a top-down system, then it doesn't matter how you got to the ethos of reciprocity. You can move forward. And I don't need to win my argument that a bottom-up epistemology based off Cogito is valid. And you don't really have to win your top-down God version of the world. It is valid. If we're both agreeing that we got to Cogito valid within our system, like a coherentist system, if all the nodes in my foundation are in my circle, my coherent circle, are coherent and they work, then you can make any number of fundamentalist arguments against me you want. You'll never defeat coherentism. And no coherentist will refute a foundationalist just because they think a foundational starting points are arbitrary. It doesn't work that way. There's a fundamental impasse between foundationalists and coherentists arguing against each other. They'll never disprove each other.
I think you just swayed me over to your view of this. I think the way you worded that was really well worded.
So here's a question. I think Tom goes, when he starts out with the "I think therefore I am," he's starting from the bottom.
Yeah, he's starting with a technical, like what's technically known as an Aristotelian form. I'm not sure why he doesn't use these, but this is how I learned it. He's starting from the thing that sparked the Enlightenment, cogito ergo sum, the acceptance of the Aristotelian form versus the Platonic ideal. The idea that you build from the ground up and that the form provides you all information that you need to know about the subject.
But when it comes to his I would say ideal situation about morality, would he be starting from the top down?
Technically, no, and that's the part that confuses me, because his best of all possible worlds, by definition, is a Platonic ideal.
Well, so, he'll fill in with pragmatism.
Yeah, pragmatism is what you deal with if you start from the bottom up. Platonic forms you can use as a top-down structure. And I think the reason he uses it is because it works so well in debate. It's the same thing with his naturalistic pantheism, because all you're doing is essentially taking exactly the same theistic argument and applying a different, technically theistic application of it that has been used in the past. He's not even inventing new ones. But the way he's formulated it is kind of genius. But yeah, it works. Put it that way.
Yeah, if you're looking to fix the world, you probably need something a little lower level than what he presents. But I kind of tend to agree. If you want to have just a solid foundation, this is probably the model to have.
Well, like I said,
I just feel that because he keeps referencing the ideal world of that's like the ultimate, like, best moral world, which would be like top down, right?
Well, no, he's not creating his worldview based off of it. He's basing his, what do they call that, worldview projection off of it. So he's projecting into the future the idea of an ideal. and using the ideal to ground his morality. I actually was surprised when I first heard this idea. It was William Lane Craig and Jordan Peterson in a debate. William Lane Craig mentioned that you could use a Platonic ideal to ground morality if you didn't do it with God. I'm like, that's true. I never thought about it that way. And then I started seeing Tom using it, and I was like, that's fucking genius, because it's the exact same thing. You're just removing agency as a requirement of the argument.
Yeah.
But that does defeat the right reasons part of what qualifies something to be moral, right?
Don't see how.
Because you said that it doesn't matter what their motivation is. It takes the agency part out, is what you said.
No, that wasn't. That wasn't related to moral discussions at all.
Oh, I gotcha.
Like
once everybody gets their own world.
Yeah. Once we all become Mormons and have our own world.
Unless more than one person has the exact same worldview, then I guess you could, just be in the same world together.
That would probably happen. I suspect that we wouldn't, even if the Mormons were right and we all got our own universes, the first thing we do is make people to join us.
Yeah. Kick everybody out that's a pain in the ass. You're allowed to be voted back to you'd have to, what would it be? You have to sign some contract. If I get voted out by you guys, I have to go back to my own little world.
Oh, no. Best possible world. In the best possible world, your word is your bond. That's it. No contracts needed.
Oh, sure. Until you have that little clause at the end that says I'm being invited into some like red room of yours or some shit I don't want to be in.
It seems to me kind of an arbitrary standard to say that imposition of will equals immorality.
I actually had this
involuntary imposition of will.
Well, involuntary imposition of will is his ideal. And so he's basically saying that if you start with that ideal and you deduce everything from that, anything that is imposing on your will be by definition be immoral.
Yeah, so why should we start from that ideal?
For whatever reason people think we should care what God is, because it's the same thing.
Right. You can have voluntary impositions of will, like working out, like he says.
Yeah, but like, why should we accept that fundamental assumption?
Who said you should?
Well, if we're going to agree that his morality is correct, then we have to.
How can, if chocolate ice cream is your favorite, how can it not be your favorite? Or how can you not like it?
Sorry, I don't understand.
You're arguing against a definition. Like, is murder wrong? Murder is by definition wrong. It's culpable homicide. By definition, murder is wrong. Killing is not always wrong, but murder is by definition wrong. So if you're talking about morality, if you're talking about things that you are agreeing on are good and bad and stuff, then you are either referencing the coherentist structure that's being offered, or you're just injecting your own foundational claim saying that coherentist structure I don't like.
Yeah, and I hear motivation too, which motivation really isn't a component of his model. If I'm thinking that's what you're meaning.
And we can also see examples from the past to now that when it's immoral to inflict your will onto somebody, for example, like slavery.
Yeah, but I agree that slavery is wrong, of course, but you're reasoning in a circle with that because you're using your moral framework to justify calling slavery immoral and then using that as evidence of the moral framework.
I'm sorry, a foundationalist arguing that the coherentist circular circle of reason is circular is ridiculous because it doesn't matter. The circle is the point. And a coherentist arguing against a foundationalist starting point as being arbitrary is irrelevant because it's the point. There is no way to break the impasse between a foundationalist worldview and a coherentist worldview. There isn't. If you figure one out, you'll be fucking famous.
But I think what the case is that we can see in the past that, hey, that when we we impose our will onto somebody else, then that in the past we've grown to see that it's immoral. So because of that plot on let's say a plot on the graph, therefore we can say, okay, so if this is the trend we're going to, then this might be the most ideal way to be the most moral, and then work it from there.
You're basically just saying that we've seen in the past that involuntary imposition of will leads to bad consequences.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed something. I had to step away.
Not always. I mean, not always because of pragmatic situations. But what I'm saying is that the imposition of will, I guess we can always say is bad. I guess.
Just maybe when you frame, maybe wanting to frame that to where when you say somebody's imposing their will, I guess it's from the other way. Like there's an actor,
yeah, having somebody having their will imposed upon.
Right.
Yeah. It's no different than someone saying that whatever God says is bad, even if you don't agree. It's literally no different. Imposition of will is bad because we say so, and God gets to say what is bad because God gets to say so. They're the same argument.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't want to be in shackles and work for free, then that's their will is imposed on.
Now, if you're going to move it away from the ideals, those are like God is a Platonic ideal. Imposition of will is a Platonic ideal. If you want to move away from that, you have to switch into pragmatism, and a pragmatic view is probably the Lockean thing I was talking about before.
Yeah, you'd probably have some hard ways of figuring out a pragmatic view for slavery too.
Yeah. Well, he said, for example, life, liberty, and longing were the basis of civilization, because if you're dead, you don't need liberty. But if you're alive, you need liberty to be the measurement of what value your life has. So literally, how much freedom you possess dictates how much value you see life as possessing. And I thought it was kind of genius, because it meant that as long as you see an infinite value to your life, you have to, by definition, apply an infinite value to someone else's life, since you're both in the same sphere. Because if you view your life as more important and he views his life as more important, you would then be infringing on each other's liberty, and to the point of death if necessary. And so it's a tiered system, and I thought it was genius when I first heard it. I'm sorry, I was rambling.
You're good. You're good.
It was the weed. Forgive me.
No, I think you're good. I was just trying to process what you were saying.
Could you clarify why arguing that circular reason isn't a valid argument again? I'm still trying to think about that.
What do you know about coherentism as a philosophical system? Save me 10 minutes of explanation by telling me what you know about coherentism and foundationalism.
Well, I guess what is the invalid argument? I guess, did you have that formed up? I missed it, or I didn't hear it.
No, well,
external justification for the moral system, I think.
Yeah, well, if you're looking for external justifications for a coherentist system, you're asking the wrong question. Just as much as a coherentist can't ask for better foundationals than a foundationalist uses. Those are simply the two positions you start at. You're either appealing to a Platonic ideal for your foundation, or you're constructing an epistemology, a coherentist epistemology from the ground up. Those are two diametrically worldviews.
What is the difference between a coherentist position and presuppositionalism?
Presuppositionalism is foundationalism, by definition.
Assuming a Platonic ideal is not presupposing that ideal?
Yes, exactly.
How is it not?
It's exactly the same thing. I'm not sure how to explain how something is perfectly the same thing. If you look at what we were just talking about, the imposition of will being this ideal that you're striving for is the same thing, and saying that any imposition of will from the top down is wrong is the same thing as saying God said it was wrong, so it's wrong. It's exactly the same ideal. But it has nothing.
Which is presuppositionalist.
Exactly. Yes.
So it is presuppositionalist.
That foundational component is. If you're going to go with a Platonic ideal, it is. But if you're then going to switch over to an epistemology, like a pragmatic epistemology, that's a coherentist one.
Let's make something simple here, right? So say you're standing next to somebody, maybe it's the roadrunner and you're the coyote, and you push the roadrunner out of the way because the boulder's coming down, right? Roadrunner breaks his neck and is now a paraplegic because he only has 2 legs, right? So you saved his life, but you shoved him and now he's in bad shape. So that's the pragmatic save there. It's a involuntary imposition of will, but you made the decision to let him live.
Yeah, they're
I would say that's moral if you save somebody's life, even if they get injured.
But it's only moral from your system. It wouldn't be moral from the other one.
There's also there's no in Tom's moral system. I just want to get that in there.
Well, I'm saying that it's moral because reason says that it's moral.
No, reason based off of your presuppositions, yes, but not based off of someone else's ideal. No.
But would somebody else's ideals be presupposed themselves, though?
Say again?
I said, wouldn't somebody else's ideals just be them like it?
Yeah, you essentially have 2 presuppositionalists arguing whose presupposition's better.
I don't think reason is a presupposition, because if once you're questioning the reason of reason, you've already committed implicitly to using reason. So it's a perfectly valid foundation without being presuppositionalist.
Well, that's what Cogito means. You're just recognizing that you're reasoning and that it exists. And you may never know what's causing it, but it doesn't change the absolute fact of its existence.
Exactly. So it's a good grounding for morality, because the concepts of right and wrong are intrinsically motivating like desires.
Say that again?
Yeah, but now, hold on. But now you're assuming, but here's the problem you're coming into, is now you're assuming that your reason is reasonable, and another person is doing it. Let's say another person doing the same thing. And we both have the same foundation, but yet I may think something is immoral and you might think something is moral. How do we get past that with the same foundation?
By determining whether or not it contradicts itself within the concepts of within the confines of reason, of the law, of the rules of reason, like the law of non-contradiction.
But by definition, it never would have.
Yeah,
but you determine whether or not the motive is moral, because the motive is the rightness. Or sorry,
how did you determine though? But how did you determine the motive?
You determine the motive yourself. You determine your motive.
And they determine their motive themselves. So you're using the same system.
But the tool that you use to apply to determine if whether or not your motivation is moral is a moral motivation is you say what if this was the universal moral law, this motivation, like promise breaking,
ideal,
like promise breaking, like what if I want to break a promise because I see that it would benefit me? I would say, what if it was the universal moral law that everybody broke promises when they felt like they had something to gain? Well, then the whole institution of truth-telling wouldn't exist, and since lying is parasitic on the institution of truth-telling, then when a thought of universally, my motivation cannot be moral because it contradicts itself.
Yeah, there's no contradiction. There's just 2 moral components, like with the Roadrunner and the rock and the pushing of the Roadrunner out of the way. There's 2 components. There's the immoral action of pushing Roadrunner out of the way, and then the moral good of him surviving, and so there's not just the motivation component. There's also the resultant.
Yeah, there is the consequence component, but that's not what qualifies the morality.
But
it could. It did. He survived, right? You just admitted though that a second ago.
No, his motivation was right because it's moral because his motivation was to save his life.
Yeah, but he still got hurt. So
yeah, he still got hurt, but his life was saved. And you can apply that reason universally. Say, what if every time someone is in danger, I will attempt to save their life, even if it results in some kind of lesser injury than death. That would be totally reasonable when applied universally.
Yeah, there's others.
Here's the issue coming into is now you've made an ideal out of the situation.
Yep. You've picked a different you've picked a different ideal than the ideal someone else is using.
No, because I'm grounding it in reason, not a presupposition.
That wasn't relevant. That's not relevant at all.
The problem is we already explained the difference, the problem you have with the reason, because somebody else has the same foundation as you do, right? And come up with something that is immoral to them and moral to you. And they still could be both not still fall within the reasoning or the logic.
But one of you is wrong.
And I'm wondering, how do you establish this?
You establish that with the tool that I just said.
You are both wrong according to both.
Then you're going to ideals.
I'm not applying to ideal because that is a necessary.
I'm sorry you don't see that, but you really, really are.
As
you really are.
Moral principle is universalizable. That's literally what it means to be a metaphysic, to be a first principle of morality, is that it is universal. It's universal. So if you want to find out if your motivation is in line with the universal principle of morality, then you have to apply your motivation at the universal principle level. And if it is inconsistent, then you've defeated yourself.
Tom's universal thing is the imposition of will or lack of imposition of will or involuntary imposition of will. Sorry. That's his moral universal.
Yep. There's nothing wrong with the coyote not doing anything in the top-down approach. There's only the pragmatic, immoral action of, the roadrunner, or the lack of the roadrunner not breaking his neck and becoming a paraplegic, and also, the shove. But he is dead, but there is no impetus for, the coyote to act.
Well, my thing is that it feels like involuntary impositions of will seem like they're a lot more measurable. Whereas something as reason, I can reason and come to a completely different conclusion. Like I could be a fucking psychopath and just decide to snap the roadrunner neck instead.
Yeah, and you're reasoning wrong. Because you can reason correctly and you can reason incorrectly.
According to what, though?
According to the laws of reason.
And what exactly is that?
Well, if you contradict yourself, then you're being irrational. It's inherently irrational to contradict yourself.
What's contradictory about me snapping the roadrunner's neck?
Well, you're using that person as a means to an end rather than solely a means to an end rather than end in themselves.
I don't see how that's contradictory, personally, but
what's your motivation? To hurt them, right? So when you apply that if you apply that universally, then there would be no people. The whole institution of harming people wouldn't exist, and so therefore you couldn't harm anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's say up to something like pleasure, right? I say that I get pleasure from harming people, and that's my basis for my morality, basically.
Your pleasure isn't unqualifiedly good. Only your goodwill is unqualifiedly good.
I don't understand what you mean by that, but I also might just not.
Well, like the will is the faculty by which you make decisions, right? But the goodwill is having good intentions. Right.
Yeah, but what is good? That's the question here. It's like it feels like you have a really abstract, like ambiguous definition for good that we're not really able to measure.
Well, it's measured by whether or not it is in line with the laws as reason determines it, with the laws of morality as reason governs them.
Yeah, but what's to say that the human race being like evaporated off the planet tomorrow is bad or good? What's to say that
what do you mean?
Runner isn't better off for the environment?
For the environment or for species, because we've killed so many.
Yeah, why are people?
Because you're trying to qualify the morality of the action by the consequences rather than the motivation.
And see, that's the thing. You keep smuggling in this ideal that matters.
That does matter.
In your definition, it matters.
No, it matters in morality. Period.
Bacon, there might be some sort of pragmatic framework where if you just take like these lines of reasoning and turn them into like a just a standard, way to treat certain situations, you might run into some issues that I can't think of any right now, but you should definitely bring it up to Tom when he is back on Sunday next week.
I have a question, and this is actually just something I would like to know. If my intention is to end the entire race of Roadrunners, right, and I decide to snap his neck, that's my intention. I've reasoned that I want to end in this entire race of Roadrunners because that's just what brings me pleasure. That's just something that I want to do.
Well, if the Roadrunners agree to getting their neck snapped, then it's moral. But
your motivation is selfish.
The motivation doesn't matter.
Motivation is all that matters when determining the morality. Prudence and morality are not necessarily the same.
You don't have a way to motivation. That's the thing. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Is that you have
nothing's clearer than your reasons. Like you can't measure consequences accurately, but you can always know what your reasons are.
If I'm motivated to kill somebody and don't kill them, am I immoral?
You're doing the right thing, but it depends what your reason is. Because you can do the right thing for the wrong reason. But that isn't a truly morally praiseworthy action.
Okay.
I think it's a shame because I'm not understanding really what you're talking about anymore. I don't think, but it also might just. No, it's not your fault. It's probably a language barrier on my part. I'm not very philosophically savvy.
Yeah, me neither, man.
I'm just a fucking community college student.
Yeah, I don't do this stuff. I'm in engineering.
College, what's that?
It's all fun for me.
Yeah.
All
right, guys, I got work in the morning, so I'll talk to y'all next week, probably, maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
Later.
See you Sunday. Have your questions ready for Tom.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, I didn't understand what he was talking about personally, but
he was smuggling in an ideal and he didn't want to admit it.
It kind of sounded like he was sliding in aughts real quick too.
Your intentions. Well, my thing is that your intentions, the consequences of your intentions can also be something that you're reasoning to. Like it feels like if he's claiming that only your intentions matter, right? And I kill off the entire population of Roadrunners with the intention on thinking that it helps the environment. That's still like part of my intention. The consequence doesn't. Just because it's a part of it. Like I'm not understanding him. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's because you need to think of it as. I don't want to be rude, but you need to think of it like he's being either dishonest or tricking you, because you have to remember that kind of argumentation comes from the need to appeal to a god. So if he can get you to admit to intention mattering in that fashion, then the ultimate intent of God matters most. So you need to be able to understand where he's going to go with that argument in the end to understand why he can't let you veer away from the idea of intention mattering. But the idea of intent mattering is a smuggled in concept. And
it's odd because he didn't come off as if he was a theist.
Actually, he really, really did.
I thought he did.
Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't know
he used at least 4 separate presuppositional arguments.
I don't know. It might just be me because I stepped away for a little bit.
These are hiding. They're hiding. It like here, in like with us.
Well, the thing is the problem is he kept like kind of smuggling in of his what he thinks is good.
Yep.
And then projected on everything else.
Yep.
And said it's universal.
Yep.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he had all defined at all what it meant to be good. And that was like
Because he's trying to appeal to universals, he's trying to appeal to abstractions, he's trying to appeal to that third realm that God resides in that provides all the answers. And if he can get you to commit to the idea that there's something other than concept and reality, if he can get you to admit to this concept of abstractions, existing as its own separate third category and not just another concept, he's got you. That's how all precept works.
When people bring up like metaphysical claims like that, can you just dismiss it as like just a red herring to the argument?
Essentially, yes, because you can build completely coherent top-down and bottom-up metaphysical worlds. Completely coherent. There's nothing wrong with them that way. The only argument comes from which one wants to try to debunk the other. And that's where the conflict comes from. Like I said, you should really look up the argumentation that goes on between foundationalists who argue against coherentism and how coherentists argue against foundationalists. That is literally the atheist-theist debate in sum total. Which is why I think Tom is kind of genius in using another foundational claim instead of a standard pragmatic coherentist claim, because it brings the fight to a theist on the theist's own definitions and terms.
Yeah. Who was it? It was somebody like the atheist preacher or something did this to Darth Dawkins about the Hindus.
Yep.
And it just messed Darth Dawkins up, and then he just got mad because he was regurgitating what Darth Dawkins does.
Well, that's the point. Tom is doing the same thing. He's just very polished about it.
Stop over-talking me. Stop over-talking me.
Stop over-talking me. You making more sense than I do.
Exactly. Listen,
okay,
how old are you?
One more time, and I'll mute you. I'll server mute you.
Well, it's like, even if they were to find a way to objectively morality, I mean, this is a classical response, but it still wouldn't fucking prove God. Like, because like what, I don't know, man. I don't buy it. Jesus.
Yeah, and the one thing you're going to want to do that I haven't seen somebody do in a while is don't say you're an atheist or an agnostic. Just say, make up your own term and define it however you want. Because they'll try to pigeonhole you and you won't move off a home base like at all with the discussion.
I'm a humanist Buddhist.
You could say I'm a boogie and this is my, whatever.
I did humanism Buddhism once on him, and it screwed him up.
Hey, Walker, are you really a Buddhist? Like, or are you just fucking around?
Well, I'm a traditional philosophical Buddhist. I don't go for any of the woo stuff that's come up.
So do you also believe like desires are like evil or whatever? Desires evil?
It depends, because what you think evil is not what I call evil. Evil doesn't exist like evil and sin don't exist in Buddhism. There's only ignorance and enlightenment.
I have
like a criminal is not evil. A criminal is uneducated and unenlightened and can be taught and fixed.
Yeah, I think that kind of dualism does not exist. I mean, one thing that Buddhism and atheism, at least, I mean, apart from reincarnation and that kind of stuff, is that at least Buddhism allows the whole being of you to be annihilated. Like, there is no soul and there is no God. And it's kind of a permanent, like a temporary soul kind of a thing with the whole reincarnation thing, but at least there is a chance of you being completely annihilated. I mean, after death, compared to in the atheistic worldview after death, but in Buddhism, along with, I think any religion that doesn't believe in afterlife wouldn't survive much, I guess.
Well, that's kind of the point, is that there are so many different flavors of Buddhism that it's almost a bad idea to ever state that you find anything in Buddhism useful, because you'll immediately be loaded with views from like various Buddhist schools of thought. and they'll all be hodgepodge together, and no one will understand that there's massive schools of thought difference. You can break it down very clearly to theistic Buddhism and non-theistic Buddhism, or atheistic Buddhism, because as much as people like to think that Buddhism is not like a theistic religion, it very much is in some forms.
But even in that theistic form, you wouldn't get like permanent soul or creationist or even otherwise kind of God, right? I mean, yes, you will get the heaven, hell stuff and all that, and
you wouldn't even get that.
You will not get.
You wouldn't get.
Oh, no,
if you start with pure existential Buddhism, you're starting with Cogito. Basically the same thing. There's no reason to assert that there's any kind of other dimension like hell or that soul is a real thing. None of that.
Oh no. What I meant was that in the theistic category that you put, like, I mean, Buddhism has that thing where it's not just about reincarnation into human body all the time. There is also these levels of heaven and hell kind of thing, and in some variations, at least. That's what I was saying in the theistic category that you brought up. But like, I have a different question. Yeah. So I want to understand, like, when you disagree with me on the point of like that question that I brought up about John, whether he's dead, and any question like, is it invalid or no? I am on the invalid side and you are on the no side. Are you in, like, the way you disagree with me, is it in the same category as if I am saying 2 + 2 = 5, or is it some other category? Like, is it such strong category in which you would classify me if I go for the invalid thing? Or is it like something more subjective, or like, you understand what I mean? Like, it's
I more of language. So we've invented a language, and we're using John as the noun, and as the body, we're just saying John because that's how we understood. That's how we understand that's the case.
Yeah, so so it's purely a language thing. But if it is purely a language thing, then
can you just say it again, just so you can hear?
So, like, yeah, I'll just revise. So basically, John is a poet who wanted in his lifetime to become, for his work to become famous, so that it could influence society and bring some good change in society. While he was alive, that didn't happen. When he died, so basically, if it had happened when he was alive, he would have benefited from it, right? But it happened after he died. His work became famous. So the question is, did John benefit from his work becoming famous and influencing society in a good way? So like,
no.
Tom gave the answer as no. My answer would be that it's an invalid question. And what I'm asking you guys is that the disagreement that, or whoever disagrees with me, the disagreement that you have with me is of the nature that 2 + 2 = 5 kind of category, or is it of some nature like I'm calling like moon emits its own light or something? It's like, what kind of the disagreement that you have with me? What's the nature of the disagreement? Like, can you give me some other example? Oh, this is like subjective. Oh, this is a subjective disagreement. This is just a language thing, or it is more profound than that. Like, yeah,
he's just dead. He didn't benefit. You can't benefit because he's dead.
Yeah, that's
like a category error.
Yeah, that's what it is. Category error. Because the body's not technically, it's John, but it's not John at the same time.
It's like ship of Theseus problems going on here. I mean, when did he stop being John? What is John? Yeah. How are you defining John?
Oh, well. Okay, here's the okay. Let me define John.
John, he was like, he bought a house on top of a mountain. He was thirsty. He put a cold drink up on the mountain. He walked down and was really thirsty and wanted to enjoy it. He couldn't go back up because he died. He couldn't enjoy it.
I think we will almost all be clear. Well, not entirely clear, but we'll all be clear about the birth part, right? Like, when we'll not be entirely clear, because some will say that it's a conception, some will say it's the when the consciousness arrives, or in what degree the consciousness arrives. But let's get to the death part. I would say that when the composition of cells, which is the body in this case, has lost the permanent ability, like it cannot even be revived by, I mean, if you are into the whole Nick Bostrom thing, like, okay, like things could become conscious. If you are not even that, like, there is a permanent cessation of any possibility of that consciousness reinvigorating. That is what I would call death, and that is where John ceases to be. So the dead body of John is exactly what it is, dead body, not even of John, because for me, John is, yeah.
So then we don't have, like, then it's in your, how you framed it, then you wouldn't say John anymore, right? Because in our language, where you're still using John, so we know the reference point of who you meant. They just happen to be dead. So it's a categorical error.
So, yeah, I mean, but yeah, okay. Yeah. So, like, yeah, obviously, like, John is now a dead entity, not out in the real world, but in your imagination, I guess. Because, I mean, you may say that if it was just a bundle of cells, then yeah, those cells are spread out somewhere in the universe as a matter or energy. But
Tom probably would have said, I'm going to speak on his behalf. He can bitch at me later if he doesn't like it. He probably would have said that you've defined something that either has a will to be imposed upon or no longer has a will to be imposed upon. And so at some point, the identity of what we are talking about has shifted.
Yeah, it's like kind of in your little scenario here, there's like an implied like legacy or type of like recognition thing that's going on in your head that's maybe blocking you on understanding this. So if you boil it down to something like a simple task instead of work, like say he was super thirsty, he cracked open a colon but couldn't get it to his lips in time before he died. He went through all that work and then he didn't get anything out of it. So it's pretty straightforward.
So I've been here for a while.
My actual question was that I asked before was that, and the original question was really the Epicurean argument about death. Like, is death bad for the person who died? And I mean, yeah. So like for me, death cannot be bad or good. But like according to Tom, the answer was that yes, death. If the person had the will to live while he was or she was alive, then the death was bad for the person. And like the way I put it is like the whole thing is invalid. Like you guys just cannot say anything after death. So that was the original question that I asked like long before to Tom. And I mean, I just cannot see how death can be bad for the person who died, because unlike any other situation where the will survives, in this case the will itself is obliterated permanently. So yeah, I mean, unless you are talking about, this will, I mean, this person can be revived through like in a artificial intelligence form or whatever, unless you are saying that, because in that case it would not count for me as a permanent death, right? It would be like, okay, still a temporary death, like sleep or something. But if it is permanent, then I just don't see how you can even say that death is bad for the person who died. Like I just don't see it.
Well, it's easy because we're making the judgment. If the person says I don't want to die, and the person dies, okay, that's an involuntary involuntary imposition of will, then it is immoral, okay? And we make that judgment. You kind of said we're judging it from the outside. That person can't judge it, obviously. That doesn't make any sense.
The will is also active up until the point of death. So like the dying is the action, right? When you're talking about the dead body, there's no will.
I'm not talking about the process of dying. I'm just talking about the cessation of all conscious activity. I'm talking about the event of that death rather than the process. The process may be torture, right?
That's not doesn't even matter. But the thing is you're saying is like you said you don't know how we could think it is bad, but we're the ones judging it, right? Because the person who's dead, they can't judge it.
Can I jump in
like
here?
Saying a punch is, 1 second. That's like saying punching someone isn't in the face isn't immoral as the knuckles are still heading towards their face. It's only after, But go ahead, raise for it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
So just a quick comment. I think it's because I've been listening for a while. It's super simple. There's two scenarios. One is in which you take the case the person is still alive and dies, and you're asking the question about that. Or the other scenario is after death. So after death doesn't matter. It's just say no. It's not bad after death because it doesn't matter anymore. That's it.
So,
well, I could say outside people can judge that it was bad.
After death? After this doesn't matter anymore.
After the person's dead, not that person, not let's say in this case, not John, because it doesn't matter to John because he's dead, but it could matter to us.
Well, what Ray's core is saying, there's no will to
again.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I mean, here have stated clearly that, like, it's. I mean, I'm not talking about the people who will be affected by. Let's pick another one. John was the other. Okay, John. Like in this case, John's death. I'm not talking about the other people. I'm talking for the person. I mean, even to say that for the person who is death bad for the person who dies is an invalid question for me because, like after the death, the person doesn't exist in any form. So,
see,
I mean that's how.
So, okay, so here's the issue we're coming into is because we're judging this scenario to begin with, right? So we're automatically judging the death of John. But you're trying to make it so, hey, here's a statement, let's judge on it. So automatically we're judging John's death or him being dead. You're not saying but you're trying to make it so it's coincided that what John is feeling or what John is, you know what I mean?
No, what I mean is like the third option could be simply that the question is invalid. It's like, I mean, so because if I say that is the event of
then the
death
whole entire then you questioning the thing is invalid.
Yeah, I agree. And
don't question it.
And right, but like it's I don't know, like I mean, yeah, I understand that. Of course, I mean that is something that I've already acknowledged.
So you're judging this situation, but then you're saying, well, we can't judge. Well, John can't judge it, so it's an invalid question. But the problem is you're judging it in the first place. So the only way you can do it is from your point of view or from outside point of view.
Yeah, you need to look at the death as a discrete point in time. Like there's no like kind of gap there. Like the lights go out. Sure, there's like the physical part of dying, but at a point you have to classify. There's a time where he was living. There's a time where he's dead, and whatever that crossover point is, the whole just.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that I'm defining as like even if there was minutest of consciousness, when it stops, and then there is no chance of even minutest of consciousness in that body happening. It ceases, the whole possibility of it ceases permanently. That is what I define as death. So, yeah.
Flying, I mean, I got a question for you. Do you like if you apply your question, is death bad for John after 10 years after John died? How would you answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I like if you're asking me, I would say that the question is invalid. I mean, I was bringing it up. Okay. I mean, I was the one who brought it up, but yeah, the question is invalid. And yeah,
I think we all agree.
Course, like, Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but then
No,
then the question is,
hold on. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. You asked him to judge about John's death, right? You're not asking John about his death. You're asking outside people to judge John's death. That's what the question is. Which it doesn't matter if it's 10 years, 5 years, or whatever. We can still judge about John's death.
No, I don't think that's really
but he's
relevant.
kind of. But the problem is he's kind of making it so that, well, it doesn't matter to John, so it's an invalid question. But it's not an invalid question when it comes to us, right?
He's saying between John and his
it's
death.
not invalid.
He's not saying other people.
It's not invalid because of. It's not invalid because of. It's invalid because the entity that you're pointing to, John, doesn't exist in the first place for the question to be valid. After the John who was living died.
Yeah, I think Razor Blades, I think you interpret it somewhat differently than maybe myself. I don't know about the others, but myself. It's because I say that there's no difference if it's John or anyone else that answers the question. It's just the case that you have to split it into cases. Is it while John is alive and then you ask the question for that scenario, or is it after he's dead? Because if it's after he's dead, and that's what I interpret the question to be, then it doesn't matter. The answer is no.
Right, yeah. It's between John and his death, not John and other people, yeah. Or other people in his death, rather. But it's not an invalid question. You can ask the question all you want. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think you're trying to say, you're getting at what is the meaning behind, is there any kind of legacy or whatever there? But anyways, I think it's time for a new topic, I think.
Yeah.
We have resolved the unresolved. Moving on.
On the next episode. I really hope to not see very many more flat Earth debates. I mean, they're kind of funny, but they never get anywhere, really. It's really bad.
Yeah.
The next debate needs to honestly be just a proposal. Like, we need a GoFundMe to send these people on a evidence finding expedition. Honestly, I mean.
Oh, that's what they want. They want other people to pay for them to do stuff. They're all
free
grifters.
Yeah, there's
free ticket to spacewalk.
Yeah, we'll have to put them. We'll put them on a payback kind of contract where they get their shit, served to them, and they have to pay it back in installments plus interest.
Were you guys discussing flat Earth in the Q&A in the live stream?
No, but
Well,
Tom just
I would
had
say
some experiences.
I mean, come on, bro.
I would say that
I
would say that it's more like.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I would say that when it comes to talking, listening to stuff that you're not with, like flat Earth or something. Yeah, I think it gets really exciting if you begin to listen to stuff that is especially pertaining to something religious like exorcism or something. Like the seriousness with which the guy believes, like the priest believes in the whole stuff. That fascinates me even more than. Actually, that doesn't. Like, flat Earth still is more fascinating, like why they believe in that. But I guess, it's interesting to just listen to stuff that you yourself don't believe in. But the question that you ask is why the other person believes in.
Well, here's two interesting things that you'll notice is one is, hold on.
That's why I jumped into a flat Earth server like a couple of weeks ago, just to try to inquire to how come these people believe in such a stupid thing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't say stupid.
Two things that I've noticed is I don't know a flat earther that's not religious. And the second part is they don't care about what is true or how the method they use to get there. and then the conversation ends right there. I mean, you could just see that with TJump and was it John or Thompson or whatever his name is?
Yeah,
dude, bro.
Natalie.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people call him Natalie, and it pisses them off.
It's just
man.
he doesn't care. He doesn't care about what the other person says. He believes what he believes, and that's it. And you can't tell him any different.
Yeah, and he does
literally
mind training classes too, where he brainwashes people essentially.
Oh, dude. Yeah, he probably
stole-
also runs a dojo of some
Yeah,
sort.
it seems.
I don't understand.
It seems to me. It
I don't
seems to me
understand how-
something akin to like. So, for example, someone brings up a claim of astrology, and I say to them, like, okay, like if you bring up a claim of God or something, which I cannot disprove, like let's say you define God in such a manner, not all powerful and all that, like, so it cannot be defeated by logical arguments, but it's a more subtle God and all that. Okay, this is, I mean, I cannot disprove that there is a teacup revolving around Jupiter, like that's like the famous philosopher, what's his name? Bertrand Russell. But I guess when it comes to astrology, like there is a logical argument that defies it, which is that, take the case of twins who were not just born, but conceived at the same time. And like if at all, their fates and their characteristics should be same, but you will find cases in which they are diametrically opposite. That should like logically counter, like that should logically defeat. It's not like a matter of my opinion. That should logically defeat astrology. But I think people still like say that, well, it's a matter of your opinion. And I say to them, like, it's logic. It's a logical statement.
That's postmodernism nonsense.
Well, I mean, yeah. So then 2 + 2 is. I mean, if someone says that, well, it's a matter of opinion that 2 + 2 is equals to 4. I mean, and you are into engineering, like you wouldn't be so reliant on that person. If it's So there are things like which are hard to understand when it comes to like presenting.
To even have a conversation, you and I need to make certain mutual presuppositions. So there isn't any way that you can engage with someone without just presuming that they are an actual agent, even if philosophically you could only ever prove they're a philosophical zombie. But by engaging with you, I am treating you. I'm presuming you are real. I'm not treating you like you're a figment of my imagination, that sort of thing. So this argument that presuppers like to make that you're making presuppositions too, the only real one that matters there, yes, you are, but we are making the same, except you seem to be making one additional one. It's the only real reply that needs to be given. And I don't know.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to cogito, there is something else that came up in my mind, which was that there is this self and non-self, but I guess like here I'm just bringing in the role of language. So Descartes, even when he is writing this stuff down, like cogito ergo sum, if in his mind he's writing that stuff not as a dear diary kind of a thing, but like to proclaim, whom is he proclaiming to? And if he is proclaiming to someone, he has already assumed that there are people he is proclaiming that to.
Only
right?
if you assume.
In that case,
no. You've said too much, because you've already assumed that he's saying something to someone and he's not saying it to himself. And I don't see why him talking to himself is not a valid idea.
Oh yeah, no, that is a valid idea. But like there, the problem is that like then so there are two categories. Like so, there are two things. Like when you say self and non-self, right? It's not just that; it's self and non-self, and other selves, right?
No.
So it is only because of other selves that you have come to recognize yourself.
No,
like through language.
No, other
Not even in a
selves, other
multiverse,
selves would
maybe.
be not self as well.
Yeah, other selves would be buried within the not self, and they wouldn't
self,
be.
yeah.
You wouldn't even be justified in calling them self, because you only have the definition of what self means to you. You have no idea if that label accurately applies to a philosophical zombie.
but that self came to be identifying itself as self only because that self was brought up in a language game environment where other people told that person.
You don't need language.
It was the first thought you have. It was the first language you invented to describe what you are. The something exists, that irreducible statement of all of philosophy, that sense data field, when you are basically just describing a process of what's going on. And the process of what's going on is that there is a delineation occurring in the sense data between self and not self. And that's what the recognition of that process, of that faculty, is what you call consciousness, is what we call self.
So would you apply the same thing to animals and like even lower consciousness?
No,
you cannot even apply it to other people. You can only apply self to yourself. You can only apply philosophical zombiness to other things. That's it. That's the only option you've got until someone defeats solipsism.
I'm not a philosopher, but that doesn't make sense to me. You're saying that like the default position has to be the philosophical zombie. Why?
Because the default position is not the philosophical zombie. The default position is you. Yourself is the default position. Everything outside of self that's nested in reality, that just gets labeled something other than self by definition, because you could never know that what you call self is what someone else is calling self. That's one of those hard problems.
Well,
I don't.
Here I'm pointing. Here I'm pointing. When I said that, can you apply the same thing to animals? What I meant is more on the lines of the knowledge without certainty kind of thing. Like if you apply the same thing to other humans, like with the idea of knowledge without certainty, in the same manner, if you do that, which I think you do, can you do the same thing to animals? Like, can you say that animals also, like the first thought, as you put it, is that they have this delineation of self and non-self? Like,
no, you don't know that.
You're making a philosophical zombie at the point. If that makes any sense.
To help, let's go to Razcore here, because I think he had something to converge on here. So, what part of it did you have some issues with? I guess which side of it, the self existing or the philosophical zombies?
The self not being that we cannot apply the concept of self to something else. That doesn't make sense to me.
Oh well, I would agree. You can't guarantee that there is a self concept of anything else but yourself, right?
No. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying, why can't we apply the concept to something else? That doesn't make any sense to me.
How do you know I'm not a brain in a vat?
It doesn't matter. I have induction. I go by induction. So I see myself.
And
I see some other stuff.
That's the only thing you can say for sure is yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
No, but the concept.
You're not using induction for self. You're using induction for everything else, which makes them unequal in comparison.
Yeah, the self is the self is the one thing at the epistemic level.
It has to be an absolute.
Thing cannot exist.
Just a minute. This is the point that I don't get. So I don't know what you mean by you can only apply it to yourself because the others. What did you say, Walker?
It has to do with absolute certainty, and the only thing that can be absolutely certain about is yourself and the existence of yourself. That's the only thing.
No. So my next question would be like, why do we go by absolute certainty? Like, who came up with that criteria?
Because it's the idea of how certain can you be of something.
But
it's just a concept.
Yeah, but I would say the same thing for the self. It's just a concept. So then I can apply it to some other stuff.
It can't be just a concept.
No. Can you think and not exist?
No, probably not.
It's logically incoherent for it to not be real.
What?
It can't be a concept, dude.
Hold on. The language we're saying that we've made up to describe this is a concept, but the actual thinking, like you can't think and not exist at the same time, right?
Sure.
Okay, so
that's how you know.
So that's that right there. That is 100% certain. You know you exist because you're thinking.
That's not. I wouldn't say completely. That only happens if you have the ability to self-reflect.
So
Well,
Raz,
your
you're
your
literally describing an
experiences are
act of
only
self-reflection.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're literally describing an act of self-reflection and saying, "Yep, there's self-reflection going on, so this has to be real."
Sure.
So Razcor, so you can, if you're thinking, you exist, right? You still don't know if you are a brain in a vat. So in that case, how would you know I'm just not some sort of illusion of grandeur?
I get the point, but I would say, like, what do you mean by no then?
Well, 100% epistemically no.
Yeah,
right?
with the same level of certainty. That's the point.
That's the disconnect.
The same level of a certainty that you know the self exists is not something that you can give to anything else.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's okay to
so-
operate under fallibilism after that, but 100% certainty is relegated to the cogito. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So no, I think we all agree here. I just don't get why this is an important concept. Like, and why would this be the default value?
Because it defeats. Well, yeah, no, you're right, and we do agree here. I can see that you can see what we're saying now, but
I pretty much agree with like TJump on this matter.
Yeah, it's used to defeat some of the theist arguments. Really, is why there's.
I see.
Pretty much the precept argument, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the pragmatic way of arguing against precept instead of Tom's way of appealing to a separate ideal and using their own tricks against them.
Well, Tom used this with that other the precept, the kind of the younger guy. I forgot his name. But it wasn't too long ago with the precept. Yeah, he used the same argument against him. Like, hey, I can be 100% certain and gain knowledge this way. Prove that it's wrong. You know what I mean? And the guy didn't want to kind of directly answer it. I don't know if you've watched it, Razcor.
I think I saw it. The Chris guy.
Yep. No. It was a young kid with a beard, and I think.
Yeah, isn't he?
Yeah, it's him.
Something.
I
think
I'm talking about the same.
Any theist framework where you get your reality and your sense perception from their model, it can be used against basically, not just precept.
But I think I don't know if this is like effective. I would rather see like a discussion on the difference in what they mean by knowledge, because that's the disconnect. The presupper means, and I would say, like, if I were in a discussion like this, I would say that, well,
that's easy.
We use knowledge like all the time to refer to stuff like, looking if the cars is going to travel around the.
I can answer the question for you if you'd like.
Using induction. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we're both using justified true belief. But they're using truth as defined by whatever the ideal is, in this case, God. And where we're using truth as being defined by that which is in accord with reality.
They started an ontology, we started epistemology.
Exactly. They started an ontology which changes the nature of the words they're using. And specifically truth. That's the one word that changes.
I agree with that, but my point was that I think it's more fruitful in a discussion or in a debate like with TJump to go down this route and try to get to what they mean by knowledge and what he means by knowledge. And
well, that's the thing. You will never get there. So you have a hopeless task because they've changed the definition of a necessary word, true.
Yeah, you can barely get off. That's not even home base. You can't even get out of the dugout. They won't even let you say you're an atheist or an agnostic. They'll sit there and argue for 45 minutes and then get, just on that point.
Talking about definitions.
Yeah, well, I actually got kicked out of the Reformation because I debated Darth Dawkins on the term atheism and how he went down this rabbit hole, and I let him go down the rabbit hole and everything else. And I said, well, you're just wrong. And I asked him, I'm like, which came first, the theist or the atheist? And he said the
The chicken or
theist,
the egg.
right? And he said the theist. And I go, I agree. And the theist came up with the claim that a God exists. This is the only claim we're referencing here. It's a reply to that claim.
That's a good gotcha. Good job.
That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all it is. Is we are doing is reacting to that one claim that the theist made first.
Hey, by the way, I have
and he goes, "Oh, well, that's bullshit. You're a troll. This, that, and the other." And I got kicked.
Yeah. Most of you guys are from US, right? I assume.
I can from Canada.
How's I'm wondering how's COVID doing there? Is it like how many people are getting the infection? Do you know?
Not much here.
Okay, you have some statistic? Is it like below 1% transmission rate or something?
Well, let's see. In the Tri-County area here, I don't know what it was. It's low. Like my county, it's only like below 100 cases a day. And there's like a million people here.
Okay, yeah. So this is correlated with the vaccines, right? I assume.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, cool. Go back to your nonsense now.
The state was like 60% vaccinated here in this state, Michigan.
I had a question that could probably be answered really quickly by you guys because you've probably heard this 100 million times, but I'm just curious to the answer. If I were to say that the one thing we can know for certain is the cogito ergo sum, and we say we know that because how could you ever be existing with, thinking without existing? And then someone comes back to you and says, well, how do you know you can't think without existing? What would you say to them?
You wouldn't know.
Exactly. So you could think without existing.
What?
No, that's not how it works.
It's not even a valid question. It's like a. So the question, the question then becomes, well, like you said, is, can you think and not exist?
Right.
And if you say yes, then you have to say, okay, then let's see it. If you say no, then the question's over with. Then you don't have to worry about another question.
But what about if they say instead, well, we're not 100% sure, so why would you rule one or the other out? Wouldn't that be logical?
How did you determine you're not 100% sure?
The point is you can't ever prove to somebody else that you exist, so that the question really doesn't work.
Yeah.
You just turn the question back on them.
I'm talking about, maybe I'm saying it wrong, and I'm talking about just yourself, not others. For yourself, how do you know?
Oh, just for yourself?
Okay, exactly. In order to ask the question, you are assuming that
you have to think. In order even to ask the question, you have to think.
The whole point of cogito is that Descartes arrived at it through a system of doubting his thinking till he got to something that the more he doubted, the more it confirmed it was true. So it's not as though you can continue down the path of doubting and somehow surpass your superior doubting. The more you doubt, the more you prove it's true. That's the entire point.
That makes, I get what you're trying to say there. That makes sense. I still feel like for some reason though that someone could say though that it is possible.
They would be by definition irrational because the very act of asking the question proved it true.
You're thinking. Yeah, you're thinking.
Wait. Global virus. What were you saying?
No, but yeah, I get your guys' point, and that's an excellent point. I just think for some reason someone could say that we don't know one way or the other whether you could think without existing. So to rule that out automatically and say, well, look, I'm existing now and thinking, therefore I must know that that's the case. And even if it's false or true, therefore I'm going to rule out the fact that this other thing might not exist. How do you rule that part out when it could still possibly happen? And
because your
assumption,
yeah,
right?
because you're to doubt that you're thinking, and you come back to
which is what is being said.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take that answer. I'll think about that for a second. I feel like I might be able to come up with something, but I like that answer though. That's what I came up with eventually too.
I think what he's getting at is kind of like if you think about an ant, right? Can an ant know about its own existence? But I think that the disconnect is that the ant just doesn't have the the ability or the consciousness to understand even the question. It still exists, but from its own perspective, not that it doesn't know, it doesn't care about, it doesn't have the ability to know.
That's an interesting point.
Well, here's the thing: is we can't think and not exist. But you're trying to question that. But the issue is, in order to do that, in order to even question that, you go back to the original. Is you're thinking. In order to question it, you're thinking about it. That's the problem you're coming into.
So
it's like an invalid. It's like an invalid question because you're thinking about it. Now you've actually, what you've done is you've gone a step further.
What if I'm not arriving at these conclusions by thinking? What if I'm actually not thinking about it and I'm coming to these conclusions?
Yeah, you're experiencing it. That's fine.
But you're still thinking of that. I mean, that's the problem. You're thinking of that question or thinking of these things, you know.
Let me.
And then you come back to the problem.
So global virus. The way I understand it, at least, that you apply cogito, is for a rational thinker. It doesn't apply to like ants, like I was mentioning. It applies to someone that has the ability to introspect and see, but the existence is independent of that at that point.
That would make sense.
We're not talking about people in comas. Yeah, we're not talking about people in comas. Yeah.
So you think that it doesn't apply to, like, if an ant tried to figure this out, you'd say that doesn't apply. It's just not even valid, right?
No. You're smuggling in something. The ant is not in the act of justification. They are only concerned with this instinctual connection between truth, their actions and their reality around them. So their actions are being critiqued with regards to whether it's in accord with their reality. That's what instinct is. There's no other justifications going on. So they're never going to have a justified true belief. So they're never going to have knowledge in the way we call knowledge.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Okay.
I have a question though. In the same manner that you cannot know for 100% certainty that the other person is not a philosophical zombie or something, can you have 100% certainty that you will not exist in the future? Let's say, like, can you be 100% sure that you will stop existing? Like,
technically, cogito is kind of based off the idea of the B theory of time, where there's no such thing as the past, there's no such thing as the future. There's only the present.
Which theory of time?
That's B theory of time.
Okay.
You're only logically capable of claiming that you are here and now, and that's it.
At this present time.
Can you clear out these theories? Like, I've heard references to them, but I don't know what they mean.
That's all it is. A theory of time presumes that the idea of past and future are valid, and B theory does not.
That's it. I mean, I thought that
look it up. That's all it is.
Like models or something, but okay. Okay.
When you start getting into quantum mechanics, then time kind of starts having different effects.
Well, time isn't part of the equations of quantum mechanics, so that's interesting.
Well, quantum mechanics treats time like an emergent property of the now. So it's kind of like, as long as there's interaction going on, you're justified in claiming there's time. But if there's no interaction going on, then you're not justified in using the term time.
So, you guys, who subscribes here to A theory?
I don't.
No one? Okay, good.
Wait. What was that? I'm sorry.
I was asking who subscribes to A theory of time.
Actually, I mean, the way I have not even understood. Like, I mean, because what is time but like the movement of things that you're witnessing, and I I think I have to give more time to like understanding what the
way I
differentiation
think
is.
about it is, well, if you erase memory, you have no recollection of the past, and that's basically B theory. That's how I think about it, right? That's how I simplify it in my brain.
And that would be like being in a very kind of that, some people, I mean, if you can reach through meditation or something, that state where you are just present and, I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, apart from that,
it's for B theory, you're essentially maintaining a record of events in your head, but you're maintaining that record in the now. And the record that you're maintaining is what you call the past. And the future is your basic like hypotheticals and conditionals. You can think of them, but they're not real in the same fashion as this record you're keeping in the now.
I think I subscribe to B theory as well.
Is it something along the lines of like, okay, like I could have just been born like a second before, or
Exactly.
I could have just started existing.
The 5 second universe thing, yeah. It's basically a way of saying you don't know you didn't start to exist 5 seconds ago with all of your memories and everything implanted, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. How I see time, I guess, is along the A theory.
Yeah, most people do.
Everything is infinitely happening all at once, though. So it's the past, the present, the future. It's all happening right now. Our perception of consciousness is what we see as the present. So, like, we're infinitely being born, we're infinitely dying.
Well,
It's
technically,
all
that's
happening.
B theory, by the way. Because if you're
Oh.
if you're holding all
well,
those
I guess
concepts
then
as
B
existing
theory.
right now, that's B theory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
All
there
right, well
there
then,
is no past,
yeah.
there is no future, there is only the now.
That's what I thought, but then I think I overthought it.
No, it's okay. I get it. But that also does make you connected to everything, because everything is now and you are part of everything, and we are all connected and everything is now.
Okay.
Okay, so I thought more about what your guys' response to me was on that, and I was thinking maybe I should phrase it this way instead. If given that cogito ergo sum is true, and we can understand that, would that automatically then justify precluding, or excluding the concept that it could still be possible that there's something that is a self that is able to exist without thinking?
No,
I have no idea what you mean by
assuming
that.
Cogito is true. That's
Because you started
assuming Cogito is true. That's what you start with.
Even in your example, you started off by stating Cogito is true, and now you're trying to add conditionals by which it's no longer true. Well, make up your mind. Is it true or
That
isn't
doesn't
it?
make any sense.
I'm saying, can you justify saying?
Wait.
I don't need to. You've already said it's true.
Let me just jump in real quick here. So, I think so. You take it the other way around. The cogito doesn't prove that you think. The cogito proves that you exist based on your thinking. I think you took it the other way around. That's what I understood. Global.
Yeah, that because we're able to think, that means we must exist, right? That's what that means, right?
Exactly. There's no other way.
Okay, yeah, I agree, and I see how that. Okay, yeah, I said that wrong then. So let me say,
it doesn't prove that if you exist, then you think that you exist. That doesn't follow.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, so that makes sense. Well then, go ahead.
No, please. I have a second question, like related to the B theory of time, but you please continue.
Okay, I'm just about done. I think this pretty much wraps it up. I think you got it. Help me figure it out. If yes, I get the concept of even questioning whether you're thinking to prove your existence would in itself be thinking. Therefore, it's proving your existence, regardless of whether it's true or false. I get that for sure. But does that then mean that something can't exist? Yeah. All right. Now, let me think about that more. I think I see what your guys' point.
Help me understand what it is you are trying to get towards. Like,
I'm just trying to figure out why why we ground here. Like, how can we say it must be that we're existing because we're thinking, where there could still be a realm, there could still be a possibility of, we don't know that it's not possible to exist without thinking. It could exist. But how do you know it doesn't?
But the issue you're doing, the issue that obviously the first issue you're coming into is you're thinking about that, which then you exist, you know.
But that doesn't automatically then mean that something can't not think about it.
Yes, it does, because you're forgetting.
Yes, it does.
You're forgetting why this is established in the first place. This is arrived at through doubt, not through anything else. You're arriving at it through a system of doubting your thoughts, and that's why if you just continue to doubt it, all you're doing is reaffirming it every time you ask another question.
Oh, I get that.
So you can't ask any questions. And I know that may irritate the fuck out of you, you can't ask any questions without proving it true.
Let me say something real quick. I think it's much simpler than that. It's just that I think what you're missing is that thinking in itself implies existence. That's it's by definition. I mean, there's no other way around that. The act of thinking means that has to be something that does the thinking.
Exactly.
That's why this follows.
And you know that because when trying to prove that you can't think, then you're thinking about it. Is that how you know that?
You're essentially describing the process of what is currently going on that you're recognizing. You're describing this faculty of reasoning that's going on.
Yeah. So one more comment. So this isn't. You don't prove your existence through the logic. It's the experience of thinking itself that proves the existence. That's independent of the logic and the language. The language comes afterwards.
Yeah, I think from the beginning, that's exactly how I understood it. I get all that. I just, for some reason, in my mind, I don't know why, I can still say that maybe there's something that, even though
because you're not accepting the fact that asking the question proves it true. You haven't accepted that yet. So you keep thinking that you can ask a question that will somehow change that.
The mere fact that you can doubt that,
proves it true.
Proving it true.
Well, I guess I'm asking. I'm asking it then wrong, because what I'm trying to say is it possible for me to not even think about it at all and be able to, or not? Yeah, to not think about it at all, but yet still exist.
Go ahead and don't think.
Yeah. Okay. I just did it. I went.
No,
I just did it.
No, you didn't.
Right?
No, you didn't. You're still experiencing something.
Prove I didn't. You see what I'm saying? Like, how do you know I didn't?
I don't have to. I only have to worry about me. You're a philosophical zombie, remember?
And I'm worrying about me. And I'm saying, I just did it. I succeeded. You just don't know it because I'm me. You're not me. Doesn't that make sense?
No.
Why not?
Because the very act of doubting it proves it.
But just saying that doesn't, though, because I can actually do it. I can actually show to myself that I can do it without thinking.
It doesn't matter if you can show it to yourself.
We don't have direct access to your mind.
And you don't have access to ours.
That's an issue.
The argument is hold on. The other issue you're coming into is by having this conversation, we agreed upon this reality. So you're not in accordance to reality.
I agree with that. And that's why I'm saying, let's say we're not even having this conversation at all. Instead, I'm completely outside of the conversation. And it's just me thinking to myself. And I just stop thinking and then I exist. That's not possible, you're saying?
No, because the delineation of what is occurring in the first place is a recognition that you are a nested portion of sense data. Like you're perceiving sense data and you are already labeling itself. So you can't then stop and go back and unlabel this part that you've already labeled.
Are you unable to stop your subconscious from doing its thinking or thought process?
Very possible. How do you know it's not? You don't know it's not. You just assume it's not. Whereas
No,
I
no,
go,
that-
I don't
that's
know.
what he
I
asked.
just don't
That's
know.
not. He asked
I'm back.
pro, not con.
So,
How far did you progress?
What's up?
How far did you progress down the rabbit hole?
All the way. I'm trying to. So are we in agreement then that it's you guys think it's just not possible to do this thing called not thinking and still exist because you just think that's not possible?
Ask if it is or is not possible is a system of questioning. The very question itself proves it true.
So don't question it, just do it. Could you just do it?
Do what?
Just literally exist and not think.
Well, here, hold on. I think you're conflating two things here. You're saying, well, don't question it, just say it. Well, questioning it is just our language and us describing it, what's going on. The actual sense experience, right? The actual sense experience is also us thinking. Okay, so
The
we
phenomenon.
exist. Yeah. So don't have any sense experience. You know, like I don't know how someone could do that.
To
you know
even
what I mean?
say that, you would have to
Yeah.
recognize what sense and not sense experience would be. And you
Exactly.
already,
Or you don't have to, and you just get lucky. You just do it.
if for any of those words to have meaning, you would have had to have defined them already.
No, wait. It's like what I said about the ant. The ant doesn't have the language and the capacity to think about all of this stuff, but it still exists. So there's a thing that exists, but it doesn't think about its own existence. That's possible. There's no contradiction there.
So wouldn't claim that it knows it exists then, because it's not the function that's being discussed.
Yeah, it just experience itself, and that's it.
So wouldn't
and that the mere fact that it's experiencing something, therefore it exists. It can't.
Yeah, and that's the Cartesian doubt, is the fact that you can't deny the phenomenon is existing, because the phenomenon that you are recognizing is you recognizing the phenomenon.
Yeah, so the argument itself is not really an argument. It's just a description of the state that we are in. It's just trying to put in a language our experience of self-existence.
That's why it's epistemological and not ontological.
Correct.
Makes sense.
We have solved
yeah,
the unsolved.
I think that answers it for now. I'll see if I come up with anything else, but I think that pretty much answers it.
Good job, team.
Between all of us, we make a decent Tom.
Not bad at all.
One of us just needs a chair.
It's in the other room. It's in the other room. I don't know why I've never dragged it over here. I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to pull this thing over here, and I'm just going to sit in here, and I'll be like, "Hey, Tom, see my chair? My chair's better." We'll have a chair.
My chair has better arguments than your chair.
The chair will kick your
a modern day debate. Just both the chairs posted up.
So did we solve like everything in existence?
Actually, I had a question regarding the A theory and B theory. So it seems to me that experientially, as I said, either you're on some drugs or meditation. That's the only way through which you could experience the whole universe as if it's just present, right? When you begin to think, automatically there is past and future, and so are you trying to say that the way A theory and B theory differs is that surely, like in terms of experience, there is time, but like, are you saying that on the epistemological grounds that that is where the difference is lying, where I can say that okay, like that existed permanently in the past, and time would exist. The universe would exist in the future.
I'm not.
What exactly is?
I'm not fully understanding you, because in B theory of time is considered an illusion. So it wouldn't make sense to start referring to events in B theory that way.
Like, okay, so I'm trying to understand the meaning of when you say that most of the people subscribe to A theory or maybe live like as if they're subscribing to A theory.
Yeah, like it's intuitive that A theory is true, but it's not But it appears, which is the annoying part, as though most of quantum interaction occur as though B theory is true, which is mind-blowingly weird, but it is what it is.
What's the problem? Flying.
No, it's just it's very difficult for us to wrap our little monkey brains around the idea that there's a level of existence in which time is irrelevant.
Well, I mean, the way I would look at it is, it doesn't matter if time is emergent or not. It can still be a thing, right? I mean, it
can still be a thing, but it would be emergent under certain circumstances and not under others, meaning ultimately it would be irrelevant.
No. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's irrelevant. We use it all the time in order to predict stuff.
We do, but by doing so, we are engaging with reality on a different level than fundamental quantum particles do. They don't interact with reality the same way we do at all.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not.
Subatomic particles aren't applied to normal laws of physics, right?
Oh, like what we call the laws of physics is all A theory and stuff. Yeah.
Why do you guys think that there's like a distinction there? Like all laws of physics include the quantum physics, right?
Because there's no theory of everything. There's no way of getting back and forth between quantum physics and classical physics. We don't know how to do that yet.
When you say they don't abide by the laws of physics, that doesn't make any sense because quantum physics is physics.
Oh, well, okay.
An electron can be in two places at the same time.
Yeah.
You
can have cause and effect happen simultaneously. And you can have a whole bunch of things that happen in the quantum realm that don't happen that way in ours.
No, I think that's a problem with like the interpretation. So we have some models, some mathematical models that we use in order to predict some stuff. And the mathematical models, there's this concept of superposition of states, but that doesn't mean that in reality the thing actually is in those multiple states at the same time. That's just our mathematical model.
Well, it means that you can't know which state it's in because time isn't relevant to the equation. You have to add time to the equation before you can then know which one it's in.
Time to the equation? Yeah. I don't know if that's true.
Superstates are time independent. They don't care about time.
It's like Schrodinger's cat, if you understand.
You have to add time to it before the superposition collapses.
You have to add time to it.
Yeah, because
my quantum physics is kind of rusty, so I don't remember all that.
That's Schrodinger's cat. You don't know if it's alive or dead until you look. You don't know until you apply time.
Yeah, but the way I think about it is not in terms of like this adding the time or whatever. It's more like the mathematical models that we use, they're probabilistic in nature. So
time dependent, yes.
At the moment, just forget about time. I'm not discussing that. So the mathematical models themselves are probabilistic. Now, that doesn't mean that in reality the cat is in both places at the same time. That just means that we don't know until we look at it because our models are probabilistic. But that's not a problem.
Well, Schrodinger's cat is considered a problem. I mean, I'm not sure
what do you mean by
it's not a problem. It's one of those conundrums that you stop and you think about. It's the conflict between essentially two theories of time, two theories of physics, two sets of mathematics.
The light and the waves are, the light is waves and particles, you know.
Well, so the way I would put it is like the light behaves in certain cases like a wave, and that's all got to do again with our mathematical models. So we're just trying to interpret the mathematical model, but that doesn't mean that the light is either a particle or a wave in reality.
Okay.
Actually, when you mentioned about different maths, there's this branch that, or complete math actually, not just a branch, called the Clifford algebra, Clifford geometry. It's actually something much more.
Well, that's about space time, like Clifford space, right?
No. This is
Something
like
else?
this is an algebra. Yeah, this is like it's also called geometric algebra. It's just a different way of coming up with equations. So for example, I'll give you a specific example. If you take a look at the equations of electromagnetism from Maxwell, there are 4 equations that describe like the electricity and magnetism interaction and whatever. In Clifford algebra, there's only 1 equation that does that. And it's a different math. It's a different, like it uses different concepts. It's actually much more powerful. I wish I would have learned it in school, but alas. And this is my point. Like, it depends on what type of math you use and then how you interpret the thing. So the math is independent of reality, basically. We can come up with different axioms and different systems to work in.
Math,
and then we interpret it.
Math is a language that we've invented to describe reality with precision.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so we just make up new languages of math every time we need to. And your Clifford algebraic is a good example.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it isn't like mainstream, but it's super powerful. It simplifies a lot of nonsense that the actual math. Because, for example, like in the regular math that we are taught in school right now, there's these 2 products between vectors. One is a scalar product that gives you a scalar, and the other one is a cross product, which gives you another vector. But what they don't tell you is that in the current math, that vector isn't actually a vector. That's a pseudo vector because it matters how you multiply the position of the vectors that you multiply. In Clifford algebra, you don't have that. There's only
Have you ever studied Eric Weinstein and his mathematics on this subject?
No.
You really should. He goes on to Joe Rogan. He has his own podcast. You should really look him up. It's Eric Weinstein. He's a mathematician who's literally trying to work on the theory of everything, and he's using a lot of the tensor calculus and all that stuff that you're talking about.
I heard some interesting stuff because there's this branch of mathematics. Is pretty niche. It's not like mainstream or anything, but
he actually has an entire interview about that subject, about the fact that it was like 20 years ago he proposed some of these mathematics should be viewed more seriously, and he was literally laughed. 2 years later, where someone was being awarded their doctorate, it was mentioned at the podium that he had been right, that they shouldn't have been so dogmatic in only selecting one type of mathematics to do the analysis. It's an amazing story.
Yeah, well, I don't really know about that, but I agree with him on this. Like, mathematics is just a system that we come up with, so obviously we can have multiple systems. But I was saying about I saw some, I think it was, or I listened to some podcast or something, and there was this guy trying to figure out the same, like trying to come up with like a theory of everything using maths from geometry. So like the fundamental thing of the universe would be like a geometric construct, not like an actual.
He was using spinners. He was using like 720 degree spinners and using spatial geometry based off of those. He's probably talking about exactly the thing you're talking about.
Perhaps. It wasn't Eric Weinstein though. That's for sure.
Somebody else. Wow. Okay.
Moving on, we solved that too.
So I sent you a message, Walker, but I was actually sorry, I was kind of busy earlier. I was going to say, doesn't the act of something being selfish have to conclude the known consequences of what occurs?
I don't think so.
Why? You're only concerned with its immediate effect on yourself in one regard, or you're concerned with its effect on others in the other regard. So it depends on what you're paying attention to.
Well,
you're still gaining both ways.
What I'm trying to say is that I feel like it doesn't make sense to separate the two as it is, like he was trying to do earlier, because if you're doing something and you have intentions on being selfish, that means you have presupposed what the consequences are going to be afterwards, doesn't it?
I don't know. I mean,
well, I don't think so. I think it's your just the intent of doing the deed, and you're not worried about the consequences of the deed, right? Like for instance, the person who brought up the Roadrunner. You push the Roadrunner out of the way of the boulder. The intention was to save their lives, but the consequences, they became a paraplegic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but with the intention of pushing a Roadrunner out of the way, doesn't that kind of involve the idea that the consequence would be that the Roadrunner would be consequence being used as like a null term here? I guess. I guess the better term would be the result would be that the Roadrunner would survive. Like, wouldn't that just?
Well, that's the kind of the point, is that it depends on what you think is a good or bad consequence. Because if, for example, you're concerned only with the growth of a company, you can do many, many choices, like selling off usable assets of the company so that you'll constantly have growth in your account books. But if you base the company's model around balanced growth and sustainability, like make as much money as you can for as long as you can, not just as quick as you can. Those are two different shifts in focus. And it is almost universally accepted that a balanced approach of both growth and sustainability is superior to simply getting rich quick, because you can make more overall long term. And in that regard, the selfish thing to do is to be as sustainable as possible so that you gain the most out of it.
Yeah. It just felt like he was. It just felt. That's what I was trying to get at. Is it felt like he was trying to separate intention and consequence, when I feel like they're both kind of hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, what is your intention? Is it your intention to get rich quick, or is it your intention to make as much as you can for as long as you can? What's your intent?
Yeah,
but I don't know. I guess the issue I would be coming into is the consequence is in the future, right?
Everything is in the future, except for the now.
Yeah, and so your intent is in the now, but the consequence is in the future, and you don't know what the consequence is. So I think that's the distinction between the two. But we recognize patterns, and we kind of base stuff off of past events where it depends on, I guess it really depends on like what the goal is.
I don't think it actually matters what the actual consequence is. It matters what the attempt at, or I guess the intended consequence, I guess, is what I don't know. Because it feels like you're taking into account the consequence regardless of whenever you make an intention for doing.
Yeah, like you said, it was about the consequence you're coming into is like, are you? I guess you could do it both ways.
Yeah,
I think it's situational. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Which actually kind of proves his wrong, because he was all about intention. But a mere fact where you take your intentions are based off of the consequence, then mutually, they coincide with one another.
Yeah. He's trying to apply like some weird transcendental standard by which we can judge whether the consequences correct or not, regardless of, like, he's trying to omit he's trying to omit the outcome completely from the intention.
Correct. And I think it's situational. I think sometimes you could do that, but there's sometimes you couldn't.
Well, you won't know what the outcome is unless you've already decided what is a good or bad outcome.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's like I think it isn't. I think it is kind of impossible to separate the outcome, the the outcome from the intention, or the intended, or the outcome you're trying to account for, I guess, with the intention.
Yeah, the intended outcome.
Yeah. I don't
to the actual outcome. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how he could ever separate those two.
No.
It feels like intention entails outcome. I don't know.
Yeah, intention intends intentional an intentional outcome, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking about this when I was driving, so I wanted to hop back in and talk about it. I have those moments where I like, I'll get out of the discussion and then I'll be driving later on. I'll be like, damn it, I wish I had brought that up.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah.
I have a notepad full of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what makes Tom so good, that he thinks of stuff almost like immediately, you know?
Yeah. I think and this is the reason I like having these conversations, because it forces me to have to think on the fly like that, you know, because I don't feel like I'm going to, well, one, if I make a fool out of myself, that's just what it's going to have to be at this point. Because, you know, I feel like I'm not going to fucking learn if I don't.
Well, that's you're the thing is you're being intellectually honest. That's the whole point of it. Where, I mean, you can see that Tom comes across a lot of people, and I've seen in the debates, especially even the doctor guy with the religion thing, Tom said something and it made perfect sense, and you can see that it made perfect sense to him, and he's like, oh crap. And then he's like, well, I disagree, but I have to think on that.
Happens,
and then later on
time.
he did it again and stuff like that. Like, he couldn't handle of saying, wow, I'm wrong on this. Yeah.
Was that Kent Hovind?
No, come on. That guy doesn't even think that guy doesn't think he's wrong, period. You know what I mean?
His $20 diploma.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wait, did he actually do one of those fucking
Yeah, that's his doctorate, is from an uncredited doctorate facility.
Well,
I'm not claiming I got one, but like, shit, you're disrespecting everybody that got their education by doing that.
Yeah.
Hey, Elmatic, monkeys still exist.
Wait, what?
I said monkeys still exist.
Oh yeah. I got.
I know what you're talking about. This is SpongeBob stuff.
Yeah.
So I got reported apparently on Facebook because this jackass keeps hopping in the Unofficial Atheist Experience Facebook group, and he keeps on asking if consciousness is a separate entity from the brain. And I keep explaining to him that I see no reason not to accept that consciousness is a weak emergence from the brain.
Yeah.
And he keeps doing that, and I'll keep asking him questions on his position, and he'll keep dodging them. And I finally called him out on it, and I said, "Hey, dude, can you stop dodging my questions and being a coward?" Dude reported me, and now I can't talk for the next 3 days.
That's just sad.
You can't talk on their site.
Yeah, I can't post or comment anything or even like anything on Facebook for the next 3 days because this jackass. Because I called him a coward.
I actually had a 7-day Facebook ban because I shared a video link from Facebook Video to another Facebook user who was interested in the brass band that I was showing her the video of. Facebook flagged it as spam and banned me for 7 days.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, and all
kicked off
appeal.
of Twitter.
Yeah, appealing is useless. It's just like you send an appeal, then you just basically might as well accept defeat.
Yep.
Well, lately, I actually have never been banned from Facebook for anything, but my wife did, and she actually didn't do anything, and she got banned, and she goes, I don't know what I was banned for. I really didn't post anything. I didn't do anything. And they go, well, due to COVID, we don't have enough people to look at the ban, so you're banned for 2 days.
Yeah. I've had that kind of experience too. Oh, hey Franks, did you see that video that I posted last night?
Yeah, the one with the one you shared with me about Darth Dawkins.
No,
I mean,
the one.
not Darth Dawkins. It was in PNR, right?
Yeah, it was me, JJ. Tom caught it on video. Thankfully, he has it on his channel, but it's just unlisted. But I decided to just mirror it on my channel. But yeah, we just started spurging out on this dude who hopping in chat and Jesus. I just thought it was really funny. Speaking of which, I actually brought up to Tom Rabbit because I was talking to him over in his server, and he has issues with Tom's morality model, and he wanted to talk to him about it, but he said it wouldn't end up. He didn't want it to be like a debate or anything like that. So I didn't even know if we could arrange like a discussion or something.
Was he a theist?
Ooh, Tom Rabbit?
Yeah.
No. He's
no, Tom Rabbit's not.
Okay.
He's like Darth's
agnostic.
Yeah, I think so.
He would be more like the guy that just questioned him, the skeptic or whatever his name is. He's not a theist either. He's an atheist. He was just.
Tom is Darth's new nemesis.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, a discussion would be cool, but the thing about TJump is that he doesn't really want to have debates on morality. So, but if we frame it as a discussion, maybe he'll do it.
Yeah. He told me, he's like, I don't want to come to a Q&A because he's going to be playing Hitman 3 and I want him to be attentive to the thing that we're talking about.
The thing is he's actually listens to everything the person says.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom will come. He when he was listening to, I think it was Flying, that was talking about the man that died or whatever. I mean, Tom came up with the the concept of he gave an example or whatever, and he came up with it on the fly, and it was very cogent.
Yeah,
but he was playing the game while thinking of this and speaking about it, and he listened to the person while playing the game. So I mean, he could play the game and still listen to what's going on.
Yeah. I told him basically that Tom's still really articulate, even if he's playing a video game. I just think it's kind of I don't know. I think he probably takes it differently than we do, because we all know Tom pretty much and interact with him daily.
Well, some people might find it offensive if they don't feel that they have your full and complete attention. But if you've got various non-neurotypical conditions, you need to have more stimulation than someone asking you a question, or you're just never going to be able to focus.
Yeah.
Like that TJump does. I'll just say that.
Yeah. I know a lot of people that have that as a thing. They can't focus on you because you're not moving fast enough. You need to talk faster, say more, be more active, or you drive them crazy because you're not stimulating enough. So they need to have music in the background, or be doodling, or doing something else, like with a fidget spinner and stuff like that, just so that they can focus on you.
Yeah. I wonder how it would be if, because I know Matt Dillahunty is different about his morality than TJump.
Well, I think Matt only deals with the pragmatic side. That's his whole thing, and so he's not making that jump over to any kind of ideal form at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I shot Tom Rabbit the question just in case.
I know TJump wants to be on the Atheist Experience, but
yeah, well, Tom has this I think it's a good quality. Not everybody does. Willingness to basically argue any side of any issue. Literally, he will. If you asked him, he will argue the opposite side of something he's argued in the past. Some people don't like that. They don't like the idea that you can do that. It's intellectually honest, but it's annoying if you're trying to.
Well, he even explains. Yeah, he even explains like what the best argument is for theism, but he also says it's horseshit to begin with.
Well, no, I'd probably say the same thing. I'd say that there hasn't really been any new arguments since the Enlightenment, and once you started having a completely valid worldview that didn't need God, it's very difficult for any of the pre-Enlightenment worldviews to assert dominance. It just doesn't make sense.
So he's not really looking to debate morality. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm sorry to change the conversation a little bit, but
yeah, but the thing is I know TJump would like to get on the AT experience just for the mere fact that it would boost his following.
He would have to be more political than he is, I think.
Yeah, Matic. Like I asked him because Grandmaster Brian was talking to me about having a debate between anti-realism and moral realism, and he said he wants to do general topics, so whatever the hell that means. So
do theists also
sorry, go ahead.
Do theists also use that kind of a thing where they say that mathematics is something that you're discovering, and there must be a Platonic space for mathematics, and hence there must be like Platonic space for laws and stuff, and therefore earlier when someone was bringing the aboutness kind of thing, I think the Christian,
Catholic cunt, yep.
Yeah, so is it like, do they also take, I mean, have you ever seen especially maybe precepts like taking the pathway of this mathematical kind of Platonic space that exists out there? They propose that, and then they try to shift gears into like, so there could also be this law space existing. And
they do it all it is a standard go-to move. They are appealing to they're trying to invent a third realm that their God satisfies, and that they're trying to force you to acknowledge that there's something other than concept and reality in play.
Yeah, especially if they do it with the laws of logic. Like, you follow the laws of logic, I mean, like they're a concept.
I think someone also maybe it was with some debate with TJump. Someone also, I think, tried to do it with beauty, or it was more specifically color. I don't remember, but
yeah, Tom was laughing about that. The color and shapes prove God or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so were they also playing with the same kind of thing that, because the colors don't actually exist, and because, I mean, so there must be a third space in which colors exist or something?
This is all based off
our God of the gaps.
This is all based off of Plato's allegory of the cave. Have you heard of this before?
Yeah, like where a bunch of people, they just see the shadows, and then one of them goes out and sees the light and comes back and lightens them all.
This led to Plato asserting the idea that everything we experience is a mere reflection of an ideal realm. And so this gives the basis of a worldview in which truth is something you discern and distill. It's like it's a distillation process from this Platonic ideal realm downward. And you can go the other way, because he also argued that it was possible to learn everything that you needed to know from the form of the thing itself, and that just so happens to be what Aristotle started to do. He said, yes, you came up with both of these ideas, you can stick with idealism, I'm going to stick with forms. And so Aristotelian forms became a thing. And then Descartes
is that where the differentiation between bottom and top down approach comes in that you mentioned?
Yep, that's it. Platonic ideals are a top-down reductionist sort of thing, and Aristotelian forms are a bottom-up construction based off of just the form itself working your way up. And Descartes comes along and establishes that it's possible to have an absolute form in the cogito. And so, poof, once you get absolute certainty, you're off and running.
So today in Dumbassery, this guy posts and says that saying God does not exist is self-refuting because you're referencing the concept of God.
Yeah, I'm referencing your concept of God. If you hadn't come along, this conversation wouldn't be taking place.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that again goes back to that thing where the docking thing someone was mentioning, where theist came first or atheist, and theist says God exists, and now the whole conversation comes about atheist responding to that. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of theists would say something along the lines of you are carrying this concept. I mean, you are already believing in this, and something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm the one who said it, but the thing is like some atheists say, well, a rock is an atheist, and then
they would.
But the thing is how
a rock can't hold belief states, so it can't be included amongst objects.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Or yeah, so to me, it's like you would have to understand
it's a category error. Well, that's the problem we have with the definition of atheism is the fact that theism gets the high ground. They declare themselves the default, and theism is the positive assertion that God exists, not the. And so you essentially have how true, not true, false, not false works. You've got innocent, not innocent, guilty, not guilty. So if you, in this argument, are taking the positive assertion that God exists, there's now two positions that you can hold if you don't accept the positive claim. You cannot accept the positive claim or not make the positive claim that God exists because you've never heard of it, or you can not accept the claim that God exists because you heard it and disbelieved it. So that means that there's two conditionals to qualify as atheism because theism declared itself the default. You can either have a lack of belief or disbelief, and they both make you an atheist.
Correct.
And that's the hard part that people don't get, because if you've got a position of disbelief in the God claim, by definition, it means you've heard the claim and know why it's bad, because it didn't map to reality in some way. And so a lot of theists are asking, okay, here's my God claim. Tell me why you disbelieve it. What they're asking is, why don't you see my claim as mapping to reality as you see it? That's what, sometimes it's an honest question, but sometimes they're just asking a atheist.
But yet it's the wrong question to begin with anyways.
Yeah, because they're assuming that God exists in the first place to ask the question.
Yep. And then they're asking you they're pretty much asking you to disprove it.
In a way, they're not.
Yeah, in a way, I mean,
a roundabout way, but they're equating the idea that you're not holding it as true is because you're claiming it's false, not that because they just failed to make it true or prove that it was true. They don't want to accept the fact that it was because they failed to prove it was true. they want to make it because you are saying it's false.
Correct. Well, that's what Darth Dawkins does, and that's why I came up with what I said. And I go, it's just reference to that claim right there that you're making.
No, in Darth Dawkins' mind, if you're not a Christian, then you know God doesn't exist.
The problem is that presuppositional apologetics should never be given the light of day that it's being given, because Greg Bonson himself said that it was not about being theological. It wasn't about preaching the gospel. It wasn't about doing anything in the Bible. It was meant to shut the mouths of the unbelievers. That's it. It was meant to shut down discussion. And if you are an evangelical, the idea that there are people out there who call themselves Christians who are purposely engaged in shutting down the conversation of the gospel, they are heretics. Even when I was a believer, presuppositional apologists were like the lowest of the low non-believers. They were no different than a non-believer to me.
Well, they can't. They don't seem to have a great way to battle internal critiques. Where like I've brought this up a couple of times, but like when posed with the question of like, would you snap your fingers and end all of human suffering if you could? And it seems like if they say yes, they're kind of in the same boat as us. Like the fact that they believe a God exists, right? But they are in the same boat of questioning whether he's worth worship.
Are you automatically kicked if you don't have any like activity?
Don't think so.
No.
I was maybe it's my internet. I don't know. I was disconnected for a second.
Internet will do it. Yeah.
I kicked you, bro.
Oh, why?
I'm playing.
You're just mean. You just want to be mean. That's what these atheists do.
I have a question. Can you? I'm trying. I'm hooked on this thing about invalid question and the answer being no in any relevance and to any other question as well. Can someone give me an example of an invalid question?
Sorry, I didn't follow.
I'm sorry.
Could anyone just give me an example of a question that is invalid, that doesn't have any answer like yes or no, but it's invalid, like so could someone just
I'm a married bachelor.
That's not the question.
Are you a married bachelor?
Well, he means like a question.
Well, yeah. So that's.
You could ask where do square circles exist?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. The answers, the only three possible answers are yes, no, and invalid. And now I want to for you to come up with such a question that is invalid, which could have these three answers, but the answer is invalid.
Why is this banana blue?
Well,
that was the question. Like the
that's the question.
The married bachelor.
Where is a square circle? Yeah, where is a square circle?
If your question contains a contradiction, then it's an invalid question.
It's invalid.
Well, like the kind of question that I'm expecting is not the kind of where is the banana blue or something like that. The question is the question should be of the form which has the answer either yes or no or it's invalid question, right? So it should be that kind of a question. It shouldn't be like, where is the blue banana?
So now you're trying to pigeonhole. You're asking. It has to be in a form of a yes or no, but it's invalid. Well, if that's the case, then if you can answer yes or no, then it wouldn't be invalid.
Exactly. You can have yes or no, or invalid. Those are two sets. So you can either ask a question that has a yes or no answer, or it's an invalid one.
Yeah, if it's valid, it's going to have yes or no. If it's invalid, it's just going to be invalid. There's nothing else to it. It's a dichotomy.
Okay, so from where I understand, is such a question not possible? Like, which could have either yes, no answer, or it's invalid?
It's a true dichotomy.
Possible.
It can be valid or invalid, period.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: can a question whose only answers can be yes or no be invalid?
No.
Yeah, validness and soundness are completely different, right?
Because it's a true dichotomy. Either the question is valid P, or the question is invalid not P, right?
Yeah, regardless if I'm wrong on my answer, that doesn't mean the answer is invalid. That just means that the answer is not.
Like if you've got a direct logical negation of something is either A or not A, then that's valid. Because there's only two possible options going on there.
But is A B? Yeah. Well, my apologies. Can A be A and B at the same time? I don't
By
know.
definition, no.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it'd
I'm
be
trying to figure
invalid.
out a way to make this like. I'm trying to make this question sound correct in an invalid form, but it's kind of hard.
Well, because the second you get it invalid, it won't be valid anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It won't be valid. Then there's no yes or no answer.
You almost tried to ask whether there was possible to ask a valid invalid question. Or
No,
an invalid valid question.
no. I know that.
That's what it would be.
That's
or a valid invalid question.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like for a question like, when did my table bark? I mean, that would be obviously an invalid question. But like to ask any question whose possible answers are yes and no, I cannot visualize any such question.
Well, you can say this: Does my table? Does my?
That's actually a valid question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So like, there has to be something logically like incoherent about it, right? Like obviously a table can't bark, but asking like if my
I guess this is the married bachelor coming over.
Yeah.
We discovered.
I mean, that's a yes or no, but it's invalid because it doesn't make any sense.
That's a nice example. Yeah, like that. Yeah,
is the married bachelor coming over, but you can't answer no or yes because it's already invalid.
Well, another thing is
it's
like
an invalid question.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. That's exactly what I was searching for. Like a question whose answer, if there was an answer, would have been either yes or no, but it is an invalid question in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I think so.
So basically, you're making a direct contradiction and this trying to make it in a form of yes or no, which is kind of, I guess, is kind of dumb to me.
Yeah, what's the point of this?
Yeah, I don't know the point of this.
Oh no, that was just something. I mean, I was just trying to think of, and I was not able to think immediately. So I thought, like, the point was, I don't know, with the same thing that I had earlier about, John and that being an invalid question. So I was just thinking, like, yeah, like, I mean, I was seeing it as invalid, but yeah.
Cool.
But the thing is it invalid, so therefore it couldn't be a yes or no answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the point is that if it was, yeah, it's invalid. So even how do we suppose that if it can be valid, because it is invalid? So there is that problem. But yeah, like the question is of the form that if it was valid, then the answer would be either yes or no and nothing else.
Then that would be a yes or no question.
Well, I think here's what let me chime in because I think I'm actually starting to get a little bit. If I was to ask, "Are you a married bachelor?" I'd still say no, but I'd never say yes. So like I think there's yes or no, and then there's invalid, and I don't know. I might just be overthinking it.
Yeah, that's just an invalid question to begin with because the married bachelor is a direct contradiction.
Well, it seems to me that it seems to me in the case of like, are you a married bachelor? No, seems to be the answer. Like I'm not. I mean, so you can say that there are no married bachelors, but like I'm not a married bachelor. But in the case that you asked, like, is a married bachelor coming to the party? In that case, you would say
no, because that question
still invalid.
Yeah. But you can still, I think you still say no to it. You can still say no because married and bachelor is invalid.
Yeah, you say that, but the
There's
thing
never
about
going to
it
be
is it's an odd. They'll never say yes just because it's invalid.
What about a question like, "Are you still riding your bike?" Because then it could presume yes, you are riding your bike still. No, you were never riding a bike, or it's invalid because you don't even own a bike.
I don't think there's anything logically incoherent with that statement.
There's not coherent in something incoherent, you know, because you're if you're saying, well, you don't even own a bike, you said yes, and you don't even own a bike. Well, the issue you're coming into is the person's lying, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
The question wasn't invalid, and you're assuming something else, you know, or you have knowledge of something else that you didn't put in the question.
That question can be true for other people. Being a married bachelor cannot be true for everybody.
Well, how about this? Like, have you stopped traveling to Jupiter? Is it like a no, or is it invalid?
It all depends on what you guys mean by invalid.
Yeah, because I still think that's a
different category, I would say.
Well, no, I just say that's still a valid question. I'd say because that can happen. The thing about it is that bachelors cannot happen. There's a logical there's a contradiction inherently with it. Like, you can travel to Jupiter. There's nothing contradictory about it. Like, but right. If I'm trying to say that, are you a married bachelor? That's like immediately self-refuting.
Yeah.
So, like, are you here and there? Oh, no, I guess not. Never mind.
Yeah, here and there can be the...
yeah.
Just has to contain a contradiction. Sorry. Doesn't matter what the contradiction is.
Yeah, if it doesn't contain a contradiction, then it's fine. Like, or I guess oxymoron also kind of can be, but I don't know.
No, oxymoron simply means self-contradiction.
Yeah, well, sorry.
So I guess I would phrase it this way. Yes, you can ask an invalid question as a yes or no question.
Well, the answer is always going to be no, though.
Yeah. So no, you can't. Well, in a form of yes question, but it will always be no.
We're talking about the really important things here.
Yeah.
I don't really get like the whole can you or can you not. Obviously you can if you ask it, right? It's just going to be invalid. You can do it.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I just saw Tom and Scotty join. Sorry. Hey, Tom, did you get my message that
he doesn't know?
Tom Rabbit.
What?
I was saying, did you get my message I sent you about Tom Rabbit wanted to talk to you about morality?
Yeah, he can come in the server whenever he wants.
Okay. Yeah, he said that he didn't want to come on a Q&A because he wanted it to be kind of a mano-a-mano kind of thing. Like, not a debate or anything.
I don't imagine it'll take very long.
Yeah.
So let me try this. Oh, go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything important to say.
I was just gonna say, let me try this one last time, and then I'll just give it up and move on. But I'm still trying to think about what I was asking before. So I think I just kept asking it the wrong way. I definitely get the fact that if you ask whether the self is thinking or is existing without thinking, then that's impossible because obviously you're thinking about it. Therefore, you have to be existing. But on a separate question, can something just plain think without existing? Not ask itself that, but is there something that's capable of thinking without existing, period?
The act of labeling it as thinking is thinking.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't get the question.
No. Something can't think and the thinking not exist at the same time.
Something can't think and the thinking not exist at the same time.
Yeah, because thinking
That's what you're asking.
Thinking is an existence in itself.
But what if there's a whole different type of existence that's not thinking, and you just don't know about it? You see what I'm saying?
You found it. It's
A
the
different
invalid
type of
question.
existing that isn't non-existing. So just to clarify, you mean a different kind of existing that is not non-existing? Because for it to be a kind of existing that doesn't exist, it would have to be a not existing thing.
Is it a true dichotomy like that, or is there a different forms of existence?
Well, if there's different forms of existence, it still exists. Like,
Right. So I'm saying something could then exist in a different way than what you're describing, right?
No, you weren't asking
but
about
my way
forms.
includes all existence. So my way would be any kind of existing is a kind of existing, and so it exists. So the word exists, and the way I'm using it would just include all kinds of existing.
Gotcha. Okay, I think that pretty much answers what I was asking. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to go the route of saying I don't see anything that exists outside of. I mean, well, saying something exists inherently is just kind of the answer to the question there. But
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I figured the answer would be. I just wanted to tease that out a little bit, make sure I was thinking correctly.
He's saying can something exist without thinking? Because the whatchamacallit is saying that you're thinking, and because you're thinking, you exist. But just
the question's
by saying that, it doesn't make any sense because we're looking at our perspective.
And that's, yeah, exactly. And that's why I was coming at it from a different perspective, not of the self asking that, but instead of some other being just asking this thing, that they might have a different way of viewing things. But I think you guys answered it already.
Yeah.
This is just the invalid question that Flying was looking for.
So TJump, what's your thoughts on the Final Fantasy VII remake?
It's okay. Meh. I don't like the combat.
That's exactly how I felt. It was way too short.
I haven't gotten to the end yet, so I don't know how short it is.
I only watched you play for a little bit, but how do they do the summons?
You just build up a meter, and then it's a normal skill like any other skill.
Oh, but like, you know how like Final Fantasy VII, you had like Ifrit and Shiva and like...
Yeah, you still got all those.
So I've been replaying.
Not as good. They're just, you just summon them and they just fight for you, and nothing spectacular happens. They don't even do that much damage. Like my sword does more damage.
Are you a New Vegas fan by chance?
Fallout 4 was okay. It wasn't as good as Oblivion, Skyrim.
Fallout 3 is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a New Vegas fan. I've been playing Fallout 4 again recently, and it's pretty much the same opinion that I had on it when I last played it. It's not bad. It's just like in comparison to like New Vegas, man, where Jesus.
They still all pale in comparison to Ninja Gaiden.
Somewhere I have my NES copy of the original, and it always freezes up.
The originals. I didn't like the originals as much as Ninja Gaiden 2 was amazing. Everything else was like meh, but Ninja Gaiden 2 was amazing.
I never played any of the modern day ones. Even I like Ninja Gaiden Black, and I think they actually made a remake of the original one, or a reboot, I guess would be the wording for it.
Yeah, they're coming out with another one, remaster of the whole series. But Ninja Gaiden 2 is by far significantly better than all of the others.
What debates you got coming up, Tom?
I don't know. I don't watch. I don't keep track. I just put them in my calendar and forget. I'm supposed to have a modern day debate tonight at 7, and then somebody Friday, and then somebody next Saturday, and then somebody Richard Brown on the 25th.
Go to his YouTube page.
Those ones are really wonderful. Like with yours with Richard Brown. I mean, it's really something new comes up all the time. I think the last time you discussed where he was saying that you were discussing something about the validity of idealism, I think, and he was saying something like the question is valid. I mean, that was something new.
Fucking
All right. Well, I'll say this to the person that asked what debates he has coming up. If you go to his YouTube page and click on videos, it'll say premiere on it, and then you'll see the debates coming up.
No, those are all old ones that I'm uploading to my channel.
Yeah. The Vosh one is a man. Vosh is kind of a shit show. It seems.
Yeah, there's really no other way to say that.
Yeah.
That one was great. I enjoyed that one a lot.
Just enjoying the insults.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting Nathan to be more of a mess.
The fuck is up with Vosh? Seems really. I never watched the dude before your debate with him. Just seems like a complete and utter asshole, though.
That's
his
man. I think he's. I wouldn't say he's an asshole. He's not totally an asshole. He was an asshole because I showed him up on a few things in the debate and it pissed him off. But he's not normally an asshole.
TJump is also an asshole.
He's a commie. He's a commie anarchist. SJW. So he's definitely got some crazy in him, but I don't think he's not normally an asshole.
Yeah.
No.
We had a Catholic pre-supper in here earlier, Tim.
Oh yeah, Catholic traditionalist. Yeah, I literally apparently waited for Tom to leave, from what I understand, or what somebody said.
That's fine.
Have you talked with him before?
I have no idea. Is Catholic traditionalist like his tag?
Yeah, that's his name. He's a pre-supper of some sort. Probably Thomistic, given the name.
I don't actually know. I don't actually look at people's names when I talk to them for the most part. I can half the time not remember your names. Like I thought Frank was that other guy.
Yeah, I saw that.
So is everything getting back to normal? Are you starting to have real life debates?
No. Well, haven't had anything set up yet. Hopefully the TART guys will set up a real life debate. The Malaysia debate was online this year. Hopefully that'll be live next year. The Cash group at the university is shut down until fall. I don't know what's going to happen there. So no live debates set up yet. Hopefully we can get some of those soon.
Man, I want to go to Atheist. I think it's called Atheist Con. Maybe it's called something else, but I've never been, of course.
Atheist Con. Like there's the Faithless Forum, American Atheists.
There's
is there
the
actually
Reason
an Atheist Con? Yeah, Reason.
There's Reason Con. There's a Imagine No Religion. I went to Imagine No 7.
Yeah.
So
Atheist Con. I see no Atheist Con. Damn it. That would have been cool.
You better start one.
Yeah, set it up.
The only thing that I could think of to call it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go to the Faithless Forum for business opportunities, hopefully.
Networking, very good.
Yeah. I need other people to set up debates for me because I don't like doing it.
You ever thought about teaching? Like, I mean, it sounds. I'm sure this is a no shitter, but like,
what do you mean? So I do teach philosophy. People pay me to teach them philosophy and stuff.
oh, okay. I actually didn't know that. I could have probably assumed that though.
It's an option. You can pay me. I think it's like $100 a month or something is the going rate. I send you a bunch of like philosophy stuff, philosophy worksheets, problems, and then set up debates for you and tell you how bad you did in debate.
Do you give homework?
Yeah. I can actually post what it looks like.
Tom, where do you get your polls from? Like, I'm really interested in like what the like how many philosophers adhere to this particular argument and that one. Like, where do you get your statistics from?
Phil Survey's paper.
Hey, Elmatic, you want to tell
Yeah.
Tom about that guy that came in that was talking? You remember that guy that you were arguing with about his moral theory or whatever, his moral system?
What was it tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, so that guy. I wouldn't say it was mainly me. I don't think it was really me that was arguing with him the most. I think it was a combination of Walker and a few other people. But Walker would probably be able to give a better explanation of what the guy was talking about because at times I was getting lost.
I don't recall the conversation anymore. Who were we talking about?
The guy who said the intentionality and then he turned it into an ideal
reason.
He didn't realize it.
Oh, the way he was phrasing the question. Yeah, he was smuggling in definitions he wasn't.
Exactly.
That's all. He was smuggling in definitions.
Yeah, he was trying to separate intention and consequence in a weird way. I mean, I couldn't really catch on to what he was trying to do, but
well, I kind of consider it a bit incoherent. So.
Oh yeah, he was like, you two could come to a consensus on something. I can't. Jesus. He's trying to say that the imposition of will is not like the involuntary imposition of will is not like a universal moral or something. Like he's trying to say like reason is a universal moral, and I was like, I man.
He was putting odds into his morality. Like, you should do this because of their motivation, essentially, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
See, the problem with Tom is that he just utterly obliterates everyone so fast that we don't have questions anymore.
Okay, Tom, what about this one? Which one's worse, creationism or flat Earth?
Well, they're the same thing. So flat Earth is just a kind of creationism. Like the vast majority of flat earthers are creationists, like Nathan. That's where they got the flat Earth thing from, is from the Bible.
Yeah. Now think about it. I don't.
I've found a lot of Muslims or Islamists believe that too. It's a big Quran thing.
No,
I
I
don't
think
think
they're
atheist who's a flat earther, but
Yep, their model is flat Earth.
Nope.
It seems like is it like very clearly mentioned explicitly in Bible that it's a flat Earth, or is it like something?
The Bible's
is
in
it like
metaphor, so
something?
that's not going to work.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
So that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. If like you
That's what I was
read it
thinking,
in
that
lots
people.
of ways, it does literally say like the Earth is on pillars, it is on a dome, it is a flat shape. It does like say those things, which could be interpreted literally like all the other silly Bible quotes. So it's about the same as all the other ridiculous interpretations.
Yeah, I was thinking that if something along these lines is written, if you go to the edge of the earth, you will fall down, something like that. That would make it more literal and less metaphorical.
Yeah, and it says it more explicitly in the Quran, where it's like the sun will actually go over the edge of the earth.
Why do you guys think people listen to Ken Oben?
Makes them feel good.
They agree with him.
Get a good laugh.
Because they don't know anything about evolution, honestly. Because if you learned about it, then you would not listen to Ken Oben.
Well, I'd say it's because they agree with him.
sorry.
Yeah, we definitely need to find a way to do more like live debates and set them up in different places. Like, are there any like atheist communities near you guys?
I was trying to get that up and started where I am around, but I live in the Bible Belt, so it's kind of.
That would be perfect.
Did you like put it on meetup.com?
I had it on I had a Facebook group basically where I was just inviting people and telling them to invite anybody they knew that was an atheist as well, but didn't end up going.
If you can, try Meetup, because they're really popular. Like atheists are the right age group for Meetup.
Milwaukee has like an atheist group that's been posting stuff on like YouTube and stuff like that.
Of course, you know Austin, of course.
Yeah, Milwaukee atheists. Yep. Austin Mills, Tart.
Man, you really.
But yeah, we definitely need to like build a bigger community.
It would be cool as shit to see you on the Atheist Experience.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Makes.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask what makes you say that? That just because of how popular they are.
What?
I was saying, what makes you say that?
Because I'm anti-SJW and Matt is extremely SJW.
Oh yeah, true. Never mind.
So the fact that I've done anti-BLM, super straight, forget what the other ones were. But yeah, and Matt is very BLM, very trans friendly. So it's unlikely I would get an invite on the show.
Cool that you got to debate alongside him, though.
Yeah, that definitely helped build the channel a bit.
What did you think about debating with Aaron Raw?
It was kind of what I expected. Like,
I still haven't seen that. I didn't. Jeez.
Yeah, I was with him versus the Knuckle guys, Knuckle father and son.
Are you talking about the father?
Connectly. Yeah.
Or who am I thinking of?
Yes, the two redheads or the redheaded son.
Oh yeah. The father gets really salty all the time.
The son seems super nice.
Yeah, he does.
He has two sons, and I've debated with him and both of them. I think my more popular one is with the other son that you never see.
Did you take a look in that for that hardware that Pastor Mike was saying about for call-ins?
Yeah, it's a box that you plug in like your microphone to. I don't want to. I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. I want somebody else to do it for me. Like need somebody like Frank or Scotty or you guys to host a Google call, a Google Voice thing, and then copy the voice over from that to Discord somehow.
Hey, Illmatic, look at general chat real quick, man.
All right.
Theistic Satanist guy.
And I saw atheist and I thought, Kring. What a guy. What a guy. Watch this. Enjoy your. I'm just going to be overly nice to this guy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't.
He defeated you.
That man.
He outlogicked you on that one.
Shit. We weren't. It was another server, right, guys? No, I'm kidding. I have been smoking. I will be honest. So. my lapse in judgment might be. But I'm also stupid.
Straight epistemology. I was just playing poker with those guys.
Hey, does Pine Creek do straight epistemology? I'm not sure.
Yes, sort of.
That's kind of what it means. Yeah.
Yeah, TJump, do you have any thoughts on true epistemology?
I like it. It's interesting overall. It's essentially just asking you to
Give me a second.
justify your belief. That's all it is. It's just pretty much my entire street epistemology routine is just tell me a way to differentiate imagination from reality. That's street epistemology, just a shorter version.
Yep. Exactly. And it works.
Doctor for you. Who are these guys? Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I thought he was directing it to.
We can hear you.
Can you talk
You can hear
a
us,
bit
but
about
can
that?
you talk?
It reminds me of that joke from Futurama where, like, what was it that happened? I think it's Fry, like, ends up getting into, like, trouble with his boss, and he's, like, talking shit about her, and he's, like, everybody pauses and is, like, staring, like, in front of him. He goes, "She's right behind me, isn't she?" And they go, "No, she's right in front of you." Basically, what happened to me just now.
So, TJump, can you talk a little bit about that, like the differentiation between your imagination and reality? Like, what's your methodology to do that?
Science, novel testable predictions.
I was going to ask you about that, but if somebody else has something else first, go ahead. Sounded like somebody else was going to say something.
I'm done.
Okay. I was just going to ask, do you ever feel like it's possible that science could be guided via funding, I guess, one way or the other? I mean, that science might not always be perfectly objective sometimes.
It's a methodology. It depends on how you use it.
Right, exactly. I'm saying, are humans fallible? And yes, they are. So, right?
Obviously.
Right.
The fallibility is built into the system, though, because that's the whole point of having other people repeat your experiment, is to reduce the fallibility component.
Oh, of course. I'm not arguing that that's bad. I think it's great and it's a beautiful technique. It's the best we have. But what I'm saying is it possible that eventually so many of them mess up in a way in which they actually start leading it in a direction where it's not even going where it's supposed to go?
That wouldn't be science, because you wouldn't have anybody fact check.
No, that is perfectly well science. That's what happened with the Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics led us in a direction that was totally wrong. And then we found something better that led us in a direction that was slightly less wrong. So it's perfectly fine if science leads us in the wrong direction, as long as there are new things that can make more testable predictions and move us in a slightly better direction. And that's all it takes.
You consider Newtonian mechanics the wrong direction?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just not far enough?
Far enough. Sort of. It's more like all models are wrong, some are useful. The quote from
questioning the wrong things.
Okay, I get where you're starting from.
Listen, the thing is, what if people start purposefully putting misinformation into science?
That already happens.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yes, I know, and it purposefully happens a lot.
That's fine.
Corporations like Walmart and shit.
Still fine. So
not a good thing.
As long as there are novel testable predictions and you can challenge it either way, it's fine. So, like, there's obviously false papers where people buy, whatever.
So wait, can I just ask anything?
Sure.
Okay. What's your opinion? I know you're an atheist, but what's your opinion on like atheistic Satanism, or more specifically, what is it called?
I don't know what it's called.
Political religion.
Satanism is.
Political? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a gimmick.
You're the one claiming it. Why don't you go ahead and define atheistic Satanism for us? It sounds fascinating.
There's the Satanic Temple. There is the Church of Satan. Those are two different things.
There's the Order of Luciferians.
The Satanic Temple, I believe, is just a separation, like sectorial and or a fucking organization.
Sectarian, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're just an atheist organization who wants separation between church and state. That is correct.
I mean, despite me not being an atheist, I still think separation from church and state. Mostly because I don't believe in a state, but let's not get into that.
So what is your question? What is atheistic Satanism?
Atheistic Satanism. Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
Focus.
I'm trying to. Sorry, it's real. My brain's fried right now.
Too much weed.
Well, Satanism, atheistic Satanism, or LaVeyan Satanism, or LaVeyan Ian. It's basically like the person who wrote the Satanic Bible. They.
Yes, I know. Yes, I do. I'm familiar with that. What about him?
We all know Anthony LaVey. Come on, get to your point.
What he's an atheist. Like, what's your opinion on atheistic Satanism? That was my.
Oh, so just the LaVeyan atheism? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it was kind of culty, but I really don't have a strong opinion on it.
No. Fuck. Okay. Shit.
Wow, that was deep.
Oh, fuck you, man.
That's a good start.
Bro, you want me to start breaking out my very, very complex, lined out beliefs, bro? I'll fucking
Dude, you
do it.
couldn't even pronounce LaVeyanism, so just give it up.
First of all.
Sit down for yourself.
My brain fried. Second.
Oh, your brain's fried. Well, that explains a lot.
Too much weed.
Hit the bong, try again later.
There's a lot of weed involved in this conversation.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the weed?
I didn't say there was anything wrong. I said there's a lot involved.
My brain's fried, but it's so complex.
What TJump? What moral moral school or philosophy or school do you follow? Or
the
ethical?
one I wrote. The one I wrote.
The one you wrote. Okay. So, what do you think of hedonism?
Atheism is unstoppable. That's not the real one, right? AIU, Devin Tracy. Do I believe the out of Africa theory? Yes. Obviously, genetically, all humans came from Africa.
Boing.
Kind of gay and false, but I. Well,
No,
you're close.
definitely
You're close, but not. Not Africa as a region. I mean, there was because I believe in like Pangea.
Yeah, obviously, we don't think that Africa has literally been in that one spot for the
but
past
I mean,
billions of years.
but it wasn't. Yeah, whatever. But it probably was on like the African continent or whatever. But I believe in like since I'm a theistic Satanist, I believe in things like the Garden of Eden and shit.
That is not helpful at all.
Okay.
You believe in shit?
So like, do you believe Satan is God?
No, I believe
Satan is the one.
I believe Satan's a separate being, but I believe in like a physical hell and a physical heaven.
No, so I want to know about the theistic and the Satan. Those are the two words I'm interested in. Did Satan, like Christianity, kind of?
It's basically Christianity, but I chose to follow a separate path.
The Satan path.
Yeah.
And Satan is a good guy in your model?
Well, good and bad are arbitrary terms. What people define as good and bad is different throughout history, and even in the Bible, there's contradictions on what people considered was good or bad.
But he asked you what you thought was good or bad, not what you thought everyone else.
What I think is good and bad. Well, I don't think Satan is the embodiment of evil or shit like that. He was trying to break from the rules, really, that were set in place.
Have you never studied the Order of Lucifer before? The Luciferian Order?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we agree that Satan does not like God and he is trying to escape God's authority. Yes.
Uh-huh. So he and then obviously God's the omnipotent being. So he sent did the whole thing, sent him down to hell. But I don't think hell is a torture place. I think it's just a separation from God. So when you go to hell, you don't have to be. You're not part of God. It's God's kingdom anymore. You're not part of anything that He controls. It's completely out of His realm.
But
what if this is hell?
What if the devil didn't go down to Georgia though?
The devil went down to Georgia to try to find a soul to steal.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got his fiddle stolen.
In theater, man. If they hadn't made this a problem in the first fucking place, Satan would have never lost his fiddle.
Guys. Atheism is cringe. Just stop being pussies. Come on.
Instead of assuming an imaginary hero, we need to assume an imaginary hero and an imaginary enemy.
Did you just assume my identity? Like, oh my god.
It's not me imagining shit, bro. It's the fact that literally you can't have matter just pop into existence without a reason, right?
It doesn't need to pop into existence at all if it always exists. Yeah. Why does that even need to be a problem? Matter appears to be eternal. We can't see any means by which it can be. No.
There has to be a start, man.
No.
Didn't God pop it into existence?
The data set that we have indicates that energy can't be created or destroyed, and we don't see any way to change that. So why would you be asserting that there must still be some way that it can be created when the evidence says that it can't be?
Omnipotence, my man.
You can't defeat the second law of thermodynamics.
Is everyone
The
here
second law of
fucking
thermodynamics does not say that the universe, that everything had a beginning. It just says that inflation had a beginning and nothing more than that.
No, for real. Is everyone here an atheist? Because I don't.
I am a
Probably
cheese
some
sandwich.
Christians here too.
I identify as an attack helicopter.
Because I feel
I
like
am a
this
meat
is like
popsicle.
I feel like this is a
But that one-
purely atheist server, and I'm gonna be jumped on by people randomly.
Well, yeah, if you say stupid shit, you're going to get jumped on. But keep on going. You're doing great.
But if I had a theistic Satanist in here, then they'd jump on other people.
Call Darth Dyers.
But that's because you have an additional imaginary
Darth Vader.
creature in your theology.
Wait. I never added any shit. What?
Well, I know
Do
there
you
are
believe
some
in talking
theists.
snakes and talkie donkeys?
They believe in talking snakes.
The snake talked, and the snake created original sin.
Full story.
What was the species of snake? Was it like a rattlesnake, boa constrictor?
Probably a garden snake, but I don't fucking know.
These are pivotal details, man. How can you not know?
It doesn't specify. You fuck.
My brain's so fried, but believe me.
Well,
I
let's
know what
use
I'm
some
talking
logical
about.
deduction. It was apparently hanging around in a tree. How many snakes climb trees?
Wait, was it actually in the tree?
No,
It's usually depicted in most art as having lowered itself from the tree, and sometimes
Well, Jesus is mostly depicted as white, so I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
that's a
true.
great metric.
Well, technically.
When you're talking about like
Jesus' white theory?
yeah.
So,
Did you ever hear the apologetic as to why that is?
Jesus was Arab, and I'm gonna stick by that because I'm racist against to Arabs.
But he was a divine entity, which meant that he would have radiated white so much that his skin couldn't have been black. I shit you not. That's the explanation that's given.
Wait, is that actually a fucking explanation?
Yes, his radiance wouldn't let him be black.
What guys
Oh,
did?
man. Oh man, bro. I think I smoked too much one day, and then I decided to be a Satanist. Holy shit! No, I'm joking.
Sounds plausible to me. That happens all the time.
Yeah, people.
I'm actually a fan of not viewing the devil as a bad guy in the story. I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, bro.
for
He
sure.
listen. He's not the bad guy, bro. He was presenting a better way.
I'm cool with that.
In fact, he presented the ethical idea of hedonism, which is based.
I think the Bible itself makes more sense if you role reverse them, and God's the bad guy.
Oh, without
Because-
a doubt.
And then suddenly
you're
a
being-
lot of the
you're being
Bible makes
satirical.
sense.
Oh, you're being satirical.
No, I'm being serious.
No,
a lot of the
he's being
Bible,
completely serious. That's completely
Yeah.
serious.
if you swap it around so that God's the bad guy, the Bible makes a hell of a lot more sense. There's a lot of shit that doesn't need to be explained if he's the bad guy.
Wait, do
I
do
100%
I need?
second
Wait, does that mean I make more sense than Christians?
Yes, technically.
Technically, you do. Yeah.
Based and red pilled. Bro, I don't even. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I just read a bunch of like theistic Satanist books and like books by Julius Evola, and now I'm here. So,
Lucky yes.
anyone else read some Julius Evola? No, no one else. Shit, bro. I can't remember if politics was one of the tags on this server.
Yes.
Oh, it was.
Should be.
Oh, bro, where you stand politically? See, this is my specialty. My brain isn't fried here.
I'm a centrist.
Because. Sorry, I almost regurgitated my organs.
What do you think of Ben Shapiro's latest video about the history of Israel that he did? He did a 30-minute video on the entire history of Israel.
Despite I don't watch Ben Shapiro anymore. He was cool for a minute, then he started promoting shit.
I take the good with the good and the bad with the bad. I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to get anything 100%, so I'll ignore the bullshit and pay attention to the stuff he seems to know something about. And I think he has a vested interest in talking about an accurate history of Israel.
Yeah, I guess so. But see, I'm cool. I'm what they call a radical libertarian right. Also,
sounds like a crazy person.
Also, I'm culturally third positionary. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
sounds like a
what do
crazy
you
person.
what
You're like,
what do
you
you
feel like
guys think
Vouch.
about?
You're like a Vouch, pretty much.
I believe in dismantling the state and letting free market capitalism run.
Well, that's
free.
not going to work because you can't defeat Dunbar's number. So you're going to need to have some
You
level
can't-
of
you can't
administration.
defeat
You can't defeat Dunbar's number, so you're going to have some level of administration for any group larger than 150 people.
You have an administration, just not a state. See, there's a difference.
That's all it is. If you think it's more than that, then you have the wrong idea of what a state's supposed to be.
Okay, well, I have the anarchist idea of what it is. So basically, if there's people that are not following the rules or are considered undesirable by community, they get physically removed, so to speak.
We do that now. We throw them in prison.
But who's removing?
And how is that
Who's
different
removing
from
them?
a military?
Well, see, we don't like pick them up and throw them out. We don't get a gun and tell them to go.
So
We
you're
like,
establishing a system.
Wait, no, let him answer. So how do you force them out?
We like shut off their water, shut off their electricity. You know, like fine them maybe. No, not
starve them to death. Interesting use of force.
Come on, man.
So,
No, hang on. Answer that. How is what you just said not true?
So what happens when they get a gun and start stealing food and water because you tried to take away their food and water?
They start stealing. They get shot. Hopefully.
Interesting use of force.
Some people have guns and other people
Everyone
don't have guns.
should have guns, but yeah.
Everyone should have guns. Okay, and then what if a group of people decide, like, you know what? We like ourselves better than them. They're stupid. We're all gonna have guns. Or we're gonna team up with our guns and bring our guns against those guys. Then what happens?
The other guys better have guns.
What happens now if a government has more is more powerful than your government? You're fucked.
Yes.
I mean, so there's no real way to do that.
So that seems to be a problem with with your worldview is that if somebody has more guns, well, your entire political system seems fucked.
Well, I believe in following that. Also, first of all, if everyone's culturally homogenous, then we wouldn't have that problem. Second of all,
Wait.
Oh boy.
So you think that someone being culturally homogenous stops gangs from existing? Like, do you think there's ever been a culture in human history that didn't have gangs? Is that a thing?
I mean, well, if you pick the right culture, yeah, no. Well, shit, bro. That whole
There
argument
is too much
going
on in this conversation.
Hey, Frank, please tell me you're recording this.
So hopefully Frank or Scotty is, because they're supposed to record these and
I've been
upload them to
recording
the
this for like 4 or 5 hours already, so it's here.
So yeah, so every culture has had gangs. Like even before we had agriculture, you were essentially nothing but a gang, because if you have guns, you have a group of people with guns or weapons, and they want to make sure the other people.
What should we just take away people's guns just because?
Wait, I thought you said everybody should have guns. Now we should take away all the guns?
I know. I said no. I was asking you. Should we just take away people's guns? Because no.
No. We should have police officers with bigger guns.
Oh well, I mean, I believe in police. Just private police, not
private police.
Yeah. Oh. Let me send a thing in fucking.
Who pays for the private police?
Yeah. So how do we stop the private? How do we stop the private from police from becoming a private military?
What's wrong with private military?
One person with all the power then uses that military to take all of your stuff, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's kind of cringe, but I believe in the non-aggression principle.
I'm sure you do, but the person who pays the military doesn't give a shit. So they're going to take all of your stuff, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, how would they afford the military? They just have more money, right?
Rich. Yeah.
Okay, but no one would be there. There would obviously be like class inequality, but it would not be nearly the amount we have now. So if you think about it, competition, right? Makes everyone have to lower their price to be able to compete. So they find cheaper and cheaper ways to produce things while still upkeeping quality. So what we then do, so more services become more affordable. So things like private police or even private militaries eventually will become perfectly viable for people to afford. And if it's used for defensive purposes, I see no problem with it.
I'm still not seeing how you solve the problem of, if I have money, I can hire more people with guns and take all of your stuff, and then I get more money, and I can hire more people with guns and take all their stuff.
I mean, what I'm saying is they wouldn't. I mean, say some people. I mean, obviously you'd have to defend your land, and like who's next. So other communities will try to help you because stop the threat while it's there. But that's kind of how it would work. Just regularly, even if you had governments. So I don't see.
Oh no, I'm not following here. So the biggest point to a government is to monopolize force. You want to have a monopoly on using force and stop other people from using force. So the reason we want this is because if we don't have that, we get this group of people has guns, this group of people has guns, and they want to kill each other or stop each other from taking each other's stuff.
That happens. That happens now with governments, but they're just monopolized. So what's better, small scale skirmish,
which stops it,
or big scale world war?
Big scale world war. So big scale prevents world wars. Like we've had a what's it called?
Yes, but
the long peace.
No, like I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. So two communities fighting is not as big of a deal as two countries fighting.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. So having big governments has stopped every single major war for over 100 years. There has been less war the bigger the governments have gotten. There has been less war, less death. Even if you add up all of the deaths in World War II.
My fucking liberty for safety, bro. You can't. That's not.
That's exactly what I can do. That's literally what the point of prison is. I'm taking your liberty. I'm putting you in prison so you can't.
I didn't sign up for shit.
I don't care what you signed up for. It's not about you.
I didn't.
You can leave.
Yo, you
Go leave
fucking
alone.
authoritarian, bro.
Yes.
Bro.
Yes, I want an authority to stop you from using a gun because it keeps people safe.
You said you were a centrist. What the
Yes,
fuck?
I'm a centrist. That means that I agree with some policies on the left, some on the right, and some libertarian. Libertarians are idiots because they don't want actually police forces, which we do want. Those are good. We want a military. We want a police force. That's the whole point of government, and that's the best thing it does because it limits violence.
No, Steve, you're indoctrinated by a leftist agenda.
So indoctrinated by what? If I just look at the stats, if I look at the stats of all war throughout all history, there's been less war today.
It doesn't fucking matter. Those who would trade liberty for safety deserve.
I don't care what they would do. I don't give a shit about their opinions. I can look at the facts and say there is less war, less death today.
I don't care about the facts. I care about my freedom.
I don't care about your opinion. So what I'm saying
don't care about reality.
So I'm saying I care about the facts. I don't care about what you care about. I'm saying the facts show and prove without any doubt that with big government there is less war and less death.
He's gone.
I like that. I like less death. So the fact I whenever they leave, I just finish the point anyway, and he came back. So the fact that you don't care about less war and less death. I do. So I'm going to go with the system that provides less war and less death, which is objectively provable, regardless of your opinion on the matter.
Listen, you can't just use science to make all your opinions. Sometimes you got to take a moral stance and say, "Hey, bro, maybe this isn't cool, man." You can't just throw stats out there and say, "Yeah,
yes." So it's killing people isn't cool, man. So less killing people is more cool.
Yeah, but freedom is cool, man, and we should go through a completely voluntary system. Voluntary.
No, so freedom isn't as cool as not killing people. So if you have the freedom to kill people, I'm going to take that freedom away from you.
I would rather everyone else die than me not have freedom.
I'm sure you would, and that's exactly why we have a government that has police to stop you.
Nah, bro.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro?
That's the argument. Nah, bro.
The argument from nah, bro.
Hit the bong again. Try again later. Yeah.
Just seems like a lot of
gross. Okay.
Seems like a lot of wishful thinking from that side.
Oh, I honestly could not fucking care if I just want liberty, man. That's what I want. I want freedom. All right.
You want to see
it? I don't care. I don't care what you want. I want to pick the system that has the best proven statistical chance.
Libertarianism still works. People mostly don't kill morals. Not because of love.
Pick a time in history when that isn't the case, that people just kill people. When in history has that ever been the case?
Okay. Let me pick a couple out. Think about early, maybe Icelandic Commonwealth or ancient Gaelic Ireland.
So you want to pick the Irish, the Scots, and the Norse as your examples of not war? Really? Really?
Yes.
Oh God.
Okay. Vikings. I love. Great example there.
Not Vikings, not Icelandic Commonwealth. Icelandic Commonwealth.
Yes. So Iceland was part of where the Vikings were.
But
they were.
The Commonwealth is fairly okay.
Wait, Commonwealth? What do you mean? Like, how recent are we
Icelandic
talking?
Commonwealth. That's let me look up when. I mean, it's in history terms. It's fairly recent history. Shit, bro. My Google.
So, like, with militaries and governments, like after they had militaries and governments.
Actually,
you just said Google's not working.
So Commonwealth just means Democratic Republic. So I don't know what era you're trying to present here, but the most peaceful times in human history have been big governments. Like literally, the long peace is a thing. It's the most peaceful time in human history, which is now that we have nukes. Thanks to nukes, we have the most peaceful time in human history.
Are you just considering physical peace, or are you considering mental peace
Sorry,
as well?
tried to Google something and it kicked me off. But no, I confused it with something else. It is not recent. It was 980 to 1230, I think.
9 AD. 9 AD.
980, as in 980.
980. 980.
Yeah. To 1230 AD.
So the first century.
Thorfinn. Okay. Google a picture of Thorfinn, please. Just like Google 980, Google King of Iceland, Google a picture of him and tell me what you see.
Oh, he left again.
Discovered the land of Vinland. Like he's literally a Viking.
But he was a nice Viking.
I don't see a king.
Google 980 Iceland, like born 980. The king of Iceland was Thorfinn, or the explorer Thorfinn Karlsefni. He's literally a Viking.
The Icelandic Commonwealth. Wait, you can spell me, right? Okay, yeah. The Icelandic Commonwealth, or Icelandic Free State, was the state existing in Iceland between the establishment of Althing in 1930 and the pledge of fealty to the Norwegian king of the Old Covenant in 1262, with the exception of Hermitic Irish monks, or papar.
List of wars involving Iceland date 960. Okay, so there's lots of them. Battle of Vinland 103. Battle of Vinland 2 1010. So these are both in the period that you specifically said. Vikings, yes, these are all Vikings. So this is a Viking period. So these are all Vikings who were very warlike. These are Vikings. Like I literally said Vikings. That was the answer you're going for, and you're like, no, not Vikings. Yes, Vikings. Then you just list of Vikings. Like you're using Vikings as your example of a peaceful culture.
Oh no, bro. It seems okay. But it seems like that the actual place itself was pretty relatively peaceful.
Relatively to the time period when there were Vikings everywhere, yes. Relative to today, no. Relative to today, it was very not peaceful.
But the free territory was fine. What?
Not compared to today. There was much more crime in Vikings than modern crime. And wars and gangs and stealing and rape.
What do you consider crime, bro?
Rape, murder, pillaging, burglary, assault.
Okay, so crime is aggressing on another person, right? That is a crime.
Or their property. Or their
property. Yeah. Okay. Good. We're on the same page there. Because I don't believe in arresting people for possession of drugs and shit. You know.
I would agree.
Because I don't agree with like victimless crimes, arresting them for that.
I agree. I think that's drugs.
But
should be legal.
also the whole anarchist thing isn't like a thing we should do immediately, because that would obviously not work if we just
but it will never work. So we should never do it.
No, it definitely will. But if we slowly chip away at the governmental structure and like slowly get rid of like some unjust laws, take this stop government spending, lower taxes to like 3%, 2% maybe.
That's a terrible idea.
Why? Have you ever heard of the laughter?
Because government spending does stuff, like a lot of stuff that we really need.
Are you
there's a lot of waste that we need.
Okay, first of all, let me explain. I know where this is going. who will build the roads? Okay, so you see, I live in a region of Northwest Arkansas, and over here, we have a thing called the Property Owners Association, and they upkeep and build all the roads that are not highways, of course, or interstates, but they upkeep and build all the roads, and they're not told.
And that helps what?
Well, it keeps
Pay
all the
government
trailers
contracts.
connected in the trailer park.
Like, they're paid by government contracts. They're paid by the government to do this.
Actually, no.
They are.
They're
They are. They
They
do
are
get
not.
subsidies to do
They
this.
are in fact not.
They literally do.
They
So
don't.
the government literally
No.
pays them, and they literally get tax discounts. And you can find this out by just checking out their website.
Bro. Okay, whatever.
But I mean that wouldn't make a difference. So again, that doesn't help your case at all.
Why doesn't it help my case that
So-
private business are more capable of providing the services than
No, they're less capable. So the fact that they do it in
More.
some places doesn't mean that they can do it everywhere or that they will do it everywhere. Who are going to build
Okay.
roads for poor people who no one cares about? Who are going to provide healthcare for poor
Why
people
would
who no one cares
no one?
about?
Why? Okay, well, first of all, like actual care. Like, if you believe in welfare, I swear to God, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you.
Yes, welfare is good.
Okay, well, see, that's when it comes down to private charities, my man.
Private charities don't work. Okay, so try again.
Yeah, I can get all the articles, all of them, all.
Yeah, you can, and then I can prove to you you're wrong because they don't provide nearly as much as welfare does. Like, how much
Bro, okay,
charity do you
first
think?
Of all,
Wait,
first of all,
take world charity. What is the
personal
world
experience.
charity?
I can tell you for sure.
I don't care about your personal experience. So
people do not use welfare.
I don't care about your personal experience. I don't care about your personal experience. Stop. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. So, what I care about is the data. What does the data show? And the data proves that welfare does work. Social Security works. Is it perfect? No. Is it perfectly effective? No. Does it work? Yes. Does it provide a benefit? Yes. Does private charity come close? No.
Look at the general chat. Oh, you're looking at it?
Good man, but no mute me.
Here we go, boys. Here we go, boys. Did he leave? Yeah, he left.
Yeah, I couldn't take it.
See, this is what happens. Assholes come in, they go out.
That's fine.
See, this is what they do.
Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that to me, boy.
These theistic Satanists, this is what they do.
Theistic Satanist.
Yeah, but like, I swear to God, man, that guy had to have been like kidding a little bit. Like, seriously.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Needs to lay off the weed.
You know, so do I, apparently.
He left the server already.
Yeah, he left.
Darn, we lost.
That was fucking great, though.
Well, Tom, you had a debate, and he didn't even have to pay you the $50, man.
That's the point of the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
His Reddit handle is Pink Capitalist.
I did want to ask you a quick question about along the similar lines of what he was saying, but I think it's taking it a very different route for me personally. But
Oh my God, are you?
What's up?
Oh, I think so. Oh, there you go.
Did you say something, TJump?
Yeah. Are you a theistic Satanist too?
No, thank God, no. No, I'm like you, a lot like you. But I just had a quick, curious question for you. Which would you value more? Peaceful world physically, where everybody's mentally tortured and the quality of life is horrible and everyone's killing themselves? Or would you rather have a more equal world where there's a little bit more killing, but everyone's perfectly fine and happy? Which would you rather live in?
I don't know. So it would depend. Like, it would be like you'd have to measure the amount of killing, essentially.
Exactly. Okay, good. That's my answer to you. I just want to make sure you're not like an extremist one way or the other. Cool.
So yeah, like you could say that you could have killing lots of people makes a very small number of people happy, so you have more happy people, but more dead people. Or you could say like a socialist kind of environment where everyone gets a little bit of food, so they're not really happy, but everyone survives. I would think that the socialist one there is slightly less immoral. But I'd obviously rather live in the one where I'm rich and everybody else dies and starves. Sorry guys, I'm taking your food.
I agree.
You can't have my food.
What did we just go over? I've got all the guns. I'm taking the guns. I'm taking your food. But I'll trade you food if you give me hot blondes.
Unfortunately, I'm out of luck there too.
You guys should all like start atheist things in your city and invite me to speakers, like local colleges. Find atheist groups, like college groups or whatever. That would be cool.
Hey, Tom, if I start one, would you come talk, like speak in it, or?
Yeah, of course. That is the goal.
I would drive if it was close to me, just to go watch it. Be cool to meet up with some of you guys too.
It's actually, if you're in the Bible Belt, you should actually have a better luck meeting atheists. There's more of them, and there's less competition.
Yeah, my experience has been that it's been really difficult for some reason for me to find. I'm not sure why.
Where are you located?
Memphis.
Memphis.
Yeah.
Memphis atheist. Memphis atheists. Meetup.com.
You might come across. Oh, is there a website?
Yeah, Memphis atheists. 921 members. Organizer Jason.
Nice.
Memphis Free Thought Alliance, the second one I found.
Hey, Franks.
You should absolutely join them and ask them to pay TJump to come give a speech. Like that should be like your new goal. 1,400 members, Memphis Free Thought Alliance.
Yo.
Guess I didn't really go too far, huh?
What were you gonna say, Omatic?
I was gonna say, could you, whenever this, is there a possibility we can mute like my location, like after the fact?
It's possible, but it's harder. Like, I don't think it should be an issue since you just said your city and there's millions of people in Memphis. It should be a big deal. As long as you didn't give your street address, which I've done, and I don't really care, but other people definitely care.
Yeah.
Yes. Check out the. No, his name is Ilmatic. That is his actual name. That is his legal name.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody should just go to meetup.com, see if you can check out your local atheist groups and get them to invite and pay for TJump to give a speech or like debate. That would be awesome. That would definitely grow the channel fast.
Did you think your channel was going to grow as fast as it has? I mean, I remember when I first started watching, it was like there wasn't that many people on there. You know, it was like 2 or 3 years ago. So
Yeah, I think I got 4,000 this year.
Let's say when I first saw, feels like it was way less subscribers.
Yeah, but it's still slow given average YouTube speed.
Yeah,
it's fast given average atheist YouTube speed.
Are you able to make enough to actually sustain yourself with just the YouTube thing, or no?
I make about 20-something thousand a year.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Nice.
Just by doing YouTube?
YouTube and plasma donation.
Oh,
Those
no.
are like my only two sources of income, I think. I mean, poker, I guess. I make some money off the street epistemology guys by beating them at poker.
That's awesome.
You like gambling, like at a casino or anything?
No.
Really, you seem like the type that would have a mind to be able to count cards and stuff. You ever thought about doing that or no?
I hate doing everything way too much to actually put in effort.
That's going to be my next fucking t-shirt.
I don't like going outside for any reason. It's not fun.
Yeah, TJump, I can't wait till your shirts come out, man, because I want to buy one, you know.
Oh, yes, dude. My guy just emailed me, said he got shirt pics. Made new shirt pics. Copy. No, I want to copy the image.
If you have it with your face on it, I would love that one. Just
a face copy.
Well, you know how you had one with like your body, or it was like your face and your body in it, like on it.
Huh? I don't remember that one. I'm posting images of the ones he sent me.
Pretty sure Alex Stein might order a shirt with your face on it, given the comments he was giving you during your old debate.
Which face? Like, tell me the shirts to make, and I can send the thing to make them.
You got TJump.
It was an image that you used to make as like a thumbnail for your videos, and it was on a shirt, and it said something, but I don't remember.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that one. The one that's like black and white-ish.
Yeah.
Should do the one with you shooting lasers out of your eyes.
But those work though. I like the Tom Sher one. I mean that works.
I totally.
Yeah, this guy sponsored an episode. Sent me one of his shirts, so I'm gonna promote those because he hasn't given me the link yet. So I don't have the link to like let you buy them though, unfortunately.
I'd totally cop a fucking TJump hoodie, which is the black, like a black hoodie with the logo on it.
Black hoodie, the green logo, or the chair logo, or the black.
The green logo.
Green logo. All right.
I'd wear that fucking hoodie anywhere. Buy some Nikes to go with it.
Or anything else I should put on it, like youtube.com/TJump or something, or just the
that'd be
like
cool.
a big logo in the center, or just on the chest, like a upper right hand chest.
Like in the center.
The center, like a big one or a small one.
Big one.
Like a big one. Yeah.
Big one. All right.
I think for this type of stuff, I consult like a designer or something because it matters quite a lot.
To get a designer or something? What?
To consult a designer.
Oh, to consult. People want to get something specific. Like they're the ones, they can just tell me and I'll just put it on a shirt. Or get my guy to put it on a shirt.
Is there a... Sorry.
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought somebody was trying to say something. I was gonna say, did you ever like have a stage where you're like passing out like cards? Like, I don't know if you ever thought about doing that. I whenever I was promoting like I have an independent label that I run. I just started passing out like kind of business cards and leaving my card at like businesses and stuff. But
I did have those a while, but it's not like most people aren't interested in atheist YouTubers, so
yeah,
it's not like a big thing. I bought some before I went to the ACA. That was about it, though.
Yeah.
What type of music are you doing for your label? I actually started a label last year.
Oh, okay. I do just pretty much anything. It's a very we like try to promote like unusual sounding things. Like we have a goth rock band on the label, and then I have a kind of like a shoegaze band. We have my project, which is just like kind of like doomish stuff, like doom. I don't really know how to describe the stuff that I make, but it's really weird. But yeah, it's just kind of really weird stuff.
Cool.
I'm a sucker for avant-garde. What kind of music does everybody in here listen to?
Mostly EDM for me.
A lot of 90s rap. Nas and I actually share a birthday.
Oh, that's cool.
Have you heard about microtonal music?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. What's his name? Starts on the S.
Sevish.
Stevish, yeah, Sevish, yeah. Also, Phonon, if you haven't heard of him, is pretty good. It's a polyrhythm.
I've been listening to a genre called math rock recently that I thought was really interesting. I mean, not that that's I've known of it before, but I started listening to like a band called American Football like a couple of years ago, and then I just kind of took my attention back to the genre to see what they could actually like do, I guess, with it. It's really cool shit, though.
Here's a playlist of my favorite songs I made. General cat. Some of them, at least. Most of them you probably will have never heard before.
Well, you guys have a good night. It was nice chatting with you.
See ya.
TJump, have you considered rephrasing the distinction between reality and imagination in another way? Because sometimes people misinterpret that when you say, is imagination not part of reality and all of that bullshit?
Well, that's fine. That just makes them look stupid. Like the whole point is to differentiate. So there's a trick to making those distinctions. Like if someone is asking an obviously stupid question, it's pretty easy to respond and make them look stupid, and so it gives you debate points, and so you actually want that actually makes the distinction better, not worse. So it's a good thing that people do that, make that mistake, because it seems like they're being disingenuous and not trying to understand what is being said, which is usually pretty obvious.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I remember having like a typed discussion with someone in here, and it was on the lines of like, how do you actually get to external reality? So because we changed the term, so instead of like imagination, we talk about external reality and imagination. So that's
the more precise way is experience, thought and experience, or imagination and experience. So refer to my experience as reality and my thoughts as imagination. So whether or not my experiences actually correspond to the absolute real reality, I don't care. I'm just going to call that reality because I'm experiencing it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But I think that some people would just push you on that and say that when we talk about the meaning of external reality is by definition something that's not just our experience.
Yeah, I just wouldn't care. When I say reality, I mean the thing I'm experiencing, whether that's a matrix or a material world, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
No, it depends on the argument. Like if I'm actually arguing for a material reality, the way to get to it is just science. Science, the argument is that my imagination can't predict the future. I have a model that can predict the future. And since that model can accurately predict the future, that means it's not corresponding to my imagination. It must be corresponding to something that actually exists independent of my imagination. So you can use science to say, yes, this is a world independent of my imagination, because my imagination can't predict the future. This can. So it must not be my imagination.
I'm with you on that as well, except again, I think that people might get stuck on the use of word science because that would, for some, imply like the whole history, not just the methodology itself. So
that's fine. You can just include the history and say like, yeah, the history is how we got to the methodology. That's fine.
No, but they would probably object to that, right? Because you haven't done it, right? So you base it on someone. You have to assume that they would say you have to assume that there's someone else outside of you that did it.
That's fine. You can do that. You don't need to have certainty. You don't need to like prove everything yourself for it to be knowledge.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. It's just that I can see how these objections can arise.
Hey Tom, I've heard you say like I exist because I experience, right? How would you define experience? Go ahead.
It's phenomenological consciousness. So it just means the phenomenon of consciousness.
Okay.
Or qualia. Qualia works too.
Yeah, that reminds me. I heard you saying something about consciousness that it's either there or not. It isn't like a spectrum or something. Is that true?
Well, there is a thing that is at minimum conscious. There's like a minimum level, and then there's no level below that. So either you have consciousness, which then there's a spectrum above that of the amount of consciousness you have, or you don't have consciousness. And
that's interesting.
So it's like either the light is on or the light is off. But the on can be brighter. There's lots of different levels of brightness that can be on.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. But would you say that the same thing applies to life, for example? Because we had a full, like a huge debate on what's life, with the viruses and whatever.
What?
I think it's pretty much still going on.
Wait, did Mayweather and Logan Paul tie? That's hilarious. I just saw that on Twitter. What were you saying?
So I was asking, so first of all, that's a good analogy with the lights. But then I was asking, would you say the same thing for life? Because it's still like an ongoing debate on what qualifies as life with all the viruses and the other type of organisms.
Sure, probably. There may be some more of life and less than life, but there's definitely either alive or not alive.
That's interesting.
So TJump, go ahead, brother.
I was just going to finish with this. I think that some of this is like an artifact of our language because we have like all languages is pretty much categorizing stuff, and we can't really like have a a spectrum between categories. I don't think that's like possible with our language. Anyway, that's my last comment.
A spectrum between categories?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do you do a lot of writing, like on your spare time, Tom, or are you just like
Just
go ahead.
Just on my book, when I have like, because with Samuel, my co-author, he gets a section, I get a section, and so I just have to wait for him to update, and then I work on it. But only during those update sections, when not usually otherwise.
And this is for the morality book, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you work on the epistemology book?
No, since I don't have a publisher for that one, I only work on the morality one right now.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask. By the way, how old are you, Tom?
32.
32. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
What?
Yeah.
Hey Neil, are you trying to talk? Because we can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I'm just about to. I don't know. Yeah, I like Tom when he explained about objective morality without God. It's very very good.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hey Tom, can I ask you what do you do for a living? Are you just doing this kind of a stuff? Uh, make a book and sell it, do a debate, and then you got the money or something like that, or you have your assisting job?
No, my job is YouTube pretty much. So give me donations
okay.
and stuff.
Okay. So which means you do these kind of things for your okay. I think is a good thing. So are you graduate from philosophy or from other science or
What?
what is your education background?
I audited classes for philosophy. That's it. No reason
So
to get a
you
degree.
graduate from philosophy. Oh, but you don't have a philosophy degree.
No, degrees are a waste of money in philosophy because you can't get a job with them. So I just audit the classes and it saves you a lot.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And what makes you not to believe in God? Is that because of a family reason, traumatic, or government that is so fuck up with this kind of a God things? And what makes you? Is that because you don't have empirical evidence that a spirit exists or something like that, that you cannot comprehend there is a God or spirit actually around us?
Well, I stopped believing because none of my prayers were ever answered, but all of the arguments and evidence show that there isn't a God and there's no reason to believe in one.
Yeah. What I mean is that what makes you have a valid reason not to believe? Is that because you have you born? I mean, you raised in a family which is abused, religious? Because I have seen atheists. Because the reason why they deconvert to an atheist because they have a very tough religious family. I don't see that.
No.
Is that in your case? I don't think so. But yeah.
So the
probably
reason
you
to not believe, The reason to not believe is because there's no evidence. Like all the evidence is against it. It's a just failed hypothesis.
All right.
The reason
all right.
I stopped believing was personal reasons, but that's just why I stopped believing in my past.
Wonderful, wonderful. Which means you don't have empirical evidence, which is what Matt Dillahunty, when I talked to Matt Dillahunty, he said the same thing. Well, if there is a reason, I mean, if there is a valid evidence that presented in front of my eyes, right now I will believe in it. So you have the same position as well as Matt Dillahunty, right?
I have no idea. My position is novel testable predictions. That's what is required.
Yeah, what I mean, hypothetical situation, right? In front of your eyes, assuming that there is someone presented a ghost or a spirit presented to your eyes, and you skeptical on it, you tested it, you very sure that this spirit is actually exists. Will you believe in it?
Yeah, if you can make novel testable predictions, then yes, that would be evidence of a spirit.
Wonderful. So do you associate a god as a spirit? Spirit is a god or something like that, or you just associate a god is just a statue that people worship a statue or something like that, or how you define God? What material of God, something like that?
I let the theist define God, just a non-physical consciousness of some kind.
Exactly. So that is by definition, majority of atheists believe that is non-physical matter or immaterial matter. Yes. So do you believe that that definition of God? Do you accept that?
If you want to define it that way, that's fine.
Okay. So you accept that God is a spirit.
Sure, if you want to define it that way.
Okay, what about if someone presented you that is very, very empirical evidence that there is a spirit exists? Will that makes you believe there is a God? No, because atheists also believe in ghosts.
No. So a spirit doesn't mean God. Like you can have evidence of a spirit without there being evidence of a God. You'd have to have novel testable predictions about the God.
If someone seeing a ghost doesn't mean that someone will automatically believe in God, right?
Sure.
All right, got you. I think I understand your position right now. So you have a high standard of definition when you want to divine God, right? Something like that. Even though that you have experienced that spirit exists, but you will not be automatic.
So you have to give the definition of God, and you have to give the novel testable predictions. That's it. My definition doesn't matter, and my standard is just science. So you need scientific evidence to the same standard as any other scientific hypothesis.
Yes, which is why I asked you if there is a scientific evidence that spirit exists, would you accept that spirit? Would you accept that there could be a God as well?
Well, if there's scientific evidence of a spirit, that's evidence of a spirit. It doesn't tell us about a God one way or the other, just spirit.
So you don't accept that God is a spirit?
God could be a spirit. Like you would have to make a hypothesis that says your God is a spirit and then have evidence for that hypothesis. If someone else has a hypothesis of a spirit that doesn't include God, and there's evidence of that other spirit, then that's not evidence of a God.
Okay. Yeah. I think I understand your position. All right. Cool. So even though I presented a spirit to you, that will be change your position. Yeah, I think I get it.
Sure.
Yeah. So there's no point for me to present a spirit to you, because even though in front of you I presented a spirit that ghosts exist, but that will not change your mind that, well, that is just a spirit, that is just a ghost, that is just a supernatural being. But that will not change your mind that you will believe in God. You still be not believe in God. So
right, you would need a testable prediction
I understand.
for your religion, not just for a spirit. Yes, you would need a testable prediction for your religion, not just for a random spirit. A random spirit would be cool,
exactly,
but it wouldn't prove Christianity.
exactly. Got you. Yeah, it could be paganism. It could be animism. Yes, I got you. Well, that's it. I mean, religion is actually dwelling with a lot of a spirit, but level 2 is the one that believe in the Holy Spirit. Level 1 is the people that understand that spirit exists. There are many spirits in this planet Earth, and they worship to a spirit as their God. And level 0 is you, that you are agnostic, you have a zero claim of a spirit, and you stay at level 0. I support that. I support that position. Zero claim of a spirit. You don't mess up.
There's no evidence of any spirits existing. Yeah, there's no evidence of spirits. Only no more than evidence of Santa. So spirits and Santa have the same evidence.
Exactly. Yeah. And I will not wasting my time to present a spirit to you, because since I'm questioning you and I understand your position, it will not be matter. It will not be important anymore.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Nice.
Neil,
yeah, if you
the
could
last
present
time
the spirit
we
to
talked,
science, that would be great.
yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
Yep.
The last time we talked, Neil, you said you had a method, actually, where you said you can experience the spirit. So I'm kind of confused when you accept Tom's position when you say that there's equal evidence for Santa and for spirits.
Yeah, I mean, if you, as what I discussed with TJump, right? Even that, if you understand that spirit exists, you will not be able to attribute it as same as God. So when we talk about God, right, you have a different standard of how you understand God. But if there is someone like me, for example, presented a spirit exists in this universe, and that is just a spirit, it doesn't mean that is God. So it's very good. That TJump explained about it, which is very nice. So it doesn't matter. I mean, people experience spirit. Yes, is just happen. I mean, but if you want to further investigate that those spirit, there is a one Holy Spirit, that the creator of all this universe. Yes, then it means that you put your position in level 2. You put your position after that understanding that a spirit exists.
So yeah, he's saying there's no spirit. Why do you think there's a spirit?
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that kind of a practice to you, because it's just wasted. I will not do this kind of a discussion where, okay, prove me, where is your spirit? No, I will not do that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I hope you understand.
You're kind of like the Hare Krishna guys who say you just got to say Hare Krishna a whole bunch of times, and then you'll experience it or whatever.
Yeah. Which mean I respect TJum, I respect Tom, is that he don't want to mess up with any kind of spirit. So this is what we want to be. We don't want to mess up with unholy spirit or Holy Spirit. Yeah, just stay at where you are. That is the honest person. That is the honest person in the world.
How is that different than of self-deception?
It's exactly, don't be deceptive. I mean, deceived by this kind of a spirit. You don't have to believe in spirit. You don't have to believe in God either. So just stay where you are as the way you're born in this universe. Pure, natural, transparent. Yeah. Just like when you're a baby. You don't influence by any kind of a spirit teaching or some kind of a supernatural book, magic book or something like that. Yeah. Which is cool.
Imagining a drug which you took, you would spirits. Would you prefer to take it, or would you be like
Exactly, just like drugs, right? Don't do drugs, so don't do spirit, something like that. Yes, exactly, flying. don't do drugs, because spirit is you can put an equal equation that spirit equal to drugs.
No, my point is that wait a second, I didn't understand. You personally believe that spirits exist, or you don't? Like, you're just experiencing something, but believe that spirits exist? Or is it something that you acknowledge that you are just experiencing something, but they don't actually?
Yeah, when I say, oh, I experience spirit, I know how to present a spirit, you probably say, oh, have you checked that you are not hallucination? Have you checked that you are not delusion? Are you not schizophrenia? Check your brain, do an MRI. This kind of stuff will be questioning into me, right? So that's why I don't want to be trapped into that discussion, because there's no point.
Yeah, so basically you're happy with the experience.
Yes, so I'm happy. I take a level 2 position, and then I don't want to convince people into my position. I just want to provide this is the things, which is very good. We have a chill in conversation, and Tom, I respect Tom's position as well.
Well, if such a drug doesn't have side effects.
Yes,
you could take
yes.
it from where your mind was flying.
Yes, flying into hyperspace, yes. You can call it that way. I did teach HPP to do some kind of a ritual, but since you want to learn and is kind of a practice further,
I wanted to talk
it's
to
up
you
to him.
about that,
Yeah.
but you didn't respond to me on that. So, do you still want to have that conversation later on? Not here on this
Yeah,
server.
sure. But
Okay.
yeah, please, we will not do this in the server. We probably can.
Yeah,
do
I will
that in
contact you. I
another
will
server.
contact you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've invited you
Had
to the
some,
other server.
I had a few questions.
You guys can
told
do
me.
it here. I'll just be quiet. That's fine. I'm happy to just be quiet and listen to you guys. That's
No, it has to be a practice. So this practice cannot be in this Discord at TJump. I'm sorry.
All right, then I have a question that I
yeah, okay, sure.
for TJump. So what I wrote is, I'll bring it back for a moment to the real imaginary distinction. Do you think there's a way to prove to someone else that you exist? I know we can do it for ourselves, but because this is relevant to, for example, the AI consciousness discussion. So, do you think that there's a way, or
prove with certainty? No, you can't prove with certainty, but you can prove with induction, just with evidence. Like, you can be justified in believing that all of you guys exist, even though I don't have certainty.
Yeah, but with humans it's easy, or let's say, but like with robots and AI, it's a bit more complicated to distinguish, like, where's the line where, like, what type of behavior would we have? Because it's not enough to just repeat the behavior. We know we can just have an algorithm for that, right? So where's the point where we can say that something is conscious?
I can say you're conscious just because you're responding on Discord. That is sufficient.
No. I'm talking about the AI, the robot stuff. Because I said, like, with humans it's easy to distinguish that, but like with something that
an AI can do as much as humans can do, I'd say it's conscious.
I got a question. What is the server about?
Okay.
What about the server?
So what is this server about?
What is this Discord server about?
Yeah, I just joined. I saw the person live streaming. This someone told me to check him
We
out.
are the cult of the chair. We worship the almighty chair, and we bow to the chair and give the chair donations. That is what this server is about.
What do you mean the chair?
It's the chair. It's a mystery thing. You got to look it up. It's too hard to explain. It'll just blow your mind.
Do you mind just telling me without saying?
We're a religious cult to the chair.
Okay. That's better.
Yep, religious cult of the chair. That is correct.
I respect that. By the way, but did you notice that your account was going up? I was trying to send you a message saying your invite link to the Discord is invalid.
I didn't send any invites of what?
In your description, support Tom's Discord. Yeah, it's right there.
That Discord link is broken. I don't think that Discord link is broken.
Would you like to see?
Yes.
I shall go live there. So,
because like 20 people just joined today while I was.
So here is right here, right? Is it right? So I click. Invalid.
In a new private window. Says it works for me. I just opened it in a private window. Says you've been invited to join TJump. It's probably invalid for you because you're already in the server.
No. I try to join. I even try to say it like about an hour ago.
So yeah, I just opened it in an incognito window and it works. So I can just literally look up at when I did the live stream and 10 people just joined. So it must work.
The way that I found you guys is I went to Discord me, and then I found you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, it just told me it was an invalid invite. Also,
here, take this one. Take this one. This is a permanent.
Wait,
I'm gonna send it to you.
Like the one in my chat is a permanent one. The one in my like Discord.
This is a permanent one.
Yeah,
the one that you the one that you have in your description is invalid. The one that I just sent you, the one that I got from the public one, is a permanent one.
So he's on the TJump Discord recordings, by the way, Tom.
TJump Discord recordings. Where is that?
It's right here.
Like so I just sent one to you in a DM. Is that one broken?
No, that one's not broken.
Okay, because that's the only one I use in all my videos. I have no idea which one you're saying is a broken one because I don't use. That's literally the only one I use.
This is the one that you have in. Oh shit! Wrong one.
He's on a YouTube channel called TJump something recording. It's not. It doesn't look like the official TJump channel.
That is Frank.
Right, I had to change it. I'm sorry. I guess I got the wrong thing.
It's all good.
All right, yeah, Frank. Here is the permanent one. That's the permanent one?
No, because when I joined, I was like, "Is this another 24/7 flat Earth one?"
Yes.
Is there really 20 people watching right now?
No,
we need what?
It's because I gave you a shout out because
the flat chair one.
Yeah, no, it's this one. Yeah, someone told me to shout you guys out, so I just put your YouTube on it, so people are just checking you out.
Appreciate it.
Funny thing about it is, I went to this right here. I legit said because they were saying flat Earths and round Earths. I'm like, if the Earth is flat, is all the planets flat? And then someone got mad. I'm like, what about balls? And then I get instantly banned for a day. So I even told like one of their stats. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, flat Earth is hilarious. I just did a debate with Nathan Thompson like a week ago, and then
I legit get instantly banned just for saying this right here. If flat Earths are flat, is all flat planet Earths are flat, and I get banned. I'm like, bro, like if you don't want me to discuss you, like if the Earth is not flat, then why would you ban me?
It's because they're flat Earthers. They don't like dissent or disagreement.
Damn, them views though.
Hey, Tom, are you gonna send the Discord link to me or?
I put it in general. It should be, or did I put it in general? I didn't put it in general. I put it in.
Yeah, this is, or you can like just send this right here. This is like the permanent.
Frank.
For this whole Discord. It's on Discord.
Right, so yeah, I put it in there. Well, mine's the permanent one. I know mine's the permanent one because it's the original permanent one I got with the server. So.
All right, I'll do
PayPal.
it. I'll do it after the video.
/TomJump.
That's fine.
Twitch/jump. Damn. Tough.
Yeah, this server is about my YouTube channel. YouTube.com/TJump. That's what this server is.
I literally thought it was just Trump debating because I was about to get my brother in. This man loves talking about Trump. I don't know why. Is this like one of your highest views channels? Yep. Yes, it is.
No. Like my highest view channel is the one that has 8,000 subs.
No, I'm talking about this one.
Oh, like Discord?
This you look stream. like this TJump's Discord recordings.
I'm saying the stream has the highest view.
Oh, on Frank's channel. Yes, on Frank's channel, this is probably the one that has the most views.
Who is also streaming? Oh. Nice name. Very nice.
So,
not sure about that one.
How did you find us, by the way? Because I mean, the recordings channel only has 9 subscribers. So.
Oh, I just saw you guys on my recommended. For some reason. For like one viewer.
Cool.
No, it wasn't on my recommended. I searched up Discord, and then I went to view because I was trying to throw some people on Discord. And then I saw you guys up here. Now, if I type Discord and then put you guys, you should be the top 4 on Discord.
So what's your deal? Do you want to debate flat earthers or what?
Well, I already did it and I got banned, so technically.
What do you do on Discord? What do you do for fun on Discord?
Oh, technically get me banned because I work for. I shouldn't say that.
This server is mostly about debating God and atheism.
Well, technically, I am a Muslim, but I'm supposed to like believe in God. But my brother's over there. I technically believe whoever made us is them. I'm not gonna say it's a God or anybody. I'm just between atheist and God. As long as I see it, I'll believe it. If I don't see it, then there is.
Yeah, we're mostly in the atheist camp. Like most physicists think that the universe is eternal, like nothing created it. It's just always
because
existed.
most people say nothing created it, and then I'm not going to say some scientific thing that I learned about school or anything. I'm just coming in straight from my mind because most people is going to say it's just plain like nothing, and then one thing just magically came up and then everything got created. I'm like, if nothing came up and nothing was created, then if the person made it, how was he the one who came out? Like, how did he have a brain? Did he just randomly pop up with imaginary brain, imaginary everything? Or was it just one molecule hitting another, making black holes and planets and everything?
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if either there was a mind thing that's always existed, or there's just energy that's always existed. I think it was just energy that's always existed. So it's just a field, like a quantum field in physics that's always existed. And the quantum field created our universe, but there was never nothing. Nothing was never a thing.
Because around the 1400, no one actually, like, you know how they were debating if the sound was round, or like if the earth was like still or rotating and everything? Yeah, at that time,
like
they didn't believe that there was
sun.
a God. Yeah, they didn't believe that there was a God at that time. Until someone proved them that there was, then they started giving someone the name God stuff.
Wait, when did people not believe there was a God? Because people have believed there was a God for like 6,000, 7,000 years.
Let me research.
Hinduism and Jainism are the oldest religions. They're 6,000 years old. Islam has been around for at least 1,400 years. Judaism has been around for 4,000 years. Christianity for 2,000 years. Buddhism, I forget how many thousands of years for Buddhism. But Jainism and Hindu are the oldest, and they're both 6,000 years.
What about Jewish?
The 1838, that's when they said, apparently that's what it says on this website. Not sure. But
it happened in 1838?
I think the oldest one will be paganism from Egyptian.
Technically, this is kind of right here.
Egyptians aren't as old as Hindus and Jains. Jains are the oldest religion.
Are you sure about Jains though? I think Jains are older than Buddhism. Buddhism maybe like I think it's
We're very quiet and I can't hear you.
I think worshiping spirit is the one that is very older.
I'm still wondering what's the first star. First.
The first star, like
the first
sun?
one. No, the first one.
Yeah,
I know
we definitely
the sun
don't.
isn't the first.
We have no idea what the first one was because it's been gone longer than we could ever see it. So we
Because I know that the Milky Way is the newest galaxy that was born.
I don't think so.
Definitely, that's what I heard. But okay.
Like, there have been lots of galaxies forming throughout time. Like, the Milky Way is about 13.5 billion years old, so it's pretty old. I'm pretty sure there are older ones. There are younger ones.
Oh, I know. No, I'm talking about like the newest as like since it began. I know that like when it began, there's like way more other ones coming out.
Yeah, so the youngest galaxy is GNZ11, which is 400 million years after the Big Bang, which is
from us.
So it's 13.4 billion years old, so it's 0.1 billion years younger than the Milky Way.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying they're 400 something light years away from us, which is pretty very long. Anyways,
it's 30 billion light years away.
Noise. So your real name is TJump.
Yep.
Damn, your Facebook isn't there. Tough.
What? My Facebook is... Oh, my Facebook link?
Yeah, you linked your Facebook, but it's technically contact is not available right now.
Huh. I don't know where I linked that, because Facebook's definitely on there somewhere, but I don't really care.
Oh, it's a cute one.
Videos. Links.
Just look it up.
Facebook. Yeah, my Facebook's on there. Facebook works fine. Maybe it's not on Frank's. It's on. I don't know what Frank has linked.
Okay, I got a question because I just saw this on your Twitter page. How do you feel about Xbox?
Xbox is garbage. PlayStation is better.
I hate you. At the same time,
PlayStation is the master race.
I can agree and disagree about that.
PC is technically better, but I like PlayStation because it's easier. I don't have to build a computer.
Well, technically, they're both garbage because precisely Xbox, technically, they're just, their servers keep going down. PlayStation, on the other side, is just like, I can't shit, but yeah, PlayStation is just like everything. Like you can actually put mod menus, malware on it. On fucking Xbox, you can't even do shit on it. And if you don't have internet for 24 hours, guess what? You can't play on your Xbox again.
Yep,
it's the newest update.
Garbage. Yep, Xbox is garbage.
Legit, the first console I had was a PlayStation. Now I have an Xbox One, which I'm trying to sell to buy a PlayStation.
Real quick question for you, Tom. How do you justify the uses of fallibilism as the correct thing to use?
What? How do I justify the use of fallibilism? What?
Yeah, but like, why do you think fallibilism is a smart way of interpreting the world?
Fallibilism.
Fallibilism is the position that you don't need certainty for knowledge. So fallibilism is the opposite of infallibilism. Infallibilism says that you need certain, or that knowledge, if is not certain, it's not knowledge. So, like you could say, can I have knowledge without it being certain? Like, can I have a justified belief the world is round? I have
I'm a
evidence the
bit
world is round.
retarded.
But can I prove with 100% certainty the world is round? No. If I don't know it, could it still be true? Yes. So it can still be true that the world is round, even though I don't have 100% certainty. But I have evidence, so it's a justified true belief, and knowledge is a justified true belief. So I have a justified true belief the world is round, even though it's not 100% certain.
Wait, are you guys still in the 24/7 Discord flat Earth thingy or no?
What? No.
Oh,
But this is just fallibilism is a philosophy. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
True.
One more question for you. The only other thing I wanted to ask you is your belief that there's an absolute moral law that's just out there that exists. What makes you actually like think that? Like, is it just a pragmatic? Like, you just believe it, or what makes you believe that?
The evidence, I look at the pattern in a moral intuition, moral progress. It seems to follow a very distinct pattern that seems to be going in a specific direction. So if that pattern does exist, then we can use that to make predictions about what the future pattern will look like. And I think that it's highly likely that the patterns we see won't just go across species and evolution or human species, but will also be present in any life form here on Earth or on other planets with sufficient intelligence. And if that's the case, then this morality that we're experiencing isn't just a social construct of our biology, but something more fundamental.
Gotcha. So what's that pattern that you see that exists? Is it just that we all eventually kind of start doing the same type of stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Moral progress. Like, we all tend to agree on some general principles about morality, and those principles seem to follow a pattern over time.
So that pattern you're talking about is just like, it really doesn't matter what the pattern is. There just is a pattern. So it seems like it might be objectively true outside of what we believe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, like, if the pattern was
by the way,
random or
TJump.
changing. Yeah, what?
Are you trying to get this Discord like spread out really fast?
Sort of.
Go to main stage. Well, don't go to first. Yeah, go to main stage, and then do you have the option when you press on home? It says stage discovery. You can get like easy like 300 people listening what you're talking about.
I have no idea.
Did oh, please don't tell me you just
Like, where's the option stage discovery thing? Where is that supposed to be?
click on your Discord. Here, let me share. I'm gonna wait until you're watching.
Wait, what am I supposed to watch?
Okay, do you see this part right here? Like when you click on your home and this is stage recovery.
Yeah, 1 second. Click on my home. Yeah.
This is stage recovery.
Where is
click
that?
on
That's home, stage discovery.
Yeah.
All right.
And then click
No,
start stage. Start a stage. Click on the Discord server. And then it'll post it right here, and then you're gonna see like hundreds or like thousands of people just watching. And if it's like a good content, like precisely what you're doing right now, people will just start listening to you.
Okay, cool. Is that different from just going to the main stage? Like,
well, technically, this is a stage recovery. You can just choose your stage. Like, you can just choose stage if you want. And then when you start it right here, see, if you refresh, there's only like maybe 5. But if you put yours, you're going to have definitely like 100 people.
cool. I'll give it a shot next time I'm live next Sunday.
Alrighty. By the way, don't go through my real quick. I have to delete this gift I sent by accident. This will crash.
I know what he's talking about, TJump. On this server I was on called Best Religious Debates or something like that. They did that and they had like 100 people join in.
That's cool. Definitely have to try that for next time.
The only problem with main stage is that you have to ask if you want to talk, you know? So, like, you have to raise your hand and someone has to be there to moderate, which isn't a big deal, but, you know. It works with, like,
Yeah, it's better for like debates and stuff.
right? Yeah. By the way, Tom, I've been trying to look for some theists for you to debate, man. It's tough.
Learn a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to get CJ and dry apologist on here to debate the Moster.
Oh, Monster.
Yep.
Watching you with CJ is just enjoyable. Like, he is so ridiculous.
I'm trying to
And
see.
CJ's like a Calvinist, I think.
Yeah. Who's CJ?
Do we need to get what's his name? Damn it, CC.
Canadian Catholic.
Canadian Catholic. We need to get him in here. He can draw in all of the theists, the silly theists, all at once.
Yeah, I was on his. I should have asked him, but you know, he like I thought he was just gonna kick me out, but I was on his live stream, so.
Cool. Yeah, ask him to do his like live stream here. We'll like give him a server and he can like mute or kick people from his little mini server or whatever. And he can do his little like theistic questionnaires here. That would be awesome.
You just want to reel him in, don't you?
Yep. He was a very, very good Discord promoter. His server had like 3,000 to 5,000 people on it. That's good.
How is that possible? Oh my god. Wow.
Because he puts in a lot of time and effort into it, which I'm not going to do because I'm too lazy.
He also got Noam Chomsky, which is insane.
Yeah, he got a lot of really big names.
What? Canadian? Are you serious? Canadian Catholic too?
Yeah.
No way. What?
On his server, yep, for a Q&A.
Oh my god.
And he got Gary Habermas and Graham Hoppy and some other people too.
Might actually have
Go ahead, brother. Were you single? Anyway, so what do you think about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say that I just might actually have to look at some of those because I just can't believe it. I'm shocked.
Yeah. So what do you think about CC's?
He might have uploaded them to his YouTube channel.
He did. So what do you think about CC's philosophy or his take on philosophy?
He's just a normal religious apologist. I don't think there's anything special about his position. He's not as annoying as most of them because he actually like listens and engages. Except that debate with Skylar, that was funny.
Oh, that was great. Oh, so you saw that one, right?
Skylar's like just eat a bag of dicks. That's what Skylar said. That was hilarious. I saw somebody posted it in our chat somewhere, and I just clicked play on it while doing stuff in the background.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I was there. It was funny.
Yeah, I've never really had an instance where I interacted with him and he was particularly like insufferable.
He's not a bad guy. I don't think he's right, but he's not like you know.
I thought him call.
Go ahead, bro.
Yo, what's up?
No, I was just gonna ask what kind of weed you smoke, bro.
I actually don't know. I got it from my buddy. He's went over to having a pen, so just whatever he had. He doesn't want to smoke flower in his apartment, so
Yeah. But, go ahead, Global.
Have you guys tried Delta 8?
I didn't say. Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really good.
I had Delta 9 candies, and I think I'm gonna get some more. So,
Do you smoke, Tom?
I don't think Tom's there right now.
No, all drugs make me feel like shit, so I don't take drugs. I'm still here. You guys still hear me?
Yeah.
You're good.
Do you say you do or don't smoke?
No, I don't do any drugs because drugs all make me feel like shit.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yep.
Still kind of hit or miss sometimes with me and Wade. Like there's times where I'll really enjoy my time with it, and then there's other times where it turns me into an anxious nut job. But that's what I like about Delta 8.
Yeah. I want to try DMT just to see what it does to me.
Yeah.
I heard it has some really weird effects. So I heard it from the Joe Rogan podcast. So
Does anybody know?
That ayahuasca thing.
Ayahuasca.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I think a lot of people have that experience of talking to entities and stuff. And mother, isn't there the thing, mother ayahuasca or something? So that's interesting. And I mean, the interesting part is that like a lot of them have such experiences, and
Yeah, I've had one. That's cool.
Is there any?
I wonder, like percentage. I wonder, like percentage wise, how many people fall into the spiritual but not religious camp? Like, I mean, I think it should be majority in today's era.
A lot. It's more than the atheist camp, that's for sure.
Yep.
But wouldn't you say, like, in today's era, it would be the majority?
No. Majority is still Christian.
Oh, so that's specifically to US, but maybe in Europe it would be majority would be like spiritual, but not religious kind of camp.
Maybe in like if you take the sum total of all European countries, but like Iceland, I think is still like 80% Christian.
Yeah, that's what the remaining. There was a remaining guy that came on, and he said it's like 90-something% Christian Orthodox. So.
Yeah, Hungary and Poland are both really religious.
But Japan is like mostly atheist, right?
Yep. And Buddhists.
Well, are they though? I mean, like with all the what is it called? Like ancestor worship and Shintoism. I don't know what the spirits are they involved in Shintoism, but there is that thing, right? Ancestor worship.
That thing.
Well, maybe
I don't know if ancestor
Japan,
worship
but
is. I mean, I'm sure it is, but I don't think it's very popular. Like Shinto is definitely a thing. I know for sure.
Yeah.
Itadakimasu. I was gonna ask. I know the science behind CBD, like if it's because I've never really actually looked into it.
It's another cannabinoid,
No,
but
Yeah, it's cannabinoids, I think. I think it's a property of the hemp plant that is not like psychoactive. So
Yeah.
All I know is it's never helped with anything I've had pain wise. It just really falls short compared to other things.
Yeah. I've had it before, and I've taken it because it was recommended to me because I have anxiety, and I took it, and I had a good time with it. I felt really kind of relaxed, but my problem the whole entire time was like I couldn't tell if it was a placebo effect or.
Yeah, it really is that minimal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do something right.
There you go.
I know when I smoked a CBD joint that I definitely feel like I felt something off that, but I don't know.
That's funny. I actually have a pack of CBD cigarettes here, and I smoked like hardcore for a while, so I don't feel anything when I smoke them.
Nice. There's apparently something that the smoke shop I go to now is carrying. It's called Delta 10. And I don't know if anybody's heard of that. I don't really know much about it at all.
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, Delta 10.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
You're not Dave and Tracy.
Yeah, obviously. Global virus. Do you actually believe like COVID is just like a hoax or something?
What's that?
Do you actually believe that COVID is just like a hoax or something?
Oh no, it's a troll type thing. No.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you were that stupid. If you're here,
That's a good idea though. No.
Because like the server, like I knew no one here was actually that stupid. Yeah, so.
I don't think he's met everyone on this server yet.
Oh boy, you haven't.
Wait, what was the name of that guy? The Satanist.
That guy was pretty stupid.
Yeah, he's not here anymore. Thank God.
Have you guys ever never mind. So is the Q&A still going on? Like, is this live right now?
It's live on Frank's channel, not my channel.
Oh, I never knew Frank's had a channel. Can I see it?
Yeah, I'll send you a link later. Yeah, I just streamed like the conversations we have in here, and we posted on YouTube. I mean, we did get one person that came in here.
Okay, you know what? I think this is a good time. Hey TJump. So I don't know if you remember me, but my name is Autism as a Curse, and I really would like to be back on the server on my my real account, and I just want to have another chance on the server, just like everyone else.
You're already in the server.
Because Scotty, because as soon as Scotty hears my voice, he'll ban me out of the server.
So, I mean, as long as you don't annoy him, I think you'll be fine.
Well, I tried to join on a different account. I made a new account like 5 days ago, and I joined. I didn't say anything, but he saw my name and he just banned me out of the server.
Yeah, I think you annoyed him a lot. So don't annoy him.
I really didn't mean to do anything.
So just don't annoy him again, and don't tell him that you're autism, and then you should be fine.
But I wanna have my old name back, you know.
What I don't understand is why do you need your name to be Autism as a Curse? Like what?
Because I like the name.
What does it matter though?
True.
It doesn't even freaking matter. Though.
Because I love to talk about that. Never mind.
Yeah, you want to get to personal subjects like autism and shit. Like
people just don't even believe. People say I'm not even autistic. I'm just an asshole.
Yesterday, you got banned from the SE server because you were denying the Holocaust, right?
Wait, which server?
The SE server, the Street Epistemology.
Epistemology. No, I just said I'm skeptical of it. Just like I'm skeptical of pretty much everything, to be honest. Like, why should I just trust it just because some people say it? No, just because historians say it. No, I got to do my own research. You know what I mean?
So you're the same guy.
Yeah.
Do you do your own research for everything?
Well, I mean, not everything, but like I don't know. I mean, when I'm curious about something, yeah, I'll do my own research about it.
Like, would you have even questioned whether the Holocaust is real if no one else had ever even brought that up?
I don't know what you're asking.
Like, if you had never heard the argument that the Holocaust is a lie, would you have ever? Do you think you would have ever even questioned it?
Yeah, probably. No, I really don't know. I can't say yes or no to that. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Fair enough.
I mean, but you have to admit, autism or atheism, whatever, you do have racist tendencies.
Come on, that's so stupid. I believe every race deserves their own land to live in peace with no other other races imposing on their will. That's what I believe. Every race deserves their own land. Okay, if that's racist, then yeah, sure, whatever. But that's not racist. Come on.
What about Jewish people?
Well, they have Israel and America, so that's their homeland. Jews have Israel and America. Jews can have America, to be honest. I don't even care anymore. Yeah, you asked about it, so I'm just responding. So let's just not. Never mind.
I'm just too tired to give you my attention, dog.
That's fine. So, anyways, but yeah, I think every race or group of people. It's not just race. Every ethnic group should have. In a perfect world, obviously, everyone would have their own land. But I don't know.
Seems strange to divide it by race. Culture, maybe. Race, not so much.
Well, wouldn't you say that race and culture are at least somewhat connected?
Nope.
Not at all.
Like if you take African Americans versus Africans, there's absolutely no connection between the culture between African Americans and Africans.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because they lost a lot of their culture over the years. But anyways.
Yeah, just like how America did when they left Britain. So yeah, when there's a large gap separation between two groups, their culture tends to change.
I know, but I just think I don't know. You see, like white culture stays. You have Australia, America, Canada, Europe, New Zealand. It's all fairly similar, and you have like Africa. It's like way different. Like, you know what I mean? It's just so much different.
Not really. There's pretty big differences between European countries, and most of the developed nations in Africa are very similar to the developed nations in Europe.
The only developed nations in Africa, yeah, I guess you could say South Africa, and then maybe like, I don't know, Morocco or Egypt, but like that's really it, to be honest. What else?
Nope. Like there are fully developed cities and countries in Africa that are pretty high up there, just like extremely wealthy cities, just like the European cities. You just Google African Insider, you can find lots and lots of very, very well developed African nations. Like the top 10 richest cities. Forget what the names are though.
Right. I'll look it up. Top 10 richest African cities. I bet they're all going to be in South Africa. Let's see.
African Insider.
Yeah.
The YouTube channel. Cairo, Egypt.
So
Lagos, Nigeria.
So we got
Durban, South Africa, Nairobi.
The richest one is Johannesburg, which obviously we know South Africa has a lot of Europeans who just live, whites, basically. So this is total. No, Wow, this is actually insane. So this what I'm looking at. This is total wealth. So Johannesburg has total wealth of $276 billion. That's the richest one. And let's compare the population of that to like Lagos, Nigeria, probably has a way bigger population and still not as rich in terms of total wealth. So,
well, that's the same with every state and city everywhere in the world. So, like, take the wealth of Silicon Valley and compare that to like Texas. Like, you're going to get disproportionate numbers. That's the same everywhere. So it's not a difference.
No, but isn't it funny how the richest city in Africa is a city with tons of Europeans in it?
No.
Let's see. So Johannesburg demographics.
Johannesburg, 76% black.
Yeah, white. but I mean, obviously they've benefited a lot by having our help and whatnot. Come
on. No, like most of the developed nations in Africa didn't have anything to do with colonization. Obviously, if colonization happens and people take over and steal all of your riches, then that's where the richest stuff is going to be. That's what happens when a company or a country starts a war with another country and takes all of their riches, then all of the riches go to wherever the country tends to take them. Like, that's why the UK became so rich, because it just took everyone else's money and stuff.
I think that's complete bullshit. How did Iceland become so rich? How many colonies did they have?
Well, they were actually Vikings, so they did actually take a lot of
you're talking about 1,000 years, literally like over 1,000 years ago. You really think that has anything to do? Very little to do with today's wealth. It's just because the Icelandic.
That's how they built wealth.
I wasn't aware Iceland was very rich.
Oh, it's one of the richest countries in the world, or at least per capita GDP.
Well, technologically, yeah, they're a developed nation. They're also mostly Christian, but yes, developed nation.
Ugh, they're not Christian.
Yeah,
you have to realize
it's mostly Christian.
Ugh, no, they're not. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that any Germanic person would ever worship Christianity. Ugh.
80% of Iceland's are Lutheran state church. 5% are Christian. So yeah, they're majority Christian.
Yeah, but how many of them actually go to church? Probably like 5%.
Church of Iceland.
Yeah, how many of them actually go? That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Go to church.
I mean, does it matter how often they go to church? I mean, the fact that they are Christian is still there, so they don't have to go to church to be Christian.
That's true.
Yeah, like my dad's a Christian. He doesn't go to church. He says they're all false churches. Oh fuck. Sorry.
Hey, TJump, what games are you planning on getting, man?
I'm getting the new Japanese Dark Souls-esque hack and slash one. I have just a list on GameFly of just all like 50 games or something in the queue. I don't actually buy games. I just rent them from GameStop and then get bored with them, or GameFly and get bored with them.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So you have a GameFly account. How much does that cost a month?
$20 for 2 games at the same time, like 15 for one game.
That's cool.
Hey TJump, do you think that it's possible that circumcision of babies could cause mental illnesses?
It's possible. I don't think it's incredibly likely, but it's possible.
I'd say it's very, very possible. Very possible.
I doubt that, given how many of them have happened and how little mental illness has happened. It's unlikely.
Well, maybe there's just a lot of undiagnosed mental illness.
More likely there's more overdiagnosed mental illness that doesn't exist.
I kind of agree with you on that. But like maybe things like PTSD, maybe that's underdiagnosed. I mean, who knows, right?
No, PTSD is pretty easy to diagnose. That's one of the more obvious ones.
Well, I'd say a lot of men don't even seek the help, or much less talk about their genital mutilation, stories.
I don't think they remember it. I don't think you remember things before you're 5, for the most part.
But it still could cause mental illness when you grow older.
Not really. So, studies. Robert Sapolsky, professor of biology and some other things at Stanford University, the way in which kids develop psychological pain or trauma is usually based off of repeated trauma, not usually just one thing. One thing usually doesn't cause anything. It's the repeated trauma that causes most significant effects.
I have a question. So, like, if like someone gives you if someone asks you for a source, and like you find a source, but then what if they give you a source that goes against your source? Who's right? How do you know who's right?
You have to assess the quality of the sources. Usually check the consensus in the field as what is the best route. Look for the ones with the most citations. But yeah, consensus in the field is usually the best way to find out.
Oh, but if you talk about like consensus, isn't that like an appeal to popularity fallacy?
Nope. Appeal to authority fallacy or a bandwagon fallacy, appeal to majority fallacy are only fallacies if you're not referencing an actual authority. So if you just reference most people, random, just average everyday people believe X, then yeah, that would be an appeal to popularity. Or if you said some random guy, Bob, who has a PhD in neuroscience, knows everything about biology, that would be an appeal to authority fallacy because he's not an authority in the actual field. You can see the fallacies listed on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, section 9, page on fallacies.
So TJump, would you consider yourself a libertarian?
No, I'm a centrist.
Okay. I've heard things you said before. It seems I thought you were a libertarian.
No, I believe that some Republicans are right about some things, Democrats are right about some things, Libertarians are right about some things. They're all wrong about everything else.
Yeah. But like, have you ever voted?
Nope.
I voted because I wanted to do jury duty.
That is the dumbest reason to vote I've ever heard.
What?
So you voted because you wanted jury duty. Like, that would be one of the reasons you should not vote. Like, I want to not do jury duty, and so I'm never going to vote.
Well, I like the courtroom experience. It gives me a good thrill. You know what I mean?
No.
You ever been arrested before?
Nope. Like, sitting in the court for hours and hours and being forced to go there and getting paid jack shit. Like, no, that does not sound fun.
Yeah. I just have nothing else to do with my life, so I thought it would be a good experience.
What power to you?
Wait, your mic's kind of bad.
Oh, I said more power to you. It's not my cup of tea, that's for sure.
Yeah. I probably wasn't thinking.
Would you want him on a jury for against you though? Like, I would say no. Like, no.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I only voted for Trump because my mom wanted me to, not because I actually wanted to.
Also, not a good reason to vote.
I know. I just get coerced into doing things sometimes against my will. No, I mean, I chose to do it, but my mom wanted me to, so I just decided to do it.
Why don't you vote, Tom?
I don't want to do jury duty. I don't care about any of the politicians, and the only person I'd vote for is myself.
No, that's exactly why. I'm exactly right there. So
I vote for you, Tom.
what's that?
No, I said I'd vote for Tom.
Tom's full of t-shirt quotes tonight.
When you vote, you either have a puppet on the left or a puppet on the right. So pick your puppet.
Do you think, for whoever, do you think that politicians are useless mainly because of the money corruption part? You think that's the primary aspect?
No.
What do you think it
I
is?
think they're useless because I think they're idiots who are more interested in their ideology than discovering what would actually help people.
I agree with that 100%. Yeah.
So, Tom, I was watching. Have you ever heard of Star Talk? It's a Neil deGrasse Tyson show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had Richard Dawkins on there, and they were talking about following statistics. So, what do you think about following statistics?
Following statistics. Statistics are good. Stats evidence is good.
God.
Or did you say falling statistics? Like
No,
falling.
following, like going by this
Oh yeah, yeah.
statistics.
Statistics are good evidence. You should follow the evidence. Yes, evidence is good. Make decisions based off evidence.
Do you agree stats can lie though?
Yeah, but it's harder for them to lie than people.
Exactly.
You know what? Like, what if a source has like a hidden agenda behind it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you trust it?
That's why you look for peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah, those people could be paid off. Who knows? I'm a skeptic. I'm skeptical.
That's why peer-reviewed papers have a impact index.
So what is
you
that?
can tell the difference between it measures how much the academic community uses the sources from the journal from around the world. So if everyone from around the world is using the source because they find it reliable, it's not because they're paid off. Like no one uses the cigarette sources because they know they're garbage. Everyone uses the sources from Stanford and Columbia because they're good.
Do you think cigarettes are worse than vaping?
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone I know says that vaping is worse. Oh God.
I have not seen the evidence to support that.
Yeah, but then they just say, "Oh, we don't know the long-term effects of vapes. We don't know, so therefore, because it hasn't been proven." Isn't that an argument from ignorance?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Oh, I was on Twitter. I don't use Twitter that much, but I was looking at some like different Twitter accounts, and I saw a short clip of you, TJump, debating Vosh, and you kept naming like fallacies, and then Vosh was like, "What? I don't remember it, but." And I don't know if there was like this clip that was edited. It was just kind of fun.
I saw it. I saw Vosh's clip.
I don't know. I saw this one where it was like edited, and there was like this this noise added. It was like the ding. It's like the buzzer noise where it's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yep, I saw it. I saw the one Vosh created.
Oh, he created. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about how like I misuse philosophical language or something when I'm literally using it correctly the entire time. Like even Destiny was when he on his review he was like, "Oh, isn't TJump right there that he's confusing epistemology and ontology?" Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how did you even get to debate Bosch?
Because modern day debate.
True.
I've actually debated Vosh twice, so like you can just contact him on Discord, and he'll usually debate anybody.
He wouldn't debate me. He wouldn't debate me though.
He pretty much would talk to anybody because it's what he does.
Dude, what is it with? Never mind.
How does that work with modern day debate? Do you contact them or do they contact you? Or I just don't know how it works.
Me and James are friends on Facebook, and he's like, "Hey, let's do a debate. Here's a time. You free then?" I'm like, "Sure."
James is such a likable guy.
Isn't he?
Yeah. I saw you debated James, and I was like, "Man, this is my favorite opponent Tom's ever been against."
Oh, yeah, that's the Lions Den one.
Yeah. You know what, TJump? You should write a book. I would definitely buy that book and read it all, like just everything. I want to see it all and read it all. You should write a book.
Yeah, I am already working on that.
Nice. When you think it'll? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
When do you think it'll be released? Because I will definitely buy that book.
Hopefully by the end of the year.
Oh, great.
Am I misremembering, or have you already published something? Or written something?
I wrote my epistemology book a long time ago, but I don't have a publisher for it. So I have a publisher for the morality book, and so that one should hopefully be coming out soon.
Interesting. So, okay. All right, that's cool.
So you got like different ones?
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's get Tom to debate Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
I've sent him a message, but he's expensive to bring in for live debates. Really expensive. We brought him in to the University of Minnesota to the Republican student group. It cost like 10 grand or something, or 10 to 50 grand or something.
Tom, I believe with like all my heart you would hand him his ass.
Yeah.
He is definitely someone I'd like to debate on God because he knows nothing about God. He's terrible in those arguments. He's good on politics. He'd probably beat me on politics, but on religion, he would suck.
His unactualized actualizer argument.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Hey, TJump, you think you'll ever be in like the local DC area for a debate?
If you set one up, you need somebody, an atheist group, to actually hire me to fly down. I can't just be like random debate. Yeah.
Well, if you're ever in DC, I probably will drive over there to see you debate because I live close to DC. So I don't know.
You would need to join the local atheist groups and ask them to invite me to speak. That would be the only way to make it happen.
No one would listen to me, but I mean,
so funny how in another chat you and I had, you told me you were close to Mississippi.
Me?
No.
I don't remember, but I actually do have. I have connections to Mississippi, but no, I don't live in Mississippi.
Oh, all right.
Just family from there and shit. Yep, I'm a redneck. Not really. I don't fit in anywhere. I don't fit in with Christians, atheists. I don't fit in. Especially in the deep South where everyone's a Christian. Oh, I would not fit in there down there.
You can always join like autism groups.
Ugh. I don't like a lot of autistic people because they're interested in like Pokemon, anime, Minecraft. Like I like intellectual discussions, not anime. You know what I mean?
I like anime. Anime's good.
I like both.
Wait, really?
Yep.
I mean, no disrespect, but it's just not interesting to me. I need like just not my thing, you know.
Yeah, I don't really care at all about intellectual conversations. I just do it for my job. That's it.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I've never enjoyed intellectual conversations.
I mean, your channel's like what? How old is it? Like 5 or 6 years at least?
3 or 4, yeah.
Oh, whoops.
What's your favorite anime?
Usually just the new ones that keep me entertained.
Yeah.
You seen Jujutsu Kaisen yet?
Sounds familiar. What's it about?
Man. All right, so
Wait a minute, just give me the name. I can
here, I'll shoot you.
I just need a picture, and I can. Yep, I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's the one where he eats the fingers, and yep, I've seen it. That was pretty good.
Hey, what was I gonna say? Never mind.
Hey man, if you have something to say, feel free to.
Yeah, so basically, what's the best way to just destroy people who are in favor of circumcision on babies? Like, it's just disgusting. Like, I sometimes I compare it to rape. I don't know if that's a good argument, but
Yeah, genital mutilation of babies is usually not a good thing.
well, yeah, but I even say it's worse than rape. I say it's worse than rape, and I'd say
probably not, because it doesn't involve the same things, but it's up there. It's definitely bad.
Well, if that really if a rape or if a mutilation would not cause mental illness, and I don't think a rape would, because, well, first of all, the genital mutilation hurts way worse, and it's way more, and it causes permanent damage, physical damage. So I'd say it's worse than rape.
Doesn't hurt as much. That would be an inaccurate statement. It doesn't cause as much permanent damage. Also inaccurate, except for in women it can cause equally as bad damage. But physically, the harm caused by genital mutilation is not as bad as the harm caused by rape of children.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes.
But it's literally a sharp metal object mutilating a baby. How is that more harm than a penis? Ugh.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot worse harm caused by rape. But you should probably just Google that one to figure that one out on your own.
I don't know. I just think a sharp metal rusty razor blade.
You should just Google that one to try and figure it out on your own. Like, that's.
So you really.
Yeah, it's factual. It's been proven by science. You can actually find the reports on it. Like, it's serious. Like, you can die. You can permanently lose the ability to have kids. It's raping children is very bad. That causes significant permanent damage, destroys their body.
Yes, just like circumcision, you can die from being circumcised as a baby.
Much less likely. So again, this is just factual. You can look it up on your own. It doesn't cause as much damage as rape.
Do you have like a specific source?
Yes, you can look it up on your own. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, Franks.
Yo.
You still streaming?
Yeah.
Good God.
I've been streaming for like 6 hours. Probably more. This is going to be the longest stream, I think.
Did you start when I started my live stream? Like, are you streaming my live streams in them too?
No. When you stopped, I waited around for a while, and then Catholic traditionalists came in, and then they were having a good conversation. So I'm like, hey, I'll stream it, and then I started streaming from there.
Good conversation is a word for it.
You know what I mean? Dumpster fire.
More like flailing. What is it? Team 4-Star says, flailing aimlessly.
Wait, Franks, I think I found your channel, but I don't see your stream live. It's just past stream or past videos, like my views on morality a month ago.
No, that's my channel. It's TJump's Discord recordings.
Okay, so where's the stream?
You have to look up TJump Discord recordings or something like. Wait, all right, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, that's right. TJump Discord recordings, and it should be
Yeah.
right at the.
Yeah, it's right.
Dude, do you guys agree with me that Mr. Batman is creepy as hell? Like serious, like.
I think the way he says "turd" is creepy as hell.
I think everything about him is weird and creepy. Like he's a teacher. Like I would not trust him around any children. Like seriously. Where is this? I don't see it on YouTube. This thing I'm looking for, this live stream.
I mean, dude, I'll send you a link afterwards, so you don't have to.
Oh, I found it.
Okay. Anybody in here? I mean, I guess we were talking about music earlier. Is anybody a Nas fan?
No.
Yeah, I am. You already know that.
Yeah, I've been hooked on this fucking album, man. Like, I don't really like. I hate to say it, I don't really like his albums afterwards. They just don't have the same feel to them. Like his debut record feels like really raw and I don't know, inspired. And then the rest of them just kind of feel like they slowly just got more and more commercialized, which is, that's not a bad thing, but that's also part of why I like Illmatic is that it feels like it's original.
Hey Tom, have you ever been into rap music or anything like that?
Nope, I've never liked rap music.
High IQ.
Yeah, I love rap music for the most part. I don't really like much of today's rap music.
I mean, rap is good. It all depends on who's the one who's like singing it or whatever, or doing it or whatever.
There's also slam poetry groups that I listen to as well, though. So, like Wreck and Reference is a group that comes to mind. No, like I guarantee you, if I were to play it for anybody in here, they'd hate them. But I love them.
I don't like words. I don't like anything with words. So words.
Classical music.
Instrumental, usually electric guitar.
Ooh. What do you guys think that atheism will, I hate to admit it, but I think that the percentage of atheists of the world population is going to go down in the future. Do you guys agree with me?
No.
No,
atheism is growing. It is probably going to increase the speed it grows faster and faster.
What is it like? Isn't this generation right now, this past generation, the one that this was part of? Isn't it like the most atheistic generation we've seen so far?
Yes, especially in America. But in the world, Christianity is still the fastest growing religion.
I thought it was Islam.
Nope, it's Christianity.
Wow. Christianity thrives on low IQ.
It'll change when we solve, like, the origin of life is going to make a big hit. Aldi is going to make a big hit. As soon as we knock out those things, religion's going to take a big hit.
Nah, I think stupid people are never going to abandon their religions.
Well, it's obviously not the case. Like, religion was a lot more popular before Darwin. Darwin was a big impact on atheism. And so if there's more people like Darwin that make more discoveries that destroy the ideas of religion or show that they can be answered better by secular means, then yeah, it's going to go down.
Hey, quick question. Wouldn't you say that... Oops, sorry.
No one said anything.
Oh, sorry, I must be hallucinating. Do you guys think that it would be that like when the government or when the cops arrest someone, wouldn't you classify that as like a kidnapping? To be honest,
No.
yes, it is because you're abducting someone against their will, right?
Yeah, because they've committed a crime usually.
They are
So protecting
of
the other people, protecting of the other people of the city or the culture is usually a good thing, not a bad thing.
But it's still kidnapping. It's a justified immoral action, right?
Yeah, it's a justified immoral action. I don't think it would be kidnapping.
Well, of course, it fits the definition.
Kidnapping has an implication that's
Yes.
involved.
Yes, but just because the government
Kidnapping is literally the unlawful or unlawful seizure or detention of a person. So if they're doing it lawfully, it's not kidnapping; it's imprisonment. There's a difference.
Why do you guys keep? Why do you play these war games? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything. So what are you getting at?
Well, I'm just saying that. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just wasting time while trying to get tired and go to sleep.
No, not
I don't get anything out of the conversations. I'm just here to talk.
Yeah, the guy that brings out and like definitions of words, like what's the underlying driving force?
Well, I'm just saying that, like, just because the government does something doesn't mean that it's moral. Basically.
All right. I think we all agree with that. So.
Yeah.
You could have just asked that instead of playing like war games.
I don't know. I'm autistic. I'm retarded. Give me a break. I'm autistic. I'm retarded. Give me a break.
But this is like what religious people do all the time as well, right? They build up strawman based on word definitions and whatever.
Yeah, so you're saying
I wouldn't say that it's a straw man. I think that it's just a way of exploring ideas. Many people use that way of exploring ideas.
Well, like when you use it in debate with malicious intent, that's what I'm talking about, really. Not like just exploring discussions.
Sure, like if you deliberately do it in order to mislead the conversation, but I don't think that's what he's doing.
It's kind of like talking about solipsism with your friends. You know?
Hey, listen.
Go on.
Hey, TJump, will you unban my main account?
Only if you pay me $50. That's I think the going rate of unbanning.
But I didn't break the rules.
I don't care. I don't want to run the server. It's too much work for me. So if you want me to do something, you got to pay me.
It's a new moral justified action.
Yep.
Listen, you should not let your mods be abusive.
I don't care. They pay me. You don't.
They pay you to be mods.
Yeah, you get mod rights if you like pay me on Patreon or YouTube or whatever.
How much?
You have to be a member. So like monthly fees.
Okay, how much do I have to pay to be a mod for 1 month?
I don't remember if it's like $10 or $20 or something. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if you can unban yourself that way. It might.
Well, the only reason I even made a new account was just to be on the server because I like it so much.
Then you should try to not annoy Scotty as much.
I don't know. He's like the only person that, aside from the guy who advocates for violence in your server, he's pretty much the only person that's really not like me for some reason. I don't know.
Talking about Geraldine, by the way, I remember the whole thing.
Yes, like it's totally okay for him to advocate for violence, but I can't say what I want. It's like I didn't even do anything. Wait, Illmatic, did you change your name, or has this always been your name?
What?
Is Geraldine still even in the server? Like, I haven't seen him for a long time.
No, I don't know. I don't think
He
they're
is. He is.
I don't think he's active. I've tagged him like 5 times, being like, "Yo, where you at, dog?" But
I think it's a woman.
No, it's a guy.
Has he been on the mic?
They used to be. I would say. I think they used to be.
Yeah, he lives in Minnesota, so he lives like right nearby me.
It's been a while since we had a Geraldine pre-sub rant.
Yeah. Geraldine said that if you are a presuppositionalist, you deserve to be punched in the mouth or something like that. Like, that's okay, but I can't be racist, even though I didn't really say anything that bad. But anyways. I guess it's just whoever...
I don't think he was literally advocating for punching. I think that was more of a proverbial punch, not a literal punch.
He was advocating for violence in the server. Like, that kind of stuff can get the server shut down. Right? Isn't that like I've always been told, like, oh, you can't do things, you're gonna get the server shut down. So I don't know, I'm just going, like, I've heard that before.
Hey, didn't you get a server shut down?
I don't.
Who?
Who's what?
I asked him, didn't you get a server shut down?
Which server?
No, I'm just asking.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh boy.
I report everyone who breaks TOS. Which nothing ever happens to them. I've reported not hundreds, like at least a dozen people, and nothing ever happens. It's a joke. The Discord, it's a joke. They don't care. They don't care. But then I get banned from servers because they say, "Oh, I'm going to get the server shut down," and I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, repeatedly reporting people instead of letting moderators do their job. That's how you get a server shutdown. Just saying.
So you're saying, wait, so did I do that?
No, I'm not saying you did that. I'm just saying that that's how that happens.
I don't think that what an individual does should get a whole server shut down. Just if Discord, just why don't they just ban the account? If
that doesn't work that way.
But yeah, I'm just questioning. I'm questioning Discord's methods of dealing with.
Discord is lazy, and if they have an easier way to do it, they're going to take the easier way to do it. So if it's easier just to shut down the server than to deal with all the cases, that's what they're going to do.
But why ruin it for everyone else when you could just get rid of the one person who broke TOS? Makes no sense.
Easy, and people
because they're lazy and they want to do it the easy way, and it's easier.
People are going to use Discord regardless. Because here we are right now.
But anyways, yeah, that guy advocated for violence against presuppositionalists, which obviously I don't support violence, so I called him out, and
just saying that he wants to punch them in the face isn't technically advocating for violence. It's not the same thing. So it doesn't count as advocating for violence.
He said they deserve to be hit in the mouth for being.
That's not advocating for violence.
Well, it's supporting it or condoning it or.
No, like if advocating for violence would be like we should go do it. Like you should go hurt someone. That would be advocating for violence. Well, saying they deserve it doesn't actually mean that it's advocating for violence.
I don't know. I guess it's just if you fit in, you're fine. If you don't fit in, you get banned. That's just how it is on pretty much every server I've ever been in. If you don't,
that's true.
Yeah, if you don't fit in, or if just one mod doesn't like you, they'll just ban you, and the owner doesn't ever stick up for the members.
That's why you don't fuck around and get banned by the mod that doesn't like you.
Yeah, don't talk to the mod that doesn't like you. That is the key.
I really didn't mean to do it.
What did you do to get banned anyway? What did you say?
Where?
Here on this server.
I don't know. It's all just a blur in my mind.
Scotty probably has an explanation that would require him being
He just said I'm an asshole. Do I seem like an asshole?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But what? I've been being respectful to everyone.
Doesn't mean you're not an asshole.
What? What did I do?
I think it's more about your autism, the way you talk, more specifically than the literal things you say, which are asshole-ish.
So you're saying I'm not actually an asshole. I just seem like one.
Well, that's all an asshole is just someone who seems like an asshole.
No, but some people actually are like actually disrespectful, advocate for violence, stuff like that. Yeah. Some people actually are. And then I might say things in a inappropriate or weird way, but I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like I'm really not trying to be.
It's more about like if you do those things that bother people and they tell you that you're bothering them and you don't change it or you do it worse, that's what's considered an asshole. And so I think that by Scotty, because he's probably told you multiple times that you've annoyed him or done something stupid by calling you a dumbass or something, and you just kept doing it, and so that would fit the definition.
Yeah, it's just I don't I don't take orders. I just follow the rules of the server. So I read the rules, no spam, no illegal stuff, and I don't break the rules. So
yeah, that's the asshole thing. Like if someone's telling you that you're bothering them, that should be like an unwritten rule kind of a thing that you take seriously.
But I really wasn't even talking to him. What I was really doing is I remember I was talking to other people, and he just kept talking to me, and then I had to respond to him because he was talking to me. I was just responding to him, you know what I mean?
You probably shouldn't do that.
So I should just ignore the mod because I wasn't even talking to him that much, but I was in the first Q&A that was ever done on the server, and he gave me a shout out.
We don't have we talked about this on the other server, right? And exactly what I told you is even if you disagree with what the mod says, you're in his server.
Yeah, I'm in TJump server, not Scotty's. It's not his server.
Yeah, and TJump has Scotty there to enforce rules.
Yeah, but I didn't break
I
the
don't
rules.
actually manage any of the server because I'm lazy, so they're the ones in charge. They run it. I don't.
Well, I think all the other mods are fine. It's just he's the only one he's the only mod that has ever said anything to me that I was doing something wrong.
He's also the most mod.
Yeah, so you should probably listen to that and try to learn from it and then try to improve. That would be the best.
He basically
listen. I didn't actually break the rules. He just doesn't like my weird.
We don't care if you broke the rules or not. That's not important. It doesn't matter.
But then, what's the justification for banning me? He doesn't like me.
You annoyed him, so don't annoy him. That is the justification.
But anyone can just say oh, he's annoying and just expel them from the server. It's not actually a good reason.
That's actually a really great reason. So that's the reason that you get kicked out of pretty much everything in the world is you annoy people. They don't actually care if you've literally broken the rules. So you need to learn from that and try to learn how to not annoy people.
Ugh. I really didn't mean to. What do you mean? What do you mean everything? Did I tell you I get kicked from everything?
No, I said the reason most people get kicked out of most things is because they annoy somebody, not because they've literally broken the rules. So restaurants will kick you out if you annoy them or if you make it dirty or you don't pay your tips or whatever. Doesn't necessarily mean you've broken the rules. They'll kick you out if you annoy them. So being annoying can get you kicked out. It doesn't matter if you've actually followed the rules. So you need to learn how to not be annoying.
May I ask a question? How much serious excitement is this UFO thing creating in US, especially with this unveilment that has to happen in June, I guess? Are you aware of that?
Dumb. I haven't even looked at it because it's so insanely stupid. Clearly, if they're going to release it, that means there's absolutely nothing special about it. If there was something special, they would not release it. It's pretty much as simple as that.
Yeah. But what kind of excitement is this creating there? What kind of anticipation and all that? I mean, is it a serious?
As far as I can tell.
Oh, okay.
No one I know has talked about it. It's just the crazy UFO people are stupidly excited for no reason. But no one else cares. Like, just no one else cares because it's obviously not going to be special.
Do you believe in the concept of free? Oh, good.
I was just looking at a game combo. Vanquish and Bayonetta are being released together. That's cool.
Oh. Do you believe in the concept of free speech in the public square?
Yes, I think that speech should be pretty much all entirely free, super free.
So, and yeah, I'm guessing, but correct me if I'm wrong. You also believe that corporations should be able to limit the speech that they have on their platform, right?
Sort of. Like, if they're not a monopoly, then yes. If they're a monopoly, then no. So if they monopolize it or take enough of the market share, then they should not be able to deplatform people.
Okay, that's exactly where I was going with that, obviously. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. And you think Discord or YouTube has not reached that level?
YouTube has, Facebook has, Twitter has. They're all at the level that you shouldn't be able to ban people.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, see, that's honestly what I started to think, too. It's getting to that point, I agree.
Just got muted in politics and religion for defending a Christian. Oh, so embarrassing. Me for 1 minute, talk to someone else, get muted instantly. Wow, makes so much sense.
What chat did you go into?
I went into general text.
I was
said, what rule did he break? And
Yeah, autism. Your mic is kind of
Probably we're just being annoying. Probably just being annoying.
No. I literally just said, what rule did he break? Because I defended a Christian trying to be respectful to someone, and they muted me.
Were you talking over people?
It sounds like you being annoying.
No, I was in text chat. How? What did I do?
Like asking what rule did he break sounds annoying. That's an annoying thing to say.
It's not bad because if you're trying to have a serious server, you can't just ban people for no reason or mute people. You have to have a good reason, a rational justification.
Don't think you understand how social groups work.
Yeah, I'm pretty retarded.
No one cares about the rules. The rules are there for formality, not because anyone actually cares.
Yeah, I guess
They're
I
like
have
the bare minimums.
I know, it's just if something is so bad, they should put it in the rules, or just don't enforce it, or just get rid of the rules completely. Because if no one cares about the rules, why even have the rules? Just get rid of them.
Or maybe people think that you just won't do that kind of shit on your own.
Well, I didn't really do anything. I just asked what rule he broke, and they muted me. So embarrassing. Can't even stick up for a Christian without getting muted. So embarrassing.
I don't think people really care too much about silent trolling.
Are any of you guys mods in politics and religion?
Nope. Never will be.
Why? Do you want to pay me another $50 to get you on Benny there too?
Are you actually a mod over there, TJump?
It's not funny.
I think I'm like a
VIP.
Special, one of the like VIPs or something.
Yeah.
Is that the real Graham Oppie?
It's not funny.
Yeah, that's the real Graham Oppie.
Listen, it's not funny that people are just disrespectful to me.
What?
I just tried to stick up for a Christian. That's all I did. Not a big deal. You know?
Yeah, we already explained. Concern trolling is not a socially acceptable thing. It's all good. Just learn not to do it and move on.
Trolling? How do I troll?
You should check out what concern trolling is.
What's
where
it
you're
called?
like, oh, well, how come this person did this? Okay, well, I want to try to get them banned. Just not very wise.
It's like, what if we just had like a society where you could just like throw someone in jail because you didn't like them? It's just like that's how I see it on like Discord. You have to fuck.
I feel like when
Yep, that's how social groups work.
I've never had social groups.
I think whenever you have a
kind of obvious.
conversation,
I mean, yeah, I get no one respects me.
I think whenever you
I have
have
a question, Tom. Tom, I have a question regarding the flat earthers. So, do you think, like,
What?
among all the flat earthers that you have interacted with, if one of them, do you think any one of them, if you gave them like so much money and a flight of private jet of their own or something, and they could fly around the Earth, they would then believe that the Earth is round? Do you think that could be possible?
If you sent them to like space, maybe, but I don't think a plane trip would do it.
Really? Why? Like, I mean, they just keep on going forward, and nothing, no edge comes. So why shouldn't that? And they come to the same place. Why shouldn't that convince them?
Because they weren't flying the plane, so it could have been slight turn that they just didn't notice or something. So you would need
so they would-
something much more obvious.
So they would say that, maybe it was just a circle on top of the flat land, and that's what happened. Is it?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. So this makes me think actually what the percentage of flat earthers would be, and then what I begin to think that, let's say the whole problem of origin of life and consciousness is solved, and the expense it takes, like, let's say to demonstrate to someone. I mean, I would say that still most of the people, even though they might leave religion, most of the percentage will remain like spiritual but not religious kind of category.
Oh yeah, it's not going to eliminate it. It's just going to grow. So we're obviously not going to eliminate all religion like ever, but we're going to decrease it profoundly. The vast majority of people are going to stop being religious. It's just going to change over time, but it's definitely not going to eliminate it 100%.
by the way, Tom, if you
But
couldn't tell, I was gonna say, if
What?
you couldn't tell, all right, never mind.
What?
No, go for it, bro.
Okay, yeah. I was just gonna say if you couldn't tell, getting into it, it's not really that important. But I was gonna say, if you couldn't tell, getting into a conversation with that guy is not necessarily one that ever ends.
Yeah.
So, Tom, do you think autism, like, it affects you in a way where, like, you act like how like he acts, or like, do you think you can control that?
Yes. So very much. I've just had a lot of practice. I've spent years going outside and forcing myself to learn how to socialize. So I've had a lot more practice than he has.
That's
And he
been
actually enjoys talking to people, but I don't.
That's been pretty much my experience too when I was growing up.
I don't know. It wasn't when I was growing up. It wasn't like I didn't like go outside to speak to other human beings until my 20s.
Were you homeschooled or?
No, I definitely went to school. I just never spoke to anybody.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever have a girlfriend in high school?
Nope. I had 0 human interactions in high school.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if anybody's ever asked you about this, but were your parents religious or just?
Yep. They were both Christians.
Gotcha.
But I never spoke to them either, so.
Tom, like, what's the most religious or spiritualistic like experience that you may say that you have had? Like anything, it could be out of body, it could be anything. Like,
Nothing.
Not even a
I've never had
hallucination,
a spiritual
like of some kind, like a tactile hallucination or something.
I've had hallucinations. None of them were religious.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think it all depends on what like layering people put on it. I think when it comes to hallucination. So
Tom, so are you trying to convince people? Global, you're hot, Mikey. Are you trying to convince people to become atheists, or do you just want to just argue about Christianity or theism?
Nope, don't care. This is just my job. I don't care about convincing anybody of anything. I do this for money and to try and get hot bonds, and that's it. I don't actually care about the outcome.
Well, I mean, in that case, if somehow you won a lottery, you would just leave this thing, right?
Yes, if I could just get lots of hot blondes, then I would not be doing anything on YouTube.
What would you do if you had a dream job, or do you not have one?
What my dream job would be hot blondes. I don't know, like
Yeah, I guess that's true. Wouldn't we all?
In the
So-
service of hot blondes, I think.
Damn it, I'm maximum queued. Damn it. All right, that game actually looks okay.
I don't know what's wrong with brunettes, man. I mean, brunettes are pretty hot too.
Not really.
But like, I have a question, if you don't mind. The hallucinations that you had, did you have them when you did believe, or did you have them like when you had stopped already, like to believe?
Probably both, but they're mostly like just right before going to bed or right before going to sleep. They're optical illusions, like the ceiling growing and shrinking and stuff. Nothing spectacular.
So nothing like succubus or incubus. Oh, sorry.
No.
I mean, you're a guy, right? So you're most likely to have succubus. Oh, okay.
I was doing. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Jesus.
Tom, do you usually stay up all night, or you sleep in the day, or?
I have a delayed circadian rhythm, so my schedule changes several hours every day.
Wait, what'd you say? Because I think I might have what you just said. What did you say?
I have a delayed circadian rhythm, so my sleep schedule changes several hours. It's like I'm on a 27-hour day, not a 24-hour day.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm right there. I feel like it's almost 27, 28. Like, it's weird. It shifts all the time. So like for after a couple months, I end up being on an entirely opposite sleep schedule as my, previously.
Yeah.
So how much sleep do you get, like in that 27-hour cycle? Like how many hours?
Well, normally it's normal, like 6 to 8.
Like I wonder who have like regular 9 to 5 kind of jobs. Like, I mean, how do they manage if they have like a delayed or lessened that cycle?
What happens is that they just drink lots of coffee in the mornings. So like they only get a few hours of sleep, drink lots of coffee, and then because they're so exhausted, they'll get on a reset their schedule. So like if you only get like 3 hours of sleep because your schedule is out of whack, then you'll want to go to bed earlier, and so it'll reset your schedule. So every week or whatever, you'll just have a really bad day, and then you'll just be on a normal
Wow.
schedule for the rest of the week.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna head to bed, y'all.
All right, brother.
Yeah, me too. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Have a good night, guys.
Later, y'all. Enjoyed the talk.
Good night, Tom.
All right, guys. I'm out. Peace.